Guess I'm ready. I hope y'all can hear me. Ooh, no, come here. Hello, good evening. Good evening. StreamYard has different tracks, but that's the most rocking to me, so hopefully I'll get updated music soon. Anyway, welcome. Um, I have another wind in me, so I'm gonna continue on. I'm gonna do the oh, there was a little bit of news today too. I saw on Twitter something about Tucker Carlson had some pro-Hitler guy on, and now everybody's talking about Winston Churchill. And the United States is charging the Hamas leader and other militants in connection with the October 7th massacre. What is our standing for that? What are we charging them with? Let me take a look at that. Criminal charges against Hamas leader. 7-count criminal complaint filed in New York City includes charges such as conspiracy to provide material support to a foreign terrorist organization resulting in death, conspiracy to murder U.S. nationals, conspiracy to finance terrorism. Oh, okay, so they're tying it to U.S. interest. And it says it may be mostly symbolic, and that 3 of the 6 defendants are believed now to be dead. Okay, so that happened too. Hey, I think I remember who you are. I don't want to say unless you, in case you want to remain anonymous. But welcome, and what I really want to talk about, yes, that's it. I guess well, you told me in chat, so I guess it would not have been anonymous. Never mind. Um, welcome. What I really want to talk about is the racism. Or you know what? I'm going to go into this with an open mind. I'm going to revise, edit. I'm going to try to go in with an open mind. See, I'm identifying my own biases. I'm going to learn about the different types of racism and probably talk about them, but I'm going to at least try to learn about them as I talk about them. Oh, so some drama? Okay. I swear, y'all. Was life like this? Like, was life with our social group in real life growing up like the Panoverse? I'm trying to think if I don't even think I had this kind of drama in actual junior high school. And that was like one of the darkest periods in my life. Like, I don't know. I just didn't hang out with people that did this. Maybe it's those prison politics. But I don't know. But you know what? I will tell you, I'll be honest, during the AOL and gay.com days, there was some chat room drama, like gay drama, and that AOL philosophy chat room was not that different from the Panelverse, now that I think about it. It was a bunch of smart people that found each other, but very few of them wanted to talk philosophy. Like the actual philosophy people were almost sometimes treated as a nuisance. It was people there to flirt and fight and have drama, but keep coming back every day to do it again. It was like the regulars. And I remember one time it got so bad, the whole chat room was it was like a feud. They were all fighting and choosing sides and splitting apart and going at each other. And then other people started going at each other because this person was going at each other, and you couldn't even chat anymore. It was just nonstop fight. And I remember me and one of the chat friends that pretty much got along. We made a pact at that moment. I said, why don't we make a pact right now that we're going to stay friends. We're not going to let drama come between us. We're going to keep open communication. And she made that pact, and me and her were able to like stay sane through the drama and like use each other to coordinate the chat so that we could manage to be in that environment and weather the drama. So it's good to have allies. My goal is always, because I grew up with so much drama, like I was just surrounded by it, and not like not this kind of drama, not bad drama, just dramatic things were always happening, and or other people's drama, friends' dramas, and so as an adult, I have a high tolerance for it, so when it's around me, it doesn't really bother me until it gets to a certain level. So I have much I'm able to be around it more than most people. So for that reason, it tends to cluster around me. But my preference is generally to avoid it. I don't go seek it out or stir it up or increase it in any way. I try to keep it at a certain level or diminish it. Unless every now and then I'll like it's like a guilty pleasure. Every now and then I'll indulge in some drama and let it go a little while just to see. Like we did with Combat and Mike the other day, which I thought was like not a disaster, but I thought I I thought I didn't think it accomplished anything, and I think it just kind of reopened the wound and left everybody where they were originally. But they told me how healing they found it, which I was surprising. So even when I let the drama escalate, it apparently did a good thing. So anyway, yeah, the racism stuff. I did some of the DEI stuff today, and now I'm going to do that article with the 7 different types of racism beyond the dictionary definition. In fact, the article is titled Defining Racism Beyond Its Dictionary Meaning, a System of Power, Privilege, and Oppression. And before that, I let's get the dictionary definition because and Jack's suspicion, and I do agree with him, is that we're fighting and arguing over racism but actually talking about different things. And when I look at some of these dictionary definitions, I realize that even some of the dictionary ones I don't agree with. So we probably really are talking about 2 different things and using the same word. Okay, the belief that race accounts for differences in human character or ability, and that a particular race is superior to others. So does it have to be both? I don't think in groups anyway. I don't think any one group is superior to others. I think individuals can be superior to others in certain areas or domains, but that's not anything unusual. That race accounts for differences in human character. Do they mean genetics? I don't know. I don't even know what they mean by race accounting for differences in human character. I guess I'm not racist. Number 2, discrimination or prejudice based on race. This is pretty much the definition I know, is when you treat somebody differently because of the color of their skin. And number 3, which I see this almost more on the left, the belief that each race has distinct and intrinsic attributes. Because in my field, I got a little document or something during COVID about describing all the different racial groups. It was put out by the some of the mental health people, and and I, now that I think about it, it was funded by this group that I don't remember the name of. And when I tried to Google the group and find out, I couldn't find anything. So it was this unknown, mysterious group that was contracted to put out this guide on how to work with the different races. So it said if your clients are Mexican, here's what you need to know about Mexican people and their background, and these are some things you need to remember when working with Mexican people. And then they're like, if you're working with black people, this to me that's more of a belief that each race has distinct and intrinsic attributes. Than that seems more racist by this definition than anything I've seen lately. And then I'm going to go to Cambridge um, and get some of theirs. Okay, policies, behaviors, rules, and then it says etc. that result in a continued unfair advantage to some people and unfair or harmful treatment of others based on race. We're going to have to break that down, but I have a feeling it'll be easier to do with this article. Number two, now this might be the kind that Jack's talking about, and maybe the one before that. Harmful or unfair. Really? Unfair is racism now? Harmful or unfair things that people say, so speech, do, which an act, that's what I say racism is, or think. So what I know as an act has now been expanded to speech and thought. So it's not just something you do now, it can also be something you think. I don't know how people know what I think unless I tell them. So unless I tell them, how do they know I'm racist? And say, based on the belief that their own race makes them more intelligent, good, moral than people of other races. I don't think that. In fact, I don't even know anybody that thinks that. Okay, and then the belief that some races are better than others or the unfair treatment of someone because of his or her race. That's what I know racism. The first one, better than others, I know is like supremacy, white supremacy, black supremacy, whatever. And the idea of treating someone unfairly because of their race, I know is like racism or discrimination. Okay, let's see this article. Liz, I cannot tell you how many times I have tried to tell that sounds cultural. That what they call race sounds. All of this sounds cultural to me. Even the class stuff, because wealthy people have completely different culture than working class or poor people. Even that, there's a big element of culture. Like so, having different cultures have to coexist is not anything new. If that's all they're talking about, but that's not how they frame it. Hey, Austin. Um. Oh, hang on. Okay, so this article, I'll put the link. Let me drop it in the description too. Oh, well, it was cultural, but it was tied to race. Like it was black people's culture. Oh, hang on, Mexican people's culture, and it wasn't just culture. It was stuff like trans people, LGBT people. Like it, so it wasn't just race, but it definitely had people divided into groups, and it had a narrative about if that person is in that group, this is what you need to know. And the first thing I thought is I've been doing this for years and I've never needed to know any of this to work with I've been working with people from different groups just fine without knowing any of this. And the second thing I thought is all it's going to take is one person like me that doesn't fit into those groups to throw your whole system off. The first black person that walks in that doesn't apply to is going to break the whole system. So the whole thing, it would seem performative and virtue signally than anything else. I'm doing my monologue first, and then I'm going to drop the link. So if you don't want to hear about racism, come back in about half an hour or so. All right. So this article, okay, it says racism refers to a variety of practices. So that's a practice, an act. I agree. Belief. We get the gray area there. Social relations, I don't even know what that means. Racism is a relation now between two people or between groups. And phenomena, well, that could be anything. If it's phenomena, it could be anything. That's why they, that's why we get stupid shit like light bulbs are racist or lettuce is racist or tennis shoes are like it literally anything could be racist if it refers to phenomena that work to reproduce a racial hierarchy and social structure that yields superiority, power, and privilege for some, and discrimination and oppression for others. Where is this Where is this racial hierarchy? I don't see it. It can take several forms, including, and then these are the different types of racism. Racism exists when ideas and assumptions about racial categories are used to justify and reproduce a racial hierarchy and racially structured society that unjustly limits access to resources, rights, and privileges on the basis of race. Okay, fine. Where are you saying this is happening? I don't know of anywhere this is happening. Racism also occurs when this kind of unjust social structure is produced. Oh, listen to this. We're all responsible by the failure to account for race and its historical and contemporary roles in society. So now, if we don't take race into account and the history behind every race, we are causing this racial hierarchy to continue that I don't even see yet. And now here's where it gets good. Contrary to a dictionary definition. So ignore the dictionary definition because this is going to contradict it. As defined based on social science research and theory is about much more than race-based prejudice. It exists with an imbalance of power and social status is generated by how we understand and act upon race. I have no idea what that means. I guess we'll find out. Racism takes 7 main forms, according to social science, whoever that is. Rarely does any one exist on its own. Instead, racism typically operates as a combination of at least 2 forms working together. So there's 7 types we got to look for, and in any one racist phenomenon, there's going to be at least 2 of those types. So the taxonomy of racism. Independently and together, these 7 forms, this is helpful actually, of racism work to reproduce racist ideas, which we're allowed to have in America. Last time we are allowed to have ideas. We're allowed to think freely. We're allowed to voice and speak those ideas and communicate them to others. Racist interaction, so your interaction with another person could be racist, and behavior. Racist practices and policies, and an overall racist social structure. So if any of those other things didn't cover it, they threw in there's just this overall racist social structure, like the sky. So there's nowhere to not turn and see racism, or not turn and not see racism. Here we go. Form number 1. Representational racism. And this is where the woke Disney, where there's not enough black people or there's not enough balance in, I don't see myself in these characters. And also the way people are depicted. So there's a historical tendency to cast people of color as criminals and as victims of crime rather than in other roles, or as background characters rather than as leads in film and television. That's the racism. And we're all responsible for that. Also common are racial caricatures, like mascots for the Cleveland Indians, Atlanta Braves, and Washington Redskins. That's the racism. So when I think of racism, I think of things like slavery, Jim Crow, segregation, lynchings, the KKK burning crosses on people's yards. But it turns out it's sports mascots. And we're all responsible for it, and it somehow upholds white supremacy. The power of representational racism are racism expressed in how racial groups are represented within popular culture is that it encapsulates a whole range of racist ideas that imply inferiority and often stupidity and untrustworthiness in images that circulate society and permeate our culture. While those not directly harmed by representation, like Aunt Jemima, by might not take it seriously, the presence of such images and our interaction with them on a near constant basis, near constant, helps to keep alive the racist ideas attached to them. So, like, if there's a racist character or a character that's perceived as racist, it can harm people. I'm not, someone's gonna have to explain this to me. These seem like really fragile people, and none of this does not seem like racism, what they're talking about. I saw, hang on. No, y'all not going to get away with this. I just remembered something. I'm looking up a date. Okay, 2018, and then there's also, hang on, I need to get another date. Come on, come on, come on. It looks like 2012, 2014, and 2018. Okay, these are the SNL, Saturday Night Live skits. One of them's called Liberal Lanyap Bayou Benny. It's a Cajun talk show, and they're making fun of the Cajun characters, and they all had my people down there talking through. And this is the white liberals that are preaching all this stuff to the rest of you are doing these skits. Make everything I'm reading here, they're doing to my people in their Saturday Night skit. And then there's another one called Main Justice, which is hilarious. There's two of them. Jamie Foxx is in one of them, and it's so bizarre. I don't even understand the concept. But after talking with Leggy, and Moose might even appreciate it, it's like the People's Court, but in Maine. But it's like all Louisiana themed, and they have alligators, and I think the joke is that people in Maine expect to go to court like it's this white Yankee environment, and the courtroom is Louisiana, but they act like it's normal, and they have a Cajun character that is hilarious. I forgot the actor's name, but that is one of the best depictions of a Cajun. Like, you could have just plucked him right out of my part of Louisiana. He acted that part so well. But he acted it in the way they described here. It was to make fun of Cajuns, how we talk, how we act, our ignorance, like country come to town ignorance. So I just want to point that out, that they're saying this one thing in this article, but then there's skits that they produce doing this exact same thing to people like me. All right. That was representational racism. Here's my favorite, ideological racism. It's worldviews, beliefs, and listen to this cute little way they phrased it. Common sense ways of thinking that are normal in a society or culture. So ideological racism is a kind of racism that colors and manifests in those things, huh? It colors and manifests in those things. What? Worldviews, beliefs, and common sense ideas that are rooted in racial stereotypes and biases. So this is like that the idea, the idea, racist ideas that they talked about. This is, I think, what they're trying to police with this DEI stuff. These implicit bias tools. They're trying to detect this ideological racism that they tell us that everybody has, especially white people. Historically, this form of racism supported and justified the building of European colonial empires and U.S. imperialism through the unjust acquisition of land, people, and resources around the world. Today, some common ideological forms of racism include the belief that black women are sexually promiscuous, that Latino women are fiery, are hot-tempered. They are. Like most Latino women I know are fiery or hot-tempered. They'll tell you that themselves. And that black men and boys are criminally oriented. That's the kind of stuff they're policing. So like if I was working with a Latino woman and I called her a fiery Latino, that would be racist. That do you see how different this form of racism is from mine? Even if she herself said, "Hey, I'm a fiery Latina." It works. Because this is the. Oh, this is the. This. Oh, good, good. This is the answer to the question I have been asking for years, and I've never been able to get. This form of racism has a negative impact on people of color as a whole because it works to deny them access to or success within education and the professional world and subjects them to heightened police surveillance, harassment, and violence. Wow. So this is the harm they're talking about. If I call a Latino woman fiery, I'm denying her access to education, the professional world. She's going to be under heightened police surveillance. She's going to get harassed and violence. I didn't realize that. Now that I know that calling her fiery is going to cause all this to happen, I didn't know that's the harm they were talking about. But I have finally discovered what all this harm is, and it does sound bad. It does sound bad. I need to know how calling her fiery is going to cause all of this. But if that's what they believe in their mind, I'm serious. If they think that if I say the wrong word around the wrong shade, that all this stuff is going to suddenly happen to that person, I can see why they're freaking out and want all this stuff. I just think their belief is delusional. That's my only critique of it. All right, let me take a quick little break. Yes, I did read Animal Form. Yeah, exactly. I have no idea what white is. Like, who's white? What is white? Because we can't jump. That's representational racism, don't you know? See, I identified a type already. It's not sensitive to any of the Latinos I know. Latinx. Yeah. Right, exactly. Because that's the one identity that all of this shit doesn't apply to. If you're white or male, it's not about, oh, having your voice. It's about shut up and let the other people have their voice. And how much harm your voice has caused up to now, since the beginning of human history up to now. Um, all right, to continue. Discursive racism. It's expressed linguistically in the discourse that we use to talk about the world. This is racial slurs and hate speech. So it's the racism that shows up in language. Words like ghetto, thug, or gangsta. Just as representational racism communicates racist ideas through images, discursive racism communicates them through actual words. So this is the language police. Like any word you use could potentially be racist. During COVID, when I was doing my Zooms, I had a friend who was black, and she was talking about how she was in the Toastmaster organization where they do speaking and public speaking and stuff. And she was telling me about like how much it had helped her with her public speaking and like um, recommending it to other people and telling us her journey through Toastmasters and all the like how much more confident she is in her speech. And I told her, I'm like, Well, yeah, you speak really well at work. Like whatever Toastmasters did for you, you speak very well. And then somebody immediately tried to jump down my throat about you don't ever tell a black person that they're eloquent or that they speak well, that that's a form of racism. And they tried to struggle session me and educate me, and I didn't fall for any of that bullshit. I said she just got through talking about specifically wanting to improve her speech. So I was giving her feedback on specifically what she was talking about. The color of her skin had nothing to do with it. I would have told that to anybody that was having a conversation about Toastmasters and their speech, and I would give my opinion on how well I thought their speech was. And in my mind, I was doing a good thing and complimenting and helping her. And la woke. So that's discursive racism. But or that's what could be considered discursive racism. So they're gonna comb through every little thing you say. In fact, I was at another training. This is not racism, but I had to walk out of the room. I don't know if it was me or someone sitting near me, but we were talking about weddings, and someone used the phrase bride and groom, and one of the trainers stopped the class to tell us that we should not use the word groom because what if somebody was sexually abused and they hear the word groom, it could trigger them. And I'm thinking that's ridiculous. Everybody knows what a bride and groom says. Everybody knows when you hear the word groom paired with bride, they're talking about a wedding couple. Like only an idiot would say, "Oh my God, I'm triggered because I heard someone talk about a wedding." It's not discursive racism, but it's discursive whatever that ism is. Hate crimes are the most extreme manifestation. Interactional racism. Oh wait, I'm sorry, I skipped around. Okay, interactional racism. I'm interested in this one. It takes interactional forms, which means it is expressed in how we interact with each other. Oh my God, this is the do you cross the sidewalk if you see a black person coming towards you? That's interactional racism. I think people have the right to cross the sidewalk for any damn reason they want. That's not even workplace related. And they don't have to explain or justify it to anybody. I cross the sidewalk all the time. Sometimes I just feel like being the only person on the sidewalk, and if I see any other person coming, I cross so I can have my solitude back. I don't have to explain why. If you're monitoring my behavior and then I have to explain to you why I crossed the sidewalk, you're the one with the problem, and more problems than just that. When a person of color is verbally or physically assaulted because of their race, this is interactional racism. When it's specifically because of their race. I wonder how often that happens now though in 2024 in the US. Like how many people because they see a random person with black skin, let's say, or Asian skin. And I know like during certain events like during COVID, Asian hate crimes went up, etc. But absent that, just day-to-day normal levels of racism. Are people still going around in 2024? And I honestly don't know. Like seeing a black person and saying, "Oh, let's go beat up that black person." That sounds like something out of a movie from the I don't even know 50s. Like way back, a movie from our parents or grandparents' generation. It sounds so cartoonish today. I'm not saying it's not happening. But the idea that like every white person is just waiting to do that if nobody's looking, I don't know. This narrative y'all have about white people. When a neighbor calls the police to report a break-in because they do not recognize their black neighbor, or when someone automatically assumes that a person of color is a low-level employee. Oh, like you're the help. I even get that sometimes. Or an assistant. Though they might be a manager, executive, owner. So what? That's not race. So what? So what if some Karen thinks that the black person is the sales associate, not the manager? So what? That's not a hate crime. Okay, institutional racism, I just want to briefly hit on because I've talked that one to death. Um, it's the policies and laws, and for the most part, to me, they've been corrected. Let's see. Stop and frisk, real estate, mortgage lenders, educational tracking policies that funnel children of color into remedial classes and trades. What? I'm curious about this. So what if it's just black people have lower scores, like, and that's why they get funneled along with all the other people of other skin colors with those same scores? They just happen to be a larger amount of people with lower scores. What if that's the case? What if it's educational and not racial? You think people are designing these tracking policies to specifically like filter out black people from higher society? That's ridiculous. Oh my God, that's so crazy. Institutional racism preserves and fuels the racial gaps in wealth, education, and social status, and serves to perpetuate, here it is, white supremacy and privilege. Structural racism is ongoing historical and long-term reproduction of the racialized. So do they think like the Civil War is going to happen at any second if we don't put like it's just we're just waiting to revert back to Civil War, but for these structures and interventions we put in place to keep it from happening, like we have not progressed and evolved beyond that, or we're just waiting to go back to Jim Crow? Is that the fear, really, that we're like one hair away from being back in the Civil War days? Weird. The displacement of people of color from neighborhoods that go through processes of gentrification and overwhelming burden of environmental pollution borne by people of color. Okay, I can tell you right now, having lived in these places, it's poor people. It's not like they're letting all the poor white people stay in these gentrified areas and only the black people are getting pushed out. All the people not of that economic status get displaced. And the same with the pollution stuff. They put it where the poor people are. And the rich people have the money to build far away from it too. And to lobby the local governments to keep the zoning and to where they can keep it away from them. Systemic racism, my God, they have institutional, structural, and systemic, and that's all three different types of racism. No wonder Jack and I are so confused. Many sociologists describe racism as systemic because the country was founded on racist beliefs that created racist, never mind that all different colors helped to create America. So the country was founded, the system is the country, is the Constitution, was founded on racist policies and practices. And because of that, it lives on through our founding documents, I guess. The entire system is racist. That's just, oh my God. This is what's in our state policy. Okay. It has influenced the development of social institutions, laws, policies, beliefs, media representations, behaviors, and interactions. So all the other types of racism you just named, among many other things. Oh, and other things. By this definition, the system itself is racist. So just like the people that think the government itself is thoroughly corrupt, the racist people think that this. Y'all should get together, actually, because y'all both think that the system is thoroughly corrupt and oppressing you, because you can't drive without a license or you're poor. Okay, racism in some. Sociologists observe a variety of styles within these seven different forms. Oh, so there's even subtypes. Some may be overtly racist, like the use of racial slurs or hate speech, or policies that intentionally discriminate against people on the basis of race. I would like to know where some of those are. Like explicitly discriminatory policies on race in 2024 America. If anybody has any, send them. Others may be covert, kept to oneself, hidden from public view until the Karens come along to spy them out. with their HR policy, HR tool interventions, whatever they call them. Obscured by, oh my God, listen to this. This is what keeps them hidden. Colorblind policies that purport to be race neutral. So if the policies pretend to not see race, that's secretly hiding racism. This is like almost more conspiracy brained than some of the lizard people level conspiracy theorists that come in here. This should be at the top of the conspiracy pyramid in that red danger zone, and instead it's in the state government. If it relies on stereotypical notions of race and reproduces a racially structured society, but you, okay, I'm confused, and somebody can come up and explain it. If the system was founded as racist, and for that reason it's thoroughly racist from top down from the beginning, then why does it need to be reproduced? The entire system is racist. It's permeated with racism to its very atom. So even if we never reproduce racism, it's still racist. So what is the it seems redundant to worry about the reproduction of it. All right, my brain's done. I gotta do a mental health break. I hope y'all appreciate the emotional labor I go through to bring y'all this. All right, I'm gonna go through comments and then I'm gonna get a link. Yeah, but that's data. That's data, and then people tell a story about that data, and that's what I challenge. Because the story gets ridiculous. Like the story gets so ridiculous that the United States itself was founded by racists. With the founding documents are racist policies designed to keep races down and white people on top. I just said it was in the article. And the article was obviously slanted toward racism from white people. But yes, I definitely know of. I don't even call it reverse racism. I just call it all racism. If it's coming from a black person because I'm white, it's still racism. All right, let's see. Yeah. And yes, this too. Liz, that probably won't hurt. Like whatever happens, like whatever environment you're in, if you're able to pull it off, I only scored a 12. Um, Being polite will probably get you a long way, wherever you are. See, this is it right here. He's deciding that I'm white. And he doesn't know the struggles that Cajuns have historically faced with this, where they kept reclassifying us. So now we're being classified again by the white people. Like we don't ever get to determine our own culture and ethnicity, even though we've been identified as a legitimate ethnicity by the federal government. We don't get to determine what that is. I'm trying. That's part of what this channel is trying to do, and I'm getting a lot of pushback and resistance even over that. Yes, exactly. He's doing it to me too. That is a microaggression. He's doing it to me too. Well, thank God for the Supremes. That's my one hope. Even if Kamala gets in and they don't stack the court, my one hope is we have the Supremes. They seem to be sane and rational right now, more or less. They had black people that fought in the Revolutionary War. What are you talking about? They were there from the start. Does it say that in any of the systems that founded America? Like that any of the documents that created whatever the system is, whatever documents laid the foundations for the system, like the Constitution, Declaration of Independence, whatever else. Do any of those have policies that say black people are not humans under the law that we have not corrected in 2024? No. I know what my ethnicity is. You don't get to tell me what my ethnicity is. You don't get to do that. And we will fight about it. Who are you to tell me what my ethnicity is? Do you tell a Jewish people a Jewish person they're white? They're not really Jewish, they're white? Fucking ignorant racist, basically. This is projection because these are the races. You can see where the racism is coming from, clearly. It's coming from the people designing the racist policies. You caught me. Oh god, you caught me. Do a expose video on me. No, many of them weren't forced, and even if they were forced, the fact that they fought in that war, even if they were forced, to me, gives them an equal stake in the damn country. That they were there fighting from the start. Maybe they were forced in 1776, but in 2024, that's just more of an indication that they were there from the start. And they helped to get this country. That's actually more justification for you. You can make the system unracist yourself by seeing that its founding was not racist and appreciating all the different races that did contribute to it and using that to justify there being a stakeholder in today's society. I bet every American would go for that. Every single one. So so because of that, every American has secret unconscious racism. You're deluded, dude. I don't want you anywhere near the levers of power ever. No, that's ethnicity. I think you're confusing ethnicity and race. So you're the racist. So every person with white skin is racist. Is that what you mean when you say white? That I have white skin? You're talking about my skin color? That sounds pretty racist to me, dude. Way more racist than anywhere my brain is able to go. Yeah, STO. Are we missing the obvious? Is he? Are we not stating the obvious? That is what he's saying, right? Yes, thank you. I agree with this too. Oh, because you can't. This. Let me translate this. Because he can't. That's what this means. Well, then go to some other country then that was founded more to your liking. I guess. I love what they created. I don't know anybody that's pretending it doesn't exist. We're not pretending that your type of racism doesn't exist. The burden is on you to prove that it does exist. You can't just make up some concept and then tell me I'm pretending it doesn't exist. You retarded fuck. Major ethnic religions. Oh, that's the Haiti, like the voodoo, the African and Afro Caribbean. See, this is what I'm talking about. These kind of crazy, delusional, kooky, conspiratard beliefs. Well, you know what, Corner? Show me the document. Show me the primary founding documents that are racist. Oh, I didn't put the link, did I? Hang on. There we go. All right, let's Let's see. Well, do your best. I feel like I'm getting more and more relevant every day. My numbers are going up. So if you're here to sabotage it, you're doing a pretty crappy job. Yeah, that's exactly what I say. It's divisive. And hey, I'm going to show y'all this again. I'm going to show this again because they categorize everybody into oppressor or oppressed depending on on which side of the power differential you fall. And real quick, let's review this again. 10 stages of genocide from Wikipedia. Look at stage number 1, classification. People are divided into them and us. The main preventative measure at this is to develop universalistic institutions that transcend divisions. That's what I'm fucking trying to do. They're trying to divide, and then it goes all the way down to the bad stuff. They're escalating this. I'm trying to do this, and I talked about that article. Here in King County, they had their DEI program. They were telling the firefighters this type of stuff, and they complained and fought back and challenged it, and they had to suspend the program. They have to go like retool it, revise it, so that it can work. Well, that's your own shallowness, Corner. I mean, some people choose to be shallow. That's fine with me. According to this article I just read, in fact, I could go back and pull it up. It said the founding, and it talked to. Let's get accurate. Oh, systemic. Here we go. That racism was built into the very foundation of our society, because it says the country was founded on racist beliefs that created racist policies and practices. So it was founded on beliefs. So they're saying the people who founded the country had a belief that white people were superior or black people shouldn't be part of America, whatever the belief is, I'm not clear. And they founded the country. So the Declaration, the Constitution, all of that, this belief was part, like they had Enlightenment ideas, they had ideas from the Greek philosophers and Athenian democracy. In addition to that, they had racist beliefs about black people, and that went into the creation of the system. So for that reason, it's baked in from the very beginning because of what was in the minds of the people who created the documents that created the system. And because of this, it's influenced the development of social institutions, laws, policies, beliefs, media representations, behaviors, and interactions. So every single thing today is downstream from the structures that emerged from these racist beliefs. Does anybody know Wesley Brown, Signal 66? I'm not sure who you are, Signal. So. Yeah, I don't know who you are. So we have trolls and porn bombers, so I have to be very careful. Um, Obvious. Are you saying it's going to be gone because it's going to like burn itself out, or it's going to be gone because it's going to be replaced with something like communism? Well, then you're misidentified. Your classification abilities are not very good because you're misidentifying. If you think that this, what I'm doing here, is that what you're describing, you're just not very good at pattern matching. Yeah, I like my skin color. I hope everybody likes their skin color. Do you like your skin color?
Who, me?
Yeah, it's yellow tonight. What's up with your filter?
No, I'm trying to do some new lighting.
Well, you look
I don't know.
greenish, pink, yellow.
It's not good. Hold on. Let me try
Well,
something
it's
else.
it it leaves you now. You're now you could play the Schrodinger's race card at least.
I mean, I don't. Now I look red. Hold up.
Guy in the back. If you tell me a little bit about yourself or what you're here for, I can determine whether to let you on. In the meantime, okay, now you look more white. Now you're pink. You look like you're sitting under a chicken lamp.
Yeah. Hold up. Do you ever? Oh, what's the topic?
Racism, pretend racism, invisible racism, superstitious racism, whatever you want to call it. There are 7 types we went through.
It's. I'll tell you what it is, man. It's white guilt is pernicious, and these stupid whites. We've done so well for ourselves, and we feel so bad for everyone else that we just hand over the reins to this great society. Look, that looks pretty cool, huh? What do you think? No,
Yeah, that looks white.
no, the lighting.
That's the best. Don't touch it. Don't. I'm serious. That's the best yet.
It's good, right?
Yeah.
Maybe this is too red though and pink.
Okay. Quit fussing in the mirror and let's do the conversation.
But this is my new setup, bro. I'm trying to
It looks
upgrade,
good.
right?
I love the curtain. Is that you just hung up some cloth? I should maybe consider something like that. I
No, it's
guess
that
not.
same
Now that you
curtain.
took it, I won't.
That's my window.
Very David
That's
Lynch. I
James.
like it.
I don't know who David Lynch is.
Yeah.
Whites are stupid, man. They're just so stupid. They have this white guilt, and I read the manifesto from that person. I don't want to get your stream
The
flagged, but
Unabomber.
no, the trans person who
Oh,
Christian
yeah,
school. It came out.
yeah.
It's out. 90 pages.
You read
And
the whole thing?
yes,
Yeah, definitely don't get my stream taken down,
check it
please.
on Rumble. I read it on Rumble, but
Okay.
some interesting takeaways. But one of them was they were complaining about they had white privilege or something, and it was like insane. Like that led to the shooting. I think like just always getting down on whitey that we have white privilege and this and that and blah blah
Well,
blah. Then Google it.
that's what Washington State. They put the state government here put out an official document saying we have white supremacy, white dominant culture, and white privilege.
I mean, people. Listen, here we go. Let's just say the truth, right? No matter where white people go, non-whites will do anything to live next to them and complain about them. That's a fact.
What do we do?
Like
I mean, we're
look at Sweden. Look at Russia. People are just dying to get in there. Like really. And they just want to complain about how horrible. It's like, why, if we're so horrible, why do you keep following us? Just leave us alone.
well, don't they all want to come here? Why does like everybody else in the world want to come to this white supremacist country
No,
that
but just look,
oppresses everybody?
no, but bro, just look at America. Look at the suburbs. You know, white flight's a thing. White people get
Oh,
robbed,
they've
beat
been
up,
having that
mugged
since before I
all
was
the time.
born. But is it white flight or is it crime flight?
Whites leave because of the crime. That's why we left DC.
Because you didn't want to live around vandalism and broken windows and bottles being smashed in the middle of the night, and people hollering and screaming and that type of stuff.
Well, that sucks, but really, it's the robbing part and getting, that's and killed. That's the thing we really try
Oh,
to avoid, right?
that would be a reason to fly.
Other people fighting is one thing. It's unpleasant. It's nasty. But when it really comes home, when they attack you, that's a problem, right? And it's so white people are like scared.
So
They
it's
leave.
racist to flee
They,
from crime.
well, they
You're,
say
you're
it
supposed to
is.
stay and get
They say
shot.
it is. But when you stay and make something better, then you're gentrifying. It's like you just
Right.
can't win.
Right. So
And no
it's
matter
like
where you go, they always follow and then complain about you.
the
It's
only solution is not to play the game.
bro, we need our own little like ethno state, just like there's just God's chosen
I
people.
don't know if white like how would we determine who gets let in? 23 and Me,
Brown paper bag test.
or we could just ask M. Cormier Gaming because he seems to be able to identify who's white. He's telling everybody what race they are.
I mean, do you know the paper bag test?
Yeah, I wouldn't pass it. Neither would you.
What are you talking about? You don't know what the fuck it is then.
I thought it was the shade of the paper bag.
Yeah, it's brown.
I wouldn't pass.
What are you talking about? You're white. You're white as fuck. You're whiter than me.
I know.
That's a pass.
Oh, it's if you're on the other side of it, then so yeah, we would both pass.
White people didn't invent that. Black people invented it for themselves. Sororities,
But I
fraternities.
don't think the paper bag test is even going to be sufficient anymore.
Well, we need like a plastic bag test, like the white one.
I think 23andMe would solve all of this. I think if the woke spent all their resources on giving everybody free 23andMe test instead, we could all see like who actually is white and what percentage.
Let's do it. Eugenics, bring it
If
back.
that's the problem, if whiteness is the problem, we can genetically detect it now, and so we'll know exactly
How evil
what.
you are.
Right, right. We'll have the oppression pyramid scientifically determined right there.
Yeah, man. It's all a bunch of shit. It's all a bunch of shit. It's just and the thing that the thing that bothers me the most is white people come up with this and white people do this against themselves. We're the only race that has this white guilt.
I'm not white, so I don't have all this. I'm
You say this
oppressed.
all the time, but you
We're
definitely are.
oppressed.
So I don't know
No, I'm
what
not. I didn't grow up white at all. We're very historically oppressed people. So
who
I don't have the white
gays?
guilt, and I don't have Catholic guilt anymore either. I left all that.
Are you transracial?
Probably, yeah.
What do you identify as? A black
I'm
lesbian?
I'm Cajun American with AAVE roots, African American roots.
I hope you're not serious, bro. It's
No,
like
I'm
stupid
serious.
thing.
Yes, I'm completely serious.
I'm supposed. So you're like Talcum X.
Yeah, I guess I'm like Steve Martin on The Jerk.
I don't even know what's. I mean, you're like Rachel Dolezal-ing me. It's
Yes, yes, that
sick.
yes, that yes. Well, you're getting warmer. Yes. In fact,
Okay.
when I taught school, my class told me, they said, "You the blackest white person we ever met." They said, "You tight," and that was the highest compliment.
Yeah, you're stupid. Have some pride in yourself. You just said the blackest
I
white.
am.
That means you're white.
I'm proud of my white blackness,
No, listen.
my blackness,
You're
my
disgusting.
whackness.
You're the reason there's this problem because you crave the approval of the blacks.
I don't need their
Because
approval.
you just
I
did.
have that. That's just like in my pores. I have that lifelong.
This is listen. This is why
That's
I
my
can't stand
people.
you,
We
Jeff.
tight.
This is another example of you not being accountable to yourself. You crave approval of the blacks. Your proudest moment was when the blacks were like, "Oh, you're the blackest white
No,
man I've
see,
ever
I
seen." You're like,
speaking of, I
"Oh,"
forgot all
can I
about
talk?
Kendra G. Like I'd be on Kendra G right now if I craved the approval of black people, and I forgot all about her. So I can't crave it that much.
You just, you should. God, you're just so unaccountable towards yourself. You're so good
Oh,
at
and did you
everything
hear,
except being
dude?
accountable
Did
to
you
yourself.
hear? White people in Australia can kill kangaroo. They do it all the time. They had two Australians on here talking about it and saying that they don't know where you got that from.
I got it from your guest, who I'm supposed to
Oh,
look
that
past.
guy. Okay,
The
well
one I
they
was trying to
said
cuss out, and
they
you kicked
they,
me off for me trying to find the truth in that
they
asshole.
said that's
You know how
not
stupid you
true.
are now?
That
You know how
was my
stupid you
shadow.
are? You shouldn't have kicked me off. Dumb. What the fuck? Right? Why
They
would you kick
said
me
it's
off?
not. They said it's not true. So you have
So
to. You're
what?
left with the whale thing.
Well, that guy was a stupid shit anyways.
I liked him.
Self-hating,
Taff?
self-hating white from some stupid
No, he
island.
was cool.
Madeira? What dumbass island was he from?
Well,
What island was he from?
Malta.
Malta. Oh, you don't know what Malta is? Yeah, I don't. So fuck off. The Maltese cross, Maltese falcon. Sit here talking about how it's a
Maltese
beautiful
dog.
island
Isn't that a dog?
and you like
Maltese.
smoking weed. Go smoke weed, stoner. Dumbass. He's such a dick. Anyways, is it legal to hunt kangaroo in Australia? Let's ask Google. Kangaroos are protected species under Australian law, and to kill, buy, sell, or possess kangaroos is an offense. Okay, well then who's
Well,
right?
that's not what they were
maybe the
saying
dumb
today.
one
They
was right.
said they were pests and people kill them all the time.
Shooters
And
are
in fact, they have to control the kangaroo population. So they have all these like programs of support to help people kill kangaroos.
shooters are provided with license to kill kangaroos. However, this is limited by species, number, and location. There are two types of shooter licenses, one being commercial and the other non-commercial. Oh, okay. Well, maybe the dumb was right. I don't know.
an
But
aboriginal and non-aboriginal license.
so let's just get back to my normal problem is the fact that when Eskimos kill whales, everyone's like, how stunning, how brave. When whites kill whales, oh, it's brutal, it's bad, it's blah, 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 blah. It's the same shit. Fucking whites eat whales too.
How is that your problem? How is that a problem for you?
Because it's racist to not let or have a
That's
problem with whites.
representational racism. It affects how white people are perceived, and that affects you indirectly because it carries over to you because you have white skin because the paper bag.
Yes. So there you go. Tied it all together. This episode is really about hunting whales.
But I do think you could fight it a little closer to home. Like the Faroe Islands is probably a far place to go to fight it
Yeah,
when
no, fine, fine. No,
there's
I'm
so much
mad.
more of it here in America that if you really want to be effective.
Yeah, I want to cultivate peyote, hallucinogens. I want to have eagle feathers, but they won't let me.
You can have eagle. Oh, you can't have eagle.
You
feathers.
can't.
Can you have fake eagle feathers? It would give you the sensation of having. You could all you have to do is fool your brain.
The
It doesn't
same
have.
fucking rights as those goddamn Indians have. Isn't this whole show about racism?
You probably have native in you.
No, I don't.
You know that for sure. You seem like you.
Well, this is not the point, right? The point is
I'm trying to help you get the peyote, dude.
No. It's racist to not let me have peyote. That's the problem. If I really want a peyote, I could probably find it, right? But I want to legally possess, just like those fucking Indians.
Well, you could in Oregon until recently.
Okay, well, listen, again, we're talking about racism. I'm showing you American examples. I'm showing you international examples, right?
Right. Do you have any do you have any more examples that would be relevant to our viewers?
Okay, sure. Why is it that everyone wants black women to run and own businesses? Like who? Like why?
If I don't know. That never comes up. But that's the first time I heard it. In fact,
dude, they're giving out these loans to these minority women, people of color, like crazy. What are you talking about?
Oh yeah, they have that here in Washington. They have a whole department of minority business on, and I qualify for some of it because of my minority stuff.
What minority?
I'm gay. I'm autistic. I'm an ethnic minority, and the one good thing Biden maybe possibly did with an equity thing is he created a category of rural people, like country people. And in Washington State, I'm not rural, but I come from a rural culture. So there's all kind of little minority things I can use. And I'm male. That's technically a minority here, but they don't treat it as one.
Dude, you're not. What side are you on, bro? It's like, oh, I want equal rights for everyone, except for if I can get extra equal rights, then I want it. Then, bro,
no, I haven't used it. I said I qualify for it, but I haven't used any of it. I'm not interested in any of that. I do my business fine by myself. I don't need the state.
You just I don't know if you're purposely acting like you don't know what I'm saying, or you're just it's so frustrating.
About the Faroe Islands, I'm trying to bring it closer to home.
No, I'm talking about these. Do you think that these loans for non-straight white males are a good thing?
Like funding specifically based on demographic. I think private individuals can do whatever they want with the money. They can set up scholarships and funds for gay people, brown people, whatever type of people they want. Freemasons, Amish, whatever.
Okay, what about government? What about government?
No, the government grants. Yeah, I see what you're saying. Where are the grants for the white men?
None. It's not. Of course not.
Yeah, I think that's discriminatory.
But
the thinking behind it is white men already are like further up the monopoly board. But that's racist to assume that of because what if I'm a white man that's not? I would benefit from a grant just as much as all these other people.
Yes.
But in their mind, they're helping the people that, because they think in group, they don't think in individual. And so they're helping the people that group-wise aren't as far along as white people, so they're giving them a
Listen,
boost to
listen, please,
catch up
please,
to the white
please, please.
people.
I know the reason. God, you like that
Well,
other
our
guy from the
viewers
stupid
might not
island.
know, and since this is my show, I'm going to do what's good for my panel and my show and get the points I want to get out. You're not going to come and hijack my show and try to tell me how to run it like it's yours. So just cool off back there. Let's see, why does Jeff know the thinking of the white man? I don't. Other than I keep being treated by one, so I could like reverse engineer the psychology. Okay, and that's it. Like my patience is, you've thinned it out, so you're walking on eggshells right now. You were saying, sir, this is my guilt for you. That's the only
What
reason
guilt?
you here is guilt.
Well, why? Guilt for what?
Because I feel like I owe you some kind of reparation for the harm and damage I caused to you over the name thing. That was discursive ism. It wasn't racism, but it was some kind of ism toward you. And I apologize. And I feel guilty. And for that, you get a little bit of power you could exploit.
Honestly, I feel like it was an honest mistake. So you don't have to feel guilty. So if you want to kick me off, kick me
The
off.
mid-bro thing?
Yeah,
But
I
it
think
was so it was persistent, though.
I think it was an honest mistake, honestly.
It really was. I mean, I don't consider it a mistake, but it's your name, so you get to determine that.
Well, did you do it on purpose or not? I
No.
thought you didn't. Okay,
That's
so
just
then
the name that came into my brain when I looked
yeah,
at your name.
yeah. You
I
look at
wasn't
me
going to
and you
say the
think
whole
mid.
thing, so I picked what made sense.
Yeah, yeah, I know. So
So,
yeah, I get it.
so
So
we're reset, like we
so now
fresh
you don't owe
start.
me anything. So now I guess I'm like negative now. So you can kick me
No,
off.
I was
Dickhead.
gonna like. Do you think we're at fresh, like just a fresh, clean slate, fresh start until the
Not
pattern
really,
starts again?
because you never hold yourself accountable, and then you get mad
Well,
when I call you
this
out.
is not a fresh start. Then, if you're gonna carry all that baggage into the future, it's not a fresh start.
You want to go fresh? Okay, we'll go fresh.
Okay.
Shake on it. Perfect. Okay. Fresh start,
Okay.
everybody. Hey, Jeff, how's it going?
How's it going? How was your day? Are you at your house or at your ladies?
Yeah, I'm at my house.
What'd you eat tonight?
Fucking T-bone, man. $6.99 a pound at Giant.
And you
Bro,
cooked it?
awesome. Hell yeah, in a pan.
Oh
It's
my
great.
goodness. That's another thing I have to bow to your superiority over your ability to put a meal together.
Dude, it's simple, man. You just put salt and pepper on it and put it in
People
the pan.
say that.
It
People
really
say
well.
that.
I was a professional. I cooked for professionally, so yeah. I
Oh,
know.
that's right. I forgot.
It's probably easier for me
Do you cook for your lady?
all the time. All the time. That's how I lock them in. But I like cooking. Yeah, it's. I prefer to do the cooking, quite frankly. I guess that's another one of my feminine roles that I embrace, but that's just the facts, man. I know how to cook.
No, you're a good trad husband. That's a good trad husband quality.
Is it?
Yeah, I think so.
No, I like it. I like it, and that's what's up. But tonight I cooked for myself with that T-bone, man. $6.99 a pound. Bro, it's so good. It's so good. It's a good deal, man. Giant. Do I have a brother that's single? No, I don't. I got a brother though. He ain't single. He's like me, but younger.
Wow.
Fatter.
That's high praise, I guess. Maybe. What if? Yeah. So what? Are you curious at all beyond that? What if they're doing more of the crime?
They are. It's a fact. Everyone knows it, but no one wants to say it. I'll say it. They commit more crimes. It's a fact. I live out here.
But he doesn't. That's not a hypothesis he entertains. He sees these 50%. He looks 30%. He sees the scale and it's not balanced, so he assumes racism. He doesn't think maybe there's a reason this side of the scale is piled higher.
That's why. Yeah, I mean it's pathetic.
See, he can't wrap his mind around a group that makes up only 13% of the population might do more of the crime. Like all people in his mind have equal potential to do crime.
You should be
Which is
embarrassed
kind of
by it.
true, but then there's cultural factors that could change that.
But listen, if we're really interested in equality, right? Like we're not, because if we were, we'd have like affirmative action in the NBA, right?
Well, come up here and educate us then. That sounds useful. The criminal justice background.
It's just another libtard,
Yeah, but
whitey
that's different than
or a
whether
black
there's
whatever.
bias or not is separate from do black people commit more of the crime in this 50%? Like, is that the reason, or at least part of the reason why that number might be higher? The racial bias thing is nothing to do with that part.
Yeah, I mean,
So
don't speak. If you
I
speak too much truth, the channel's going to get taken down. Yeah,
go
they
back
commit
and
more crimes.
get your criminal justice teacher to clarify all that for you.
That's the problem too. And they're like, "Oh, look, let's be soft on them. Let's give them second, third, fourth, fifth chances." Then they're never held accountable, and they just keep committing crimes instead of dropping the hammer. Bring back the Biden crime bill, Jeff. If we were really interested, listen to me, Jeff. If we were really interested in equal rights and all this stuff, we would have affirmative action in the NBA because it's like all black, and it's only 13%. So how do you figure that?
Why? What do you think? Why don't we have it? You think the NBA is racist toward whites? Or I thought it was all owned by white people.
I'm talking about the players, sir.
But the players don't get to decide. They're just it's the white people that own the players. They own everything. So why are the white people not letting other white people come and play with their black players?
Because they're not as good. No
But
one's holding anyone
well, what
back.
about the white guilt? Do they not have white guilt? The owners. Or are they doing this out of white guilt?
No, they're the best. It's total meritocracy in the NBA.
Well, why are they? I don't understand the disparity though. Like, is it because the owners have white guilt, so they're deciding we're gonna feature the black player, like we're gonna give them their moment in the spotlight, and we're not gonna bring in white people for them to unfairly compete with, or do they have white guilt, and that's why they're keeping the white people out?
No, you
Because
totally don't
they
understand. You're getting this 100% wrong.
Well, I've been reading all these articles, and my head's all jumbled now over it. I
Okay,
know that guilt has something to do with it.
no, it doesn't. Listen, the NBA is that game called basketball, right? Where they throw
I
the
know it.
ball and
I
then
know. Hey, you see, you're the one messing up our fresh start.
I'm not messing up. I just feel like you're confused. So I'm just really breaking it down. You're just taking it wrong.
By explaining basketball to me,
Well, maybe you didn't know what NBA was. I was trying to explain it.
I did. Well, we were talking about players and owners and
I'm
stuff.
not
So
talking
did
about
that
owners.
not indicate that I knew what the NBA was?
I didn't do what I just did with malice. I promise you.
Okay, I know, but just don't
Okay.
come at me about accountability anymore if you're not gonna take it here. But we can move on. I'm just pointing out that
I didn't do anything wrong.
I
I
knew it
just
wouldn't take long for the pattern to start. I mean, I was only giving it seconds, so I could have
you're the
set an
one
egg
that's you're
timer.
the one that's uptight. I was just trying to make sure you understood what I was saying. We're talking about basketball, okay?
Hmm.
And what I'm trying to say is it's easy to say the reason that the basketball NBA is full of black people, right? When it's only like 13%, is because they're better. They're better, right?
That's
They're
the
better.
only reason that there's not more white people.
Yes. Well, do you think there's another reason?
Guilt and racism. Reverse white guilt, reverse white guilt.
I don't know what you. I'm just so confused. I don't know why.
Well,
This is,
that's why. That's
I
why
don't
you
know
need a
why this isn't
PhD in
thinking.
this. That's why they have experts. That's why it's a $1 billion industry. They have people that make six figures that can help you understand this.
You're missing the whole point, and I don't. This is so simple. I don't know why you're messing this up.
You think that black people just play basketball better than white people, and that's the only
Yeah.
reason.
Yes.
Well, Angel agrees. That seems racist to me.
But it's true.
It's. I'm skeptical.
If
I
it's
want
true,
to. I'm not convinced. I think there's some racism going somewhere up in there.
really?
Yes, we need to get the Karen Patrol,
You think there's a
the
bunch
little
of
racist detectors. There's got to be if the basketball team is owned by white people, why would they not want more white people in their team? Are they just is it like are they saving white people from that kind of work? Is it just work that's beneath white people? We'll just let the black people run around the court and dribble the ball. What is the motive for not bringing in more white people if they have the opportunity, if they're the owners?
Jeff, I don't know why this is so hard for you. Because they want to win, so they get the
Because they
best
wouldn't be as
players.
good. But how
Yes,
do they know if they don't let them play? Like bring them in and let them play.
they do. They come up through high school, college, and then NBA. They do. What do you, bro? This
Are
is
the coaches black? Like most of the high school, our high school coach was black. She was a lesbian. I don't know if she was lesbian, but she was definitely black. So maybe it's the black high school and junior high coaches where the racism's happening.
it's not.
It's got to be happening somewhere.
It's not. They're just better.
No, it's
Why is this a thing? Look,
because
look at the 100 meter.
everything's racist. The whole system's racist. It's got to be. There's 7 different types, and there's always at least 2 active. So there's at least 2 types going on in this scenario, if not more. I think representational is one of them because you have to have the equal proportion of all the people. And why is it just whites? Are there Asians? Are there trans? Are there gays? Is it only black people playing basketball? We
I don't
can
know
do
why this
another.
is
You
so.
want to go back to Wales?
I don't know why this is so hard for you. Just this is so
It
simple.
just is. Maybe it's the autism. I don't
Just
understand
look at the
racism.
Olympics. Look at the 100 meter dash. Who wins that every single time?
The trans. The black trans. Venus and Serena Williams. Oops. Well, that was our. Oh, I didn't even turn my banner on, and he showed up anyway. Okay. All right. Well, it's still open panel. Somebody else can come up and continue or start with another topic. Well, that's what he was trying to say, but it just seems racist to me to have all of one color of people on something. I just don't believe that there's not some kind of racism in there somewhere. All right, well, let's see. Are they finding the best? Well, I think that's a good thing. What, rich people are lazy and weak. I don't want to be like that. Yeah, that's a good question, huh? It probably is. I just assume yes. If the question is something racist, I just assume yes. It is. Everything is. Of course it's racist. So it's not just racism. White people as a group, well, I'm certainly not in that group that if when you call me white, you thought I was in that group, you got it way wrong. Way wrong. I'm tell you know how I'm not white? Because I moved to Washington State, and this is the first time in my life I've been around actual white people, and I have never fit in less anywhere in my life than up here. I know plenty of brown people that are wealthier than I am. Plenty of them. So this is just factually untrue. I am a poor white person, and there are brown people richer than I am. Uh, yeah, I did. It was that article. I could put the link again. There you go. State. That's what I'm trying to figure out. Who's white? How do you know who's white? I don't know. I suggested the 23andMe so that we could get a more accurate like read on who was right. I mean, who was white. What would empirical evidence for racism be? Because statistics and data is not either. That's inferential. So the empirical evidence for it would be to actually be able to observe, if not measure and quantify the quantify and measure the racism. So I'll even take observing. If you can show me the racism, that's what I ask people all the time. Show me the racism, and this is every time. This is what they show me: a chart with disparities. And then he's saying anecdotal evidence is not superior, but then he shows me this chart of thing and tells me that's the racism. Well, then go train the chart. Go do the DI trains on all the charts and leave us alone. To observe the racism they're talking about, I would have to be able to see see it in their brain, I have to see it in action. If it's in their head, I don't know that there's an empirical way to observe it other than if they communicate it to me, if they enact it in a very obvious way, and even that is a little bit inferential. So that's one of my criticisms of the whole thing is it does lack an empirical basis. Unconscious, implicit bias. What's the empirical basis for that? Yeah, maybe something like that. Would it be radius? I guess if it's white supremacy, it would be radiant. 10 times. Okay, so is it the government's responsibility to make sure everybody has the same amount of wealth? All right. Let me see if I have anything else for you guys. Nope. Nothing on Twitter. House. Okay, so this is race. This is my fault. This is because of something in my brain. This happened. Because of some hidden racism in my brain, which has no empirical basis, which was the standard you yourself brought in. Because of that, all this happened to these people. Because these articles I'm reading do. They say that Washington State document says that every single person contributes to this, and it's all our responsibility to collectively do the work to change it. So they are the ones. I don't think it's my responsibility. The fact that those people have the wealth statistics, I'm not responsible for that one bit. I don't feel it. I never will feel responsible for that. So I'm not framing it as my personal responsibility at all. They are. Your people are. A country, an entire country, not individuals in the country, but an entire. Because you mean the like the founding father thing, the documents that it was founded from the beginning to be racist. Is there a non-racist country? Like, are all countries racist? Or was America like the first racist, specifically racist country in history? I think you people are brain rotted. I really do. That's the nicest way I could think to say it. Okay, all right, all right, I win. I thought it was this unconscious something in our brain. Now it's something that didn't even exist until the British invented it? Come on, man. You trolling. You're playing a mind game. That's crazy. It's this unconscious thing deep in our brain that everybody has. No, it's this thing that was invented by the British. Hey, Vinny, you know what? That's thank you. I needed that. That is the best thing to happen in the last. I'll leave him out of it. Thank you though, Vinny. Appreciate it. Thank you a lot. Um, there's a strong anti-intellectual strain in America. There's America does not value curiosity and knowledge. I think like other places. Some of that's just that stubborn American cussedness. Yeah, but the claim, Angel, is that all of that, whatever they believed or considered, or all of that, that in addition to all the Enlightenment ideals that our country was founded on, first time in history, um, these racist beliefs and ideas somehow made their way into the policies, like the Constitution, the Declaration, all of that, and because of that, the entire everything about the United States from that point forward is corrupted by racism. These are Puritans. Nothing's going to satisfy them ever, and I would want to know. I would want to show, like, so if Thomas Jefferson had a certain belief about black people that he wrote about in a letter or a journal, I would want to show, I would want to see the policy in the Declaration, which is not a policy, or Constitution or something like that, that directly traces to a specific belief. So far, they're just telling me a story. Like, the founding fathers were racist, they had racist beliefs, and hey, Philip, oh my God, are you serious? Wow. Okay. Ooh, thank you. Thank you very, very much. So um, when they see the Constitution, when they see the documents that create our country, because our country is the Constitution, that's our founding document. They see a document that was created by people they believe are racist. So it's a document that was written by racists. And for that reason, the country is racist. That's like if the KKK created a new country and everybody lived in it, but it was created by the KKK. So just that fact alone means the entire country and everything forward is contaminated by racism. They believe in this like supernatural racism that can be transmitted. I call it spooky whiteness at a distance. And it can be transmitted like telepathically or I don't know, mirror neurons or something, but it just permeates there. It's a miasma of racism. And everybody has to. It's kind of what sin and the devil were for Christians back then. Like, it was just in the air. They always had to be on guard against evil or the devil or succumbing to sin. This is the racism. It's always out there, invented by the British like a few centuries ago, but always out there. And you just have to always be on guard that you don't succumb to it like sin or evil, because everyone's vulnerable to it. It's just so bad of a thing, and it's happening constantly everywhere. Like, white people are ready to like harm black people at any second. I would love it, honestly. That sounds so relaxing to me right now. Especially the selling popsicles. That would be fun. Yes, because this ideology, they expand racism beyond the dictionary definition. That whole article was about 7 types of racism not covered in the dictionary. And so 7 made up definitions of racism. And that one of it was systemic racism. And one thing that can be racist, really anything can be racist. It's beliefs, acts, behaviors, thoughts, and phenomena which is anything. Um, because beliefs are one of the things that can be racist or indicate racism, and because some of the founding fathers had beliefs which were completely normal at the time, but today would appear to be racist, and because they created the Constitution, that document has racism in it, and therefore our entire system is racist. If I understand the theory. Well, that's Damien. Today I went over an official document from the state of Washington where I live. That it sets the workplace policy for every employee in the entire state that's employed by the state. That declared it phrased it as undeniable reality, the undeniable reality of white supremacy, white dominant culture, privilege. These were all in this document. So the official state government of Washington State believes this. That's what my whole project with tracing this stuff is trying to show how what is an ideology is making its way into policy. And they have these trainings that are required by the state, 4 of them. Every employee, the janitor at the school, the person that picks up the garbage, everybody employed by the state has to take them. And it's all about systemic racism, implicit bias, all that stuff. Tomorrow I'm going to go over an interview with the guy who designed the training. Yeah, like a lot of the black people in my generation feel the same. I think it's generational more than racial or anything else. I think all the political stuff of today is generational because they're the generation that grew up with with the internet, B with the new academy, because the colleges of today are not the colleges of my day. Mine were great books based. They don't even teach the Western canon anymore. It's all dead white men. So the entire cultural backbone of the college has been eroded, and they grew up with social media, like all of it coming from social media. So I don't know what the psychology of being a young person is today, but if all of that is coming at you at a young age and presented as normal, all right, let's see. Oh, it's not even the sins of the past. The sins of the past can happen at any second because the racism is still in us. The sins of the past were only a reflection of the racism that is in us. We haven't progressed or improved. It's still there. I've gone to Yakima. I've done some hiking, like around the gorge area. That area, I loved it. I liked Yakima a lot. I've been to what is it? Mount Hood, Mount Adams, the second largest. Um, that's probably as far as I've gone. I've gone to Yakima a few times. I'm saying that there's that black people have a conspiracy that white people did all this. Like so, I'm kind of saying the opposite. I think is that it's the black people that are thinking there's a conspiracy that's not there. Oh my God, Dominus, thank you. Um, wow, are you new? Thank you very much. Here, let's get some going. Wow, everything everything helps. So this is all new to me, so thank you very much. Oh, oh. All right, let's oh, hang on one sec. Uh, what is MC? Oh yeah, Angel, good to see. Oh, are you talking about M Corner? No, I'm not saying they're conspiring. In fact, I don't know how much of this came from black people and how much of this came from white academics. Uh, Probably a combination of both. I know Kimberly Crenshaw, who pioneered intersectionality, and Daryl, somebody, were working way before that. They were black. So I don't think it came from any particular color. I think it's an ideology that came from several sources. But so I'm not attributing to one particular race, and I'm not even saying all of first of all, I don't think it's conspiracy theory because I'm showing that it's actually happening in real life. I call it the conspiracy theory that's turning out to be true. Um, but I'm not saying it's a conspiracy, but it definitely looks like a coordinated effort to re-engineer some of the policies. I mean, Biden. I did a whole stream on it. Biden put out a whole DEI order, his equity order. I broke it. I didn't break all of it down because I had to stop after a while, but it's part of what kind of set the context for all this other DEI stuff that happened since then. None of this. Someone asked me earlier today how this affects my life. Like they're like, well, if it doesn't affect you personally, why are you even worried about it? Um, I left the workforce in 2020, 3 days before lockdown, and then we did COVID and the lockdown. And during that time is when George Floyd and all that happened. Washington State created their Department of Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion, the first state to do so. Biden was elected and did the equity order. And so 4 years later, after having left the workforce before all of this, if I were to try to re-enter the workforce now, I would be facing the same thing those firefighters in King County faced that they had to suspend the trainings over because they were resisting and pushing back over some of these beliefs and this ideology and the way they were trying to portray these firefighters. So I would have the same barrier, and that barrier was not there before 2020. So now for me to re-enter the workforce and participate in the marketplace, my barrier is now greater because of this. So it does affect me personally because it makes it harder which is their whole argument, is that we're making it harder for minorities to enter the workforce. So they're engineering the workforce to make it harder for people like me to enter the workforce. It's not an expansion. It's a displacement of one group by another. It's an inversion. It's a power swap. Yeah, I don't think race is even going to be an issue in a few generations. I think this is really our last guest for humanity to get all its racial shit over with, because after a while, this conversation is not even going to make sense to most people. And I still think 23andMe. Oh Lord. Well, I went quite long today on my own. Um, I'm still willing to do a panel if there's anyone wants one. Let's see something. Let's see. Flow is streaming. TML streaming tonight. Oh, Hebrew's on. Hebrew Hammer. Um, oh wow! Damn. Yeah. All right. Um, Patience is not a bad thing if you have it, or if you could cultivate it. Um, I'm not sure what that matched up with, Angel. I already forgot. I'm sorry. Oh, you think no, that race is not gonna, unfortunately, not be an issue. But if we're all like, if our shade of color, if our hue is all starting to normalize into one, I don't think terms like white and black and all that are going to make sense after a while. I already feel that way. I don't know who's white. But being from Louisiana, and this was very common in Louisiana historically, because you had all different kind of cultures down there, and you had free people of color, you had Creoles. So it was very common to see people like me in New Orleans walking around or in Louisiana that were black. They had African American, at least one African American parent, and you would not be able to tell. So the racial issue down there in Louisiana was very complex. Well, until you fill out my census every year, I get to decide what I am. Yeah, there's a lot of white people like me that have native background. Like I'd say probably a good third, if not higher, of white people that I meet, just a random sampling of white people, are going to have some kind of native heritage. Oh, my great grandmother is Cherokee, or oh, I have we have Choctaw in our family, and then being Cajun, we have Micmac from when we were up in Nova Scotia. So it's very common to see completely white-looking people with blue eyes, blonde hair, everything with native heritage. I share a common ancestor with Beyonce. So like me and Beyonce are kinfolk, and would you know by looking at us? Yeah. There were people in Louisiana that are Indian, like especially there's some old people that look white. They look like old white people, but they're Indian. My friend's great grandmother was part Indian and part Cajun. She looked like an old white lady. She was half Indian. See, we're gonna need 23andMe after a while, up to a point. I mean, after a point. Um, I don't know what that means. All right. Well, I think if okay, let me further expand and revise, clarify my understanding of this systemic racism. Because is it not even beliefs anymore? Because they did say behavior could be racist. Is the belief that because Thomas Jefferson had sex with a slave and she was black, that the Constitution of the United States is racist? Is that the through line? Is that the racism? Yeah, people. In fact, I would say it's hard not to act with some kind of belief involved. Like, yeah, I think we act on beliefs all the time. But I also think we don't penalize people until they act on a belief. Like we don't. Is it what is it? Minority Report everywhere they try to pre-detect the crime. In America, at least, until I act on a belief, there's not shit you can do about that belief. And stop trying. 'Cause if you try to encroach, you're going to get the same reaction that you're getting from me and the firefighters. That's not an area that you belong in. No American of my generation is used to somebody poking around in our mind, in our consciousness, in our thoughts, and our beliefs. White men were at the top of the. Well, it keeps changing because I thought it was something invented by the British. I thought it was like in our brains, unconscious. I thought it was Thomas Jefferson of the slave. I thought it was beliefs. So now it's the cultural system that white men were at the top of the pyramid. So that's our constitution. It's about keeping white people at the top. Here, I bet this guy can shed some insight onto it.
How's
Welcome.
it going?
Oh, it's going. How are you?
Oh, same thing. About the same. It's going.
How's the night going?
So far it's been kind of wild, but
Oh,
we trucking.
what's going on in the rest of the panelverse?
Oh, just nonsense. People who, if I bring up an argument, they turn it to personal attacks because they don't have an argument.
Oh yeah, I
I
know.
just pushed back on a conspiracy theorist, and instead of them giving me an argument for their belief in this, uh, it was chaos.
Yeah,
But
or
actually, I
even
was
a
kind
source.
of I was listening just now, and I was thinking about what you said there about the beliefs, and uh, I was thinking, don't we have to like act in our beliefs? Like we would act in our beliefs, and in the sense of like if someone believed that they had to kill a bunch of people so that they could get to some promised land or something, right? Like they would act on that belief, right?
If they believed it strongly enough, it could be, yeah, a factor they would act on. If I believe somebody was breaking into my house right now, even if they weren't, I would take actions based on that belief.
Yeah. Like I think most of us like act within our belief system, right? Like we kind of have to.
Yeah, yeah. I think it. I think it would be very hard to separate act from belief in most instances,
Yeah, for
unless
sure.
people are just like spontaneously, randomly acting for no reason and don't know why. But I don't think that's the norm of acting. I think usually we act intentionally, and it's out of a belief.
Like what do you mean? So like you act intentionally but out of your belief?
Yeah, exactly what we're describing. Like the actions we take, there's a belief involved in them somehow.
Oh, yeah, yeah, yeah. Okay, yeah. I thought you were saying they were separate for a second, but yeah, no, yeah. Yeah, cuz like yeah, I can't think of a situation where you would like act out of your belief. And another thing with the minority report thing that you said there earlier, because like I agree, obviously you shouldn't get like in trouble for every one of your thoughts. But like if you expressed out loud that like say you expressed out loud that you wanted to end people's lives, or maybe say you expressed out loud that you wanted relationships with children as an adult, like don't you think these people something should be done about it, like even though they haven't acted on these actions yet?
Do we have existing laws that cover that? It seemed like we would. And I know it's different from state to state because I know Louisiana has weird laws about it's not a crime to threaten people. So in that state, it would not be a crime. It has to rise to a certain level before it can be investigated. So I know that it varies, but most of that stuff, that's not the norm. Like in the normal workplace, that's not what most people are doing.
Oh,
But
of
stuff
course.
like
Yeah, but
that,
I mean, like, if
I think there are mechanisms to investigate further to make sure that it's not a danger and needs to be taken seriously or not.
yeah, like you're saying, like if that is happening, that should be further
Yeah, there's a
investigated.
certain level of speech, and thought is separate from speech. People can think anything they want because nobody knows what they're thinking until they speak it. So
Right.
I'm content with the parameters that have been set by the court here in the United States. So that's my guide for speech. But even within that, there are certain forms of speech that rise to a level where it does trigger additional consequences. Like it might be investigated, you might be detained so they could ask you questions, etc.
Right.
But most of like the daily speech that I'm talking about it. It seems like this DEI stuff talking about is just the like kind of the workplace talk that would pass on an average day at work.
So, yeah, so like, okay, I get what you're saying.
But I agree with you about extreme speech and speech that portends harm or something beyond speech or further consequences beyond
Right, like
speech. That should
even
be
if
taken
if
seriously.
we were to somehow, like a brother went to visit his brother, have a beer with him, and he finds a diary in his room, and this brother's been writing in this diary about how much he wants to kill a bunch of people. Like this, we should probably do something with this guy before he actually does it, right? Even though
Yes,
he
and
never
there
actually spoke it out to nobody, and these were thoughts from his head that he put in a
yes.
book privately.
Yes. There
We
are
should,
mandatory reporting laws here in the United States that even if you're with a therapist or somebody like that and you say something that meets certain requirements, they're required by law to report it and inform this particular office that then investigates. So they have like even me with my clients, I'm under mandatory reporting. So if I hear any of that in my line of work, I'm required by law to report it.
right, right,
Threats
exactly.
to self, threats to others, there's a few
Right,
other
right.
requirements.
Right. So like yeah, so these are like smaller things that like or they're not smaller things, but these are the smaller areas, I guess, of where we would do something ahead of time.
Yeah. Yeah. And also like schools, school counselors, things like
Yeah,
that.
for sure. Yeah, okay. So we agree on that then.
I agree with all of that.
Yeah,
Well,
you said you were talking about the DEI stuff with like work and whatnot. So like what do you think about like do you agree that's needed?
no, I,
Okay.
I didn't even know what it was until 2020 during COVID and all the drugs. So I'm like, what is all this? Like, why do grown people suddenly need all this stuff? I've worked my whole life. It's never been an issue. Like nobody I know is doing this stuff. This came out of nowhere, and I had
Right.
no clue why or what it was for.
Right. This is why I say this is like an agenda to like fuck up the workplaces because like there's no reason you should have to hire someone because they're trans or because they're a woman or because they're Asian or because they're black or because they're white. Like you shouldn't have to hire anyone for any of these reasons. It's the stupidest shit I've ever seen in my life.
Yeah. They want the trans decisions, and I agree actually to be between the patient and the doctor, and the government shouldn't come in and interfere. But the business hiring decisions can't be between the business and the employees they want to hire. That's best for the business. The government has to come in and micromanage all of that.
Yeah, they have a term for that. That's called fascism.
Well, I call it authoritarianism, but then fascism is a form of that. So
Yeah.
Well, all I know is they need to. I think they should just take out the. I don't think there should be any requirements for who you have to hire
I
in
don't
your
think
business.
so either.
You should alone decide what the requirements are for your business. If you don't like people that wear red shoes, fuck it. You should be allowed to say no to people with red shoes. Like
I agree.
it makes no like I've never seen a justification for why we even have this.
Now, I don't think that applies to customer. I think you should have to serve customers with red shoes or customers that are black. But I think as far as hiring for your business, because those are business decisions, and you need to do what's best for your business, and only you know that.
Right. Well, I'd even say though, even to the part of serving people, right? If say a man say a black man owns a restaurant and some dude's coming in with a big Nazi tattoo on his face. That dude should be able to like get the fuck out of my restaurant, bro. You're not allowed to eat in here.
He
Go
could.
fuck
I've seen
yourself.
signs that say we
I
have the
think that
right
should
to
be
refuse
allowed.
service to anyone.
I
What
think
if he's like a Christian and a really nice guy that
with a
helps
Nazi tattoo on his face.
homeless kids or something?
Oh, did you
What?
free?
My
I think.
signal went out.
Oh, okay, okay. I
Mm.
was saying, remember, I said
Yeah,
he's
I
got
froze.
a swastika on his face, right? I don't think a good Christian man's gonna have a big
Yeah, but what if
swastika.
he's a nice guy? Like, what if that's from his past and he just hasn't got it removed, but he's really a nice, like a
Well, he
reformed
needs to get
Christian,
it
and he's doing
removed
all this
before
good for
he
the
eats in that
community?
man. He needs to get it
I mean,
removed
you could
before he
do
eats
it, but
that
you'd
man.
be prejudging it. I'd be like, hey, it's a customer. I need the money. Come on in, sir. Where can I get you?
Think about it. You can't even go into like a gas station corner store with no shirt on. Rightfully
Yeah.
so. If they don't want to let you in with no
They
shirt
had
on,
that even when I was growing up. I remember it
yeah.
just
So
normal.
like,
We didn't question it. We just took it as normal. No shoe, no shirt, no shoes, no service.
yeah, and like that's, I think that's fine. And like I get what you're saying. He could be a nice guy. I get what you're saying, but in general, most dudes with a big swastika on their face, it's
Oh,
probably you know
do I
He
think the
comes,
business owner should
he
have the
comes in with
right?
a white pointy hood. Should we let him eat? Like, no.
But what if that's like the only restaurant, like the only grocery store in the whole? Like it's a small town. It's the only grocery store.
Food
And where does
desert.
he?
It
It's a
sucks
food
to
desert.
suck
Only
sometimes.
because of only for the not
It
seeing.
sucks to suck sometimes,
Yeah.
Jeff. Sometimes
So,
I think to myself, if only, why can't I just be this smart still and go back to high school? Like,
yeah.
I wish I could, but it sucks to suck for me for that, okay?
Yeah. So my personal opinion is that these kind of service barriers, the spiritual service barriers, will probably all come out in the wash. We don't. If the business says, well, no blacks, well, the news is gonna get it out sooner rather than later. And other people say, well, we don't want to shop at a racist business, so
Yeah.
it's probably not a big deal.
Right,
Yeah, and
exactly.
that's. I don't think it's a
Perfect
because that
point.
happened with the Oberlin Bakery case. I
Things
don't
will
think it's.
balance itself out. Exactly. Things will balance itself out, right? Like they'll say, okay, well, we ain't eating at this restaurant anyways. And they'll go find, that gives opportunity for, a little racist restaurant to open down the street. You know what I'm saying? Where all the racists can go gather together so we all know where they're at and what they look like.
Exactly, so we can keep tabs on them. And I mean, how is that going to work with Uber Eats? This is going to be messy with Uber Eats now. You don't know who's actually getting the food.
Right? But hey, I do think when you own a business, you should have like full decision on it, you know? And this is why there's certain things that I would never think they should privatize. Like they should, like for instance, prisons being privatized, big mistake. That's something that's
They are where I
absolutely
come
no
from.
good.
They're privatized at least. I don't know how much of a mistake. But I do know that
I
the
think it's a
criminals
bad
prefer to
thing.
go to the state prisons. They do not want to go to the sheriff prisons.
Yeah, privatized prisons. You got to think that's how they make money is having
It is.
prisoners. So like,
It is. And they do prisoner swaps to like fill up the prisons. If one has too much, they like trade them to another prison.
yep.
It's an industry.
But yeah, I'm big against the DEI shit. I think it just makes no sense. It seems like it's just like another one of the woke bullshit movements.
Yeah,
Yeah,
and
that's what's
the,
in my
the
opinion.
the funny thing is that I can't even use it to protect myself. I mean, because if they want to get to a sign, they'll ignore it. So it doesn't really mean anything. It's pretty much just a make work project. It doesn't protect anyone for real.
It'll make work.
Yes.
Have you have you tried using it in certain situations?
Oh, absolutely. But at the time I voted for Trump, so it doesn't count.
Why wouldn't he take advantage of it, right?
Yeah, so it really doesn't give you any advantages. I mean, there's the right wing would say, "Oh, I can get free equipment because I'm black," and no, I had to shop.
What?
Like a
Free-
jump up server. They thought I could just get audio equipment for free just because I'm black because of that this right wing conspiracy about DEI and how it works, and it doesn't work that way.
Oh, the right wingers think you get free stuff for being black.
Yes.
Well, there might have been a certain thing they were talking about. I don't know what the situation they were talking about is.
Yeah. Well, I go to a liberal church. I go to Sunny Hill, the Unitarian Universal Church of South Hills, don't tell me about any special programs. And they tell me about programs I don't need because I have a job. So can't. Who cares about government health insurance? I work for a megacorp with very cheap insurance. It's irrelevant. So it works against me because people assume I have access to things I don't have access to. So I'm getting from both sides.
Yeah. I can see that. Although I think it's a lot. I get it a lot worse on the left. Yeah, the wonderful days of David Duke, where 2/3 of a state in the deep South voted to not have a racist governor, and that was 30-something years ago. So I'm sure it's gotten even less racist since then.
Well, yeah, it's no argument in general. Of course, America in total is going to be less racist now than it was back then. It's just that on the internet, it's always the pieces of shit that are the loudest, right?
Mm-hmm.
It's always the negative shit that gets the most attention. People all gather around the train wrecks.
Yeah, and they like to fight. It's more fun to fight and argue.
I mean, I like debating and certain topics and whatnot, but like just the pointless back and forth kind of stuff. I mean, roasting's fun every now and then, but just like constantly WWE style,
Yeah.
it's
So,
just like cool, dude.
Yeah, I had a debate against J.R. Busk on the Machine Lies on Sunday, and it was a really nice debate. Which I thought I won.
Hey, Hank was there earlier where I was, Jeff.
Yeah, I was. I mean, the Machine Lies couldn't keep his cartoon character friend Bunny Christ under control, and it's very annoying.
Oh, well, really?
Yeah, unfortunately, hopefully he'll do better tomorrow. But
He does pretty well on here usually.
Yeah, but
Until he spurgs out.
Yeah, but
that's everybody.
Yeah,
That's
including me.
Well on here until they spur out.
Yeah, including me. I've been kicked off before, but it's not a big deal.
Have
with
you?
the whole stuff. Yeah, I have, but it's not that common.
Yeah, I don't think it is because I normally don't have any reason to kick you off.
Yeah, but I don't spurg out over it because that's what you just have to do to control your panel.
That really is all it is. It's
but pretty much just let Bunny Christ get away with all kinds of personal attacks, and he doesn't take any responsibility. Plus,
have you seen a Machine Lies panel before?
Yeah,
that sounds exactly like.
Yeah, plus he's a conspiracy theorist, so he's always pointing fingers at everyone and everything, anyways. So it's not a good. You're not gonna be very responsible.
I went there at first though, and I asked a very easy question, and this is usually what gets to a lot of the conspiracy theorists is that because they go on these long, what I like to call Alex Jones rants, and they say absolutely nothing in a whole lot of words, and every time it's they do this and they want this, they're doing that, and they. So I simply just asked, who is they? And all hell broke loose.
Oh my God, I ask that all the time.
I couldn't get a simple answer.
I ask that 10 20 times a panel.
Yeah, and Jeff and I are supposed to be part of they, but we don't have any connections to they. So it just, what gives?
Yeah, I was they too when I went there. He's like, people like you, and I was like, oh.
Yeah. So
I'm part. I didn't even know I was part of they. I thought we were all friends.
You're saying this.
Illuminati, I guess, apparently.
So I'm still part of the they, even though.
Yeah, because you say you're saying this, you're part of the they, and you're supposed to be connected to all kinds of rich people, but you don't.
Does it look like how many rich people does it look like I'm connected to?
0. But you're saying this, so you must be part of they.
I'm going to visit Jay-Z tomorrow. What do you mean? Me and Jay-Z are gonna have some lunch. Later in the day, I'm gonna go meet up with Ronaldo. He's gonna take me out for a night out. gonna be a good time.
Oh, I love my days.
It's just ridiculous. And and to, and they expect us to prove we're not part of they by revealing our personal information, so their buddies can come and attack us and try to make us lose our jobs or something stupid like that.
Machine lies?
Well, I know it's not machine lies specifically, but this is just how conspiracy theorists roll.
Oh,
This is how not well. This is how conspiracy theorists roll. So,
Oh, he
I mean,
was enjoying the chaos that was going on. He said it. He said it himself, clear as day. He
Yeah.
enjoyed what was going on.
yeah, and the chaos is good sometimes, but I'm just tired of his little friend Bunny Christ being protected when he was stirring the shit.
Yeah,
So
yeah. He was saying that I started it when I clearly wasn't the one who started it. So I mean,
yes, for example, you're over here, no shit's being stirred. Who's not here? It's Scooby Doo mystery.
Scooby Doo mystery. That's true. We need Scooby Doo in the gang.
I think they've been active lately, it seems like.
Yeah, I'm used to trolls too, though. By now, it's definitely a recurring thing.
We were
They
talking
don't-
about racism, Chuck, but Easy and I decided that we mostly agree on, on all of it, and then Hank showed up, so now it's kind of just freeform. If you want to come up, feel free.
Yeah, I pretty much.
It's funny.
agree
I
on
was
the
talking
racism thing.
about something like this earlier too on my earlier live. I was talking about how I watched a clip of this guy. It's a white guy, and he's saying that he doesn't date black women. And he said, and then she's like, "Oh, so why you? There's a black woman there." And she's like, "What? You think I'm ugly?" And he's like, "No, you're conventionally a pretty woman. It's just, I'm not sexually attracted to black women. It's." He's like, "I've even tried it before, and I couldn't get into the relationship." And like, she just got real sour, acted like he was racist for it. And it's like, wait a minute, he's literally telling you a preference he has. How does that make him fucking racist? That doesn't make any sense.
It does.
Like-
It is racist.
Yeah,
That used to show up in the gay community a lot. Like if gay guys didn't want to sleep with black guys, they would try to paint it as racist. And now it shows up in the trans side. Like if a gay person does not want to sleep with a trans man who has a vagina, he is transphobic.
Oh yeah, that's what I brought up. I said this is the same argument as when they say like straight dudes that don't want to sleep with trans women. They're
That's
just being
transphobia. If you
transphobic.
don't want lady dick, you're
No,
transphobic.
no. It's just that straight dudes are attracted to vaginas. That's just how it
That's
goes.
right. That's transphobic. That's.
Like,
I'm
what the
serious.
fuck?
You laugh,
It's
but I'm
crazy.
serious.
so what's the punishment for being transphobic? Is it just
You get
name call?
canceled. For
Yeah.
now, you get canceled. It depends on who you elect. But right now, all they're doing is canceling and
Yeah.
keeping you out of the workforce.
Well,
Did you guys hear about the Chinese spy?
yes, I did hear about it. That the Chinese spy in New York, the multiple of the ones that were working in New York government for 10 years, selling influence.
And you know why that Chinese spy got in there? Because of DEI.
Yeah, I actually told Jack Telcock to just try to talk to.
We need diversity and inclusion, guys.
Yeah, so
And
what
then
would
what
it,
Like the
happened?
Chinese specifically looked for, hey, they're doing DEI hires. Let's get you in as an Asian man.
Well, it was an Asian woman, and
Oh,
for
I see.
sure,
I'm
why
misgendered, I'm
wouldn't they?
sorry.
Right? What an easy move. Oh, look, they favor people.
So,
that
well, then
are,
that can't be the only one.
Oh, that's
They're not
that's
going to
what
do
I'm
just
saying.
that one spy.
That's what I'm saying. Imagine how much more has gotten in all because of that shit.
yeah, and what would he do without
Asians
DEI?
normally
Know that
don't
the
need DEI.
Democrats are the ones
Yeah.
who push this stuff.
So
So
yeah, so if they didn't have DEI, they would be forced to just continue using their guess restaurants and massage parlors as fronts to get them data instead of getting it directly from the tap.
Yeah, I have a feeling they're gonna end up finding a lot more. And Trump, I think Trump's definitely has it now. Like it just, again, this is just showing the weakness that's happened within the government with this
Well,
failure of a leader they've had.
Trump's a failure too. I mean,
I think there's almost as many people scared of Trump as whatever it is they think Trump will
yeah. So
protect them
Yeah,
against.
I
I,
think they think Trump's gonna make it so he never has to leave, and he's gonna be president, and like
he,
it's
he's so
But
old
they're
that
gonna think negative anyway. That's just the.
yeah, they're
so
just gonna say this shit anyways,
If
so
it
right?
would be
those
that, it'd be something
They've been
else.
saying that Trump is like they've been comparing Trump to Hitler for how many years now, right? Like they just repeat it over and over and over. It's just it's
uh,
not even shocking at this point. Oh, someone called Trump
Yeah, that's
Hitler.
why I don't pay attention to all the political stuff. I
so
only really hear
I
about it if someone brings it up on a
you
stream.
just enjoying life,
so
eh, Jeff?
so
You still talk it.
the speakeasy. I have 3 of these.
Oh, I
Um,
need to get. I keep forgetting to get mine.
yes, I vote for him twice. But right now, I do think the comparison to Hitler's apt because of how he tried to steal that election with those fake delegates. Try to stay in office
Well, we don't know
after
because
losing.
the trial didn't happen yet, so we don't know
Yeah,
the
but this is the
details.
thing, right? This is the thing. He took loopholes in a system that he thought was a way to do it in a system that was stealing from him. Okay, he wasn't right to do it. I'm not justifying it and saying he was right to do it, but is it as bad as actually stealing a fucking election? Like, dude got the election stole from him. You know,
That's what he
like
believed.
I think there's
But
pretty compelling evidence.
well,
Well,
no,
yeah,
not any evidence that anybody else was able to find because all the investigations didn't turn up anything. P.F. Jung did a discussion today with Sitchin
I
Adam
still see
and
plenty
Rob
of people.
Noor on this very topic, and they made some very intelligent points, all of them. And so I put the link to that if y'all are
yes.
interested.
So I can see it from 2 ways. If you care for a fair fight, he was being unfair. And if you are going for might makes right,
Was he though?
if you're going for might makes right, he didn't have the might behind it because he lost. So if you look from those two perspectives, Trump still wasn't the right guy.
Yeah. I listen. I'm not again. I'm not saying he was right to do something like that. But if we're looking at the options here, I don't think the choice should be even hard to make, right?
Well, if Trump did his job, America would be great again already, right?
No, because look what happened while he was president.
He came there to make America great again, and he
Yeah,
didn't
but
accomplish the
yeah,
goal.
but also we face something like we never thought we would ever while he was president, right? Every country, not only Trump, right? Like every country. I don't know if you remember what happened here in Canada.
Yes.
Every country had um no good plan behind the whole sea bug, you know? Like
Yeah.
the no country had handled that well. Not one. So like that fucked up a lot of things. But like before that, like
It
the economy was booming, right? Like the unemployment was lower than it's ever been. Everything was, you know, there was regulations being let go where more people could work. Like he did a lot of good things, but
the
with
stock
the
market is
bug
higher now
hitting,
than when he was
this
in office,
this
though.
set back a lot of shit, right?
The stock market's it's higher now than when he was in office. So it's just buying better than Trump.
Pardon, sorry?
The stock market is higher in numbers than when Trump was in office. So I guess should we get buying more credit than Trump since he got the stocks higher?
The stock markets.
Yeah.
stocks, if I'm not mistaken, stocks have been going down, no? I know
No.
like the Bitcoin and everything been going down, and I'm pretty sure when I looked at my stocks, everything's going down.
No, they're not.
I'm pretty positive. I could be wrong though, but yeah, man, like everything's going down, dude.
By what length of time? What length of time are you snapping?
Like I can tell you, like Walmart's down, Wells Fargo, Loblaws, Tesla, Nike, Netflix,
Is that the day down, or is it
Snap
down for the year or?
Intel, Gold Mining Inc.
So I see a news article from USA Today that says how the Dow Jones is at an all-time high compared to stock market leaps throughout history. So that's from May 17th, 2024. So
Yeah, like I don't think yeah, I don't think he's yeah, I don't think he's done or Biden's done any good for
it even has a
like
graph that charts the presidents by the stock market. So, and Trump doesn't look all that good. Versus Biden and Obama and W even.
yeah, but what do you think is a better way to boost your economy? Worrying about the stock market being up or worrying about the unemployment rate being down at its lowest it's ever been? We all pay taxes on our income. That goes in.
When you talk about the employment, we're talking about the U3 to U6. Because due to the coup, of course, the U3 would look good because everyone was kicked out of their jobs in the first place. So, except for me because I work logistics. But it's not. It's funny. It's funny math. You can't trust it. So we have to look at the stock market to correct for the bad statistic, anyways.
Wait, sorry. What'd you say before that though?
Which unemployment number did you use? Because if you use the U3, well, of course, it was rubber band because people come back to work after they got kicked out of work. So we can't really trust that number.
Well, no, that's not. No, that's not the numbers. I'm talking about before the pandemic. Obviously, after the pandemic, it was fucking ridiculous number. Wait,
How do we know it wasn't Obama's economy still? How long before we say it's not Obama, it's Trump?
let me check something.
But yeah, Jeff, I put a link in the back that pretty much explains my point that the economy's been better under both Biden and Obama than under Trump.
Okay.
Like, I'm just wondering, am I wrong about this? Because I thought the pandemic stuff ended, and it was when Biden was president.
Yeah, it did end when Biden was president. I
Yeah.
remember that. And then
So yeah,
I
like
noticed
that has
prices
nothing
were
to do
higher.
with Trump. That's just everybody like those numbers. Yeah, that's how Biden tried to make it look like he had good numbers of unemployment. But he just used it to make it look like, oh, look, how many people were unemployed. And then while I was president, all these people got jobs. No, it was because everybody was going back to work. Gas prices, yeah, that's another thing just mentioned in my chat.
Well, I didn't go back to work, so that number
gas
is
prices
at least
is
one
good.
less than it
It's at
should
least
be.
one less.
But yeah, I vote for Trump, and I can't really do it again.
Are you gonna vote for Kamala?
Probably not because she's a boomer too. I thought she was young enough to not be a boomer, but Denizen
So-
pointed out that she was just 1 year too old, so probably could sit this one out.
What
This
Oh,
isn't
you're
a
just
good
not gonna
reason to vote. Vote for Trump, bro.
are you
Yeah.
voting local
I'm not.
elections?
I can't trust Trump because he won't pick good people in office. He tell me it was the best people. Then he had, and then his freaking office looked like a freaking panel. It looked like a flow stick panel. So
It did.
yeah,
The Trump administration really was like the panelverse.
yes. So it looked like a flow state panel, but he said he was hiring the best people. So I can't really. I can't trust anything.
You make a good case, Hank.
Yeah.
You wild. No, vote for Trump.
Vote your conscience, or don't. Either one is valid to me.
My half a vote's going
This
to
is
Trump.
your
okay?
voice, your opportunity to speak and give your voice and use it how you will.
Yeah, Trump's got way better policies too. Like that's another thing. Like if you're gonna look at Kamala and her
Policies are really close
or
to each
lack
other.
thereof.
The policies are nearly identical, unfortunately.
Not the DEI policies.
No, DI.
Their executive orders almost cancel each other out.
Oh, that's a good point. The DI one's different, but
That's a reason to vote against DEI. You said it didn't work for you anyway, so
Yeah.
yeah,
garbage.
but I got.
Abolish this DEI shit. Repeal the 19th. Stop giving everyone the vote because a lot of people are just stupid. We don't, you know.
well,
don't
not
even know
the
why
D,
they're
just
voting.
stop at the DEI stuff. Hey, don't listen easy. Let's just get you on board for one for now.
Listen. I'll meet you halfway, and we can start with the DEI stuff.
And honestly, is the vote is the women vote? That's what you're talking about?
Yeah.
Because honestly, it would benefit
Well,
my life would get better if that
I
was
think
repealed.
a lot of
but
men
I
shouldn't
can't
vote
support
either,
it.
right? Like that's just being honest. Like I think you should have to do some test to establish that you actually understand
No.
what your vote is going towards. Because
If you understood what a
it is
vote is, you
important.
would understand it's a voice. That's all that it is. So they don't have to understand anything to have a voice. We automatically just have that.
yeah, no, but the thing is, these privileges that are given to us are simply just given to us because we were born in this.
That's
land,
a right, not privilege.
That's what rights are, privileges.
Yeah, I agree with Speakeasy. Most rights were privileges. Right?
Well, then it's semantic, but it's definitely something that we acquire at birth.
Yeah,
That
you get it.
It's an
but
entitlement from being part of
but it
this
comes
country,
from the government, right? Like before,
which is us.
women couldn't vote, right? And then it was changed.
Well, before that, poor people couldn't vote
You
either.
go far enough back, certain people were slaved. Certain
Yeah.
people, you go further back, like your rights only come down to the laws of the land you live on, right?
So
Right,
Speakeasy.
but the laws come from us.
So Speakeasy, would you go further back and say only landowners could vote?
For landowners, yeah. So I would say you should have some type of ownership within the country. This would be one of the things, or you do some type of service for the country. There could be numerous different things you could do, and then
That's not a
everyone
democracy
would have
anymore.
to also still have to take this some type of test to understand what they're voting for, like
So,
how the voting system works. Because a lot of people literally think I vote and then that vote literally gets counted towards the president and it's like a numbers thing. Like
They
they
don't.
don't understand. Like they don't understand that how like what blue state and red states mean. They don't even realize that the swing states are the ones that decide everything. Like nobody understands the whole system, right? But not nobody, but there's a lot of people that vote that don't understand anything about the system, and I think they shouldn't be allowed to because
I
like
think they still get a
you're
voice. All they have
contributing
to
to
say
something
is
you don't
which person they
understand.
want to represent them. That's all
It
they need
would
to
be
be able to
like
do.
me. I feel like that would be like me letting everyone vote on how I run my channel. That'd be stupid.
Your
That'd be
channel's
dumb.
not a democracy, though.
That's
It's
right.
not
It's
a
a
compare.
dictatorship.
There's no comparison to
You
the
got it.
to
you know, you make
to
them
a
vote with their
country.
wallet, though. You make them vote with their wallet, which
No,
seems
nobody.
fair.
No, no, they don't vote with their wallets, right? There's people that would pay me to do really wild content that I would never do.
That's a good point. You don't offer everything per
Right. They go
price.
to
Well,
flow state for that.
Yeah, true.
well, he doesn't offer everything with either too.
There's
So
not much I haven't seen him do. He was pimping me and Mr. Pie out one night.
Yeah, he a weirdo. He's always talking about me too. That weird guy.
Oh.
But I told myself, I'm gonna sit back. Justice is for God, and he lost the monetization on his channel. Sucks to suck.
yeah, he'll probably get it back eventually.
Did he
so.
do something to you?
Oh yeah, he's made all types of videos. He was just talking about me again in another channel. A dude talks about me constantly.
I thought y'all had drama that day where he like did a similar model of payment as you, and then he made an apology video, and it looked like everything was cool. And I didn't know y'all had anything after that.
Yeah, no, yeah, he just hopped on any hate trains that's ever happened about me. He'll cover it. Yeah,
What's his beef?
jealousy is my guess,
Oh, like
but
competition.
yeah, that's my guess. But yeah, I've never made a video or a live about him, but you go to his channel, he's got all types of shorts and videos and lives about me. It's like,
That's weird.
yeah,
That because I think I think both channels benefit if you work together and your audiences like have harmony
yeah, for
between.
sure.
Why would content creators want to pick fights with each other, thinking it's going to grow the communities?
Well, here's the thing. Just some people, or just
They get jealous. See, what you'll find. Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt, Hank. But what you'll find a lot, Jeff, and I've noticed this, is like people. I'll bring people in, try to bring them up and like boost up their views on their channel too, get people to go and see them and all of this. And I notice that like they'll say little things to me about like the super chats I get or this and that, and it's not like. It's like underhanded compliments almost. And then they just like completely turn and it's like they get like a jealousy out of the support or of the support. And like it's a weird thing to me because like I want us all to grow, right?
Yeah.
Like
no.
But-
I don't
no,
even
they
pay
wanna
attention
take
to
that
what
stuff.
other channel, like how much super chats other channels are getting. I don't even focus
So
on that.
I want to get in on this.
No, you shouldn't.
Hey! I want to say
Right?
something. Hey!
All right,
Alright,
go
Give me a
ahead.
chance. So some people are just not compatible with each other. Some people can't work together. I try to tell Jack this. Some people can't work together. So like Paul and they would say everyone is jealous of him, but he doesn't see the power games he himself plays, which forces other people to play power games just to stand their ground. So it's just some people can't really work together. I mean, you were just on a panel where we couldn't even talk because Rant just yelled over everyone. So it doesn't mean you
But he
want.
always does that. It's normal rant.
Yeah, but you can't ask yourself, let's do a project with Rant, do a science with project with Rant because he wouldn't do his parts. So
Yep. And Rant has had issues with me. It's funny because before I hopped on the panel, I said just my presence is gonna make Rant upset because he's always had issues with me. He always does it, right? He
He has
always does
issues
it.
with
I don't
everybody.
understand it, but I like having debates and intellectual conversations, and and I've tried to have like I get it though with conspiracy theorists because again they like to do the whole like tell you all this like load you with all this different information where like and then like you to be like oh I never knew that bro.
Yes, it's called
Like,
baffling you with bullshit.
yeah like it's like not me man, I question everything, come on now. Yeah, but hey, that's the internet. The crazy ones are the
How
loudest.
long you been doing this?
So I hit a year in April.
That's it. I thought you were like a long term. You seem like somebody that's just been here since the beginning of the internet, like for decade.
Dope. That's what's up.
Here's the,
I
Wow.
have grown pretty fast though, like for how short I've been
Yeah.
going because I know there's people that have been going years and like they still haven't got the same subs amount I got. They don't get the same engagement, and they've been
What's
going
the
years.
secret? Just the frequency and
Yeah, I
consistency.
always tell everyone that my best tip is being consistent and just be yourself. Like, don't make a persona for the
Yeah.
internet because that shit'll burn you in the end.
Oh yeah. Well, thank God, I don't have that problem.
Yeah. Yeah. You just be yourself and be consistent. And yeah, you're basically, like when you're consistent, people know, like, hey, it's 6 o'clock. Jeff's going to be streaming, and like they know they can count on you to be there or whatever
So
time.
you stream the
oh,
same time every day then?
Yeah, for the most part. There's times I'll like either do an extra stream early or I'll push it back a little bit. If like say like tonight again, I pushed it back by an hour because Andrew was streaming and he
Uh,
started a little bit before that. So I don't like to run too much into his stream, but I'm not gonna completely change my schedule. So yeah, it's usually anywhere from 10 p.m. to 11.
yeah. So Jeff used to start at the same time every day, and that didn't really work for him.
oh, it worked great until I was on my own, and it was easier for me to get my own flow going from there. But do you
Then he grew.
schedule in advance or you just go live?
So everyone knows that it's coming in advance. Yeah. So I usually have it scheduled up and like within the 4 hours about before it's gonna
Oh,
be
okay.
live, so that like people can see it, they can hit the notification, like the notify me button, and then continue on whatever they're
I might
doing.
start doing that.
Yeah, yeah. You just start it up a little bit. You just have it there ready for a little couple hours before you'd go live, so people will be ready for it.
Yeah, I recommend that. That's what I usually do, even though I don't stream that often.
Yeah, I find that's been my biggest advantage is the staying consistent, and I do pretty long streams,
Yeah.
so like that is like because of the differences in the hours, and because I usually go through the night, I usually get like all different time zones visiting the channel,
Oh,
so
yeah.
that's a big advantage too.
Right. You get all the cool people from the other parts of the world.
Right, exactly. Like we have a lot of people that come from the UK over here, um, and Australia,
Hmm.
New Zealand. Yeah,
Yeah,
it's,
we're starting to get some accents here too.
that's what's up.
That's good. Norway.
Ireland, Scotland.
Yep, got those.
Yeah,
We had Ukraine the lady from Ukraine the other day. Well, she lives in the UK, but she's from Ukraine.
she's in the Ukraine.
No, well, she's from there, but she's lived in the UK for like years and
Oh,
years.
okay,
But that's her heritage. That's her homeland.
nice. Yeah, it's pretty crazy there. I seen a thing about the women apparently complaining. Was it Ukraine? Where was that, chat? Was it Ukraine? They were complaining that they didn't have men to date right now.
Because they're all at war.
While men are off dying and protecting them,
Yeah.
they're getting on the internet to complain
Oh.
about not having men.
I wonder if they're gonna have be the next boomers if all those guys make it home.
The next boomers.
Yeah. That's how the
Yeah,
boomers
they'll come
started.
home and make a bunch of babies.
Yeah, the Ukrainian boomer generation.
True. That's exactly what that'll be.
Well, good luck getting that today, nowadays. At least the first one. Freedom I could probably help you with. And marriage is, at least state marriage is defined however each country defines it. And then you have religious marriage, which is defined however each religion defines it.
That's a sacrament, between you and your other and God.
Yeah, that's how it is in the Catholic Church. That was one of the 7 sacraments. I wonder if the go ahead.
Most people, like most religions too, will say this about their own. But like, if you look at it, if you look at like even like secular styles of marriage, it is a very copy and paste of Christian marriage, right? The white dress, everything's just usually there's some people that go and do some crazy style weddings I've seen, but for the
Uncle
most
Fatty
part,
married 2 dogs online. Yeah, it was a
Uncle
Paddleverse
Fatty
wedding.
would marry 2 dogs.
He's an ordained minister. There were 2 dogs, and he married them remotely.
Well, there's 2 dogs that don't understand they're married now. Shit. Yeah, I remember him talking about being an ordained minister too. And
He marries all kinds.
I don't know if
Oh, it was Mel and Resto's dogs. Got, I guess the bride and the you can't say groom anymore, so I don't know what you call them now.
feel bad for them. Forced marriage on dogs was the world coming to.
I think it's coming to boredom. This is a sign of a population or a species with too much time on its hands and not enough to do.
That's actually a good way to look at it. That's true. There is a lot of that, and it's not that there isn't enough to do. It's just that they don't want to do a lot of
we're
the
not
things
doing it for
nowadays,
whatever
right?
reason.
Like everybody
Probably
wants
'cause of
to
the
like
internet.
sit on
Yes.
fucking. do
I
this
want to
or
be.
that.
I'd rather be talking to you than doing something.
Well, see, this is the thing. If I didn't do other stuff and I just did this, I think I would go crazy. Right? Like if
It
I
does
did,
have you at that edge at times.
yeah,
That's
like
why that balance is.
yeah, because like I can tell when somebody's like terminally online because like they you don't have those interactions with people in real life. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like just where I was, for instance, where me and Hank were like, where that guy was like being obnoxious and saying the most foul shit to everyone. Like he wouldn't do that in real life. Someone would smack this fucking taste out of his mouth. Like like people don't act like, but like yeah, you can tell these people that are terminally online, they're just fucking insane.
They are, and they make videos and clips, and they follow entire storylines from one channel to another.
And they're like,
I mean,
cause
I like the
chaos.
creativity behind it. I always support stuff like that, but then it takes a certain type of person to have that kind of devotion.
Oh, you mean like when there's like creativity and drama content?
Just like in even yeah, even creating content. Like even making hate watch clips, they can get very creative with. So
Oh, if
it's
they're like,
it's
I get
kind
what
of
you're
art,
saying when
even
it's
if
like
though it's
creative and adding to the clip. I get what you're trying to say, yeah. But like when it comes to these, like when it's just like the channel the whole time is just like the WWE style shit talking all the time and fuck you, no fuck you. It's just like it's boring, right? It's just
it gets it's one note. Like you get what you get from it, but then that's all that it's going to be. And I think people want to they want an alternative for that
that's
for
why those
however long
channels
they
get
need it.
worse and worse. That's why those people end up doing the child attacks, the doxing, the swattings. That's why they go to those places because, just like you said, it turns into a note. Like someone's just playing the same note over and over. So someone needs that extra note thrown in there. So,
That extra stimulation.
yeah.
That's wild.
Mhm.
Like what kind of lives do people have to have that this is their life? Except I'm one of these people.
I think a lot of the like when everybody was stuck inside for a long time and turned to the internet, and
That
a lot
yeah.
of people got separated from other things. Some people just turned into where like the internet is all their communications now, right? They don't communicate outside of it, and it's damaged a lot of people mentally, I think.
I think it has, and I think it has the potential to make it worse for a lot of people. I see that, but I've seen it help a lot of people too. So I think it has the potential to do both. Because it's just people. It just depends on the people
Right.
involved.
Yeah. It's almost like anything, right? Like almost everything good, you could perverse it in a way to be very bad, right? Like that's actually what I believe sin is. If you look at all sin, well, what I would like, you would say just wrong, things that are wrong, right? Like this is what it is. It's where it's something good perversed to make it bad, right? So like yeah, I would say yeah, of course the internet has plenty of advantages. I'm blessed because of the internet, right? I have great supporters that make it so I'm able to come do this every day and uh I can, make what I was making at work here and all of this. But like I would never just drive my whole everything into this and not and take away from my home life just for the internet because that's how you'll lose yourself, right?
Yeah.
You gotta find a balance with everything we do in life. Like I like smoking weed, but I had to make sure I stopped smoking during the day because I realized the smoking weed all day it was just, it just puts you in this like first off, you're never in a sober state of mind. So you're constantly just it's kind of like numbing your brain to reality, and I find that a problem. And then, it's not good for your lungs. It's just there's a lot of bad things that come with smoking weed all day. So I stopped doing that and made sure that I only smoke at night. It's usually only when I'm streaming now too.
Yeah.
So
That probably helps with the tolerance too.
yeah, because yeah, when you're smoking all day, that's the thing. You build up a tolerance. You don't even
Yeah.
feel what's the point of smoking anymore?
Yeah.
you know
Except that it becomes your baseline, and so you want to stay at that. It's hard to.
exactly. Get to the point you can't eat without it.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's so I realized that I needed to create a balance here. And I think yeah, that's a lot of things in life, and you're right, with the internet, it could be good, introverted people that are scared or shy to talk to people out in public. This is where they can still get to be more open with their talking, but they should still use this to practice it in person as well because if they turn it to just this, you still don't get that same
Have
interaction.
you seen some of the people? Some of these people, like their
Oh,
chances of in person. I'm like, I'm glad they at least have this.
Oh, I get what you're saying. Like where like they probably would be shunned a lot or something.
Yeah, I think part of it is the reason they don't do well in person. I see a lot the people that show up here, like why they show up here instead of in person. Even me, I mean, I struggle in a lot of in person context. I can't just go anywhere and just socialize.
Well, my best tip for that, because I've given this tip to my buddy, and he says it. He said that's what's helped him get over that having the anxiety and nervousness when he wants to talk to people, especially because he had like a problem approaching women, especially. I would tell him to go to the mall once a week, and like as he's walking through the mall, I told him to start with the few first weeks as just saying hi to a few people. Have a number written down of how many people you're gonna just say hi to, not stop and talk, just say hi and move on. That's the first way of getting into it, and then I got him to follow this up with stopping and talking to someone, at least one person, stop and have some type of conversation, and he would like write down different things to like be like a conversation starter. And then he started doing that, and I told him to not, like, if it's a girl, don't ask for her number at the end, just walk away. Don't ask this person to continue conversating in the future, just walk away from this. And that was the way to build his, because I think a lot of people too fear the rejection from people, right? And especially when it comes to like the opposite sex or something. So like getting over that rejection part is where I think the first steps need to come in.
I have the opposite problem. I'm too social and it freaks him out. For me, it's all the wokeness. Like there's hardly anywhere I can go where I'm not like the scary white male over talking everybody, and they just get annoying. So it's voluntary isolation. But
So what you
I
feel
had
like
a social life in Seattle.
you get obnoxious with people or something like that?
It's the woke. They're not fun to be around at all. I had a social life in Seattle. And then I moved during COVID. I ended up moving to another town, and so it was COVID. So I didn't get a chance to go out and meet people, and I've been locked down ever since. So if COVID had ended and I was back in Seattle, I would just resume my normal Seattle social life. But because I'm in a new city, there is no social life to resume because I didn't build one because we were in the middle of COVID, and so I'm stuck in the panelverse as a result. And we have a
I don't
couple of
think it's
people in
too
the
late to
back.
still
If you
build
could
one.
flash your camera so I can see that that you're a person. And all right, I might be able to. And Alexander, well, I need to see your face. That because we have people that impersonate. We have trolls that try to come on here, so I need to visually see that you're not one of the trolls.
I feel you.
And then Dom, I think I'll try bringing you on under a layout.
I'm gonna run to the washroom real quick while you're figuring
All
all these
right.
guys out.
I'll chat with Dom. Dom, are you there?
Hey,
Hey, what's up?
oh, um, I just wanted to introduce myself.
Okay.
I've
You're
been
not going to
watching
porn
for a
bomb my
while.
channel or anything,
I'm sorry.
right? You're not going to porn bomb the channel or anything.
Oh, absolutely not,
All right.
Jeff.
That's-
I have listened to you for probably a few weeks now, and
Oh.
I've just now started to get the, whatever what you just guys were talking about, the nerve to actually interact.
Oh,
So, and that's why I say, I apologize for my camera not working, but it says it's on, but it's not on. I can stop it and put my avatar on there, but
oh, cool. Is it a phone or a laptop?
no, it's a laptop. And that's another reason why I said I wasn't in your chat. I mean, I've been lurking in the chats. I just haven't been logged on as on my account. So I've been,
Do you know Fatty? He seems to.
No, I don't.
Oh, he seems to know. And
I don't.
we have
I really.
Alexander in the back too. Does anybody know? He says Alexander McQueen, but well, Alexander, if you show me your face, you can come on.
But I just, like I said, I really wanted to just introduce myself, if it's okay with you guys. I
Oh,
mean, I have a story that, I mean, it fits right in with what you guys were talking about.
absolutely. Do you have a channel?
No, I don't.
Okay,
No, I
I'll just
don't.
put you in as Dominus.
Um I guess I can. We start right at 2020 at COVID, like we were talking. And
Okay.
this is going to sound like it's a story, but I can, I would love to, share anything that'll back it up. But it all started with George Floyd. That's the day that I lost my son. He was 19 and he suffered a seizure. And he wasn't home at the time, so I rescued him from many seizures, and so that was a very, and Jeff, I want to share this with you because it's very important. Um, he was on the spectrum. He about the time he was getting ready to start high school, he started having his seizures, and they were brought on by anxiety, and I knew that at that time he wasn't going to be able to go to high school. So I left my job to homeschool him and take care of him. And my job as a correctional officer for a very large sheriff's department. So when I say that I've seen quite a bit, I've been an amateur study of sociology for a long time. So anyway, with his passing and COVID and Trump and so many other things, Jeff, I've become agoraphobic. I don't. And and this goes back to when you were discussing race earlier. I live in a zip code that is 98% not my race. So if I decide to identify as that 98%, that doesn't work. Because like you say, just by looking at someone, they're going to tell me that I can't identify with that 98%. Yet I live here. I've lived here for my entire life. I shop in the same stores. I go to the same, I do the same things you do.
So you're probably more culturally similar, but
And
the
so, and if a lot of this stuff sounds like it's just, it is spewing out because I got to be, I mean, I understand that this is not a place for clinical work, but just the step of sharing
yeah.
some of this stuff, and especially in a community that I think that I found, has similar values and similar interests or similar, I'm just overwhelmed with emotion right now, and I apologize for that. But
No, don't apologize for that at all. Definitely not that. I want people to come here and have their emotions. I fight very hard for that. Did you
I grew up Catholic in the church, and as you can see as my avatar, I've kind of changed paths, and I recognize those horns, but not
what
from.
is what is this? It looks like a boar.
It's a boar. I've kind of drifted into paganism,
Oh, okay.
but I still have my groundings in Catholicism. Um, everything is a moral compass, and whatever means you use to point yourself in a morally just, I don't have a problem with. I mean, your religion, it doesn't matter. It's how people perform, how people treat other people that matters. So, but so that's my own journey of exploration and leaving after 50 years. I gotta tell you, I'm a Gen Xer. Jeff, every time you talk to these kids, I just sit here, I scream at myself, going, "That's me. Why don't these kids get it? We were the generation to change everything.
Yeah.
We looked at our
Yeah.
parents and said, you all did some stupid shit back in the day. And we learned from that. And we didn't want to do that. I don't know. I didn't know any segregated washrooms or segregated anything. My parents did. We didn't want that. We knew that was stupid. And then somewhere along the line, I think I shared this with you a couple of days ago. So I think it was right around the late 90s, 9/11. That's when everything went haywire. Everybody got, and it's because of the education system. The teachers unions got to the education system. They brainwashed a couple of generations. I mean, I can't just get it all out at one time, but that's, you see, I agree with you, Jeff. This next generation, these millennials and beyond, they just, there's something
I don't
different.
know what we do other than the few little stories I've heard from people from the generation after this one. They seem to not be, some of them seem to not be buying into it, and they seem to think it's weird just like we do. So maybe it's a generational thing that will pass in a few generations if we could keep it out of the policy and from establishing itself as too legitimate. And also there's like that thing where I think more women are drifting Democrat and more males are drifting Republican. Like in the younger generation, there's like a huge split, but gender-wise, between the political parties. So there might be some new resort along those lines that could change things as well, when enough men get tired of it and just shift to another party.
I really think there's going to be, it has to be a seismic shift, because the progression is too fast and too.
It
We're
really
going to be overrun.
accelerated under Biden, I have to say.
We are going to be the old. We are going to be the old folks that they just. Yeah, okay. We're going to be the Bidens. Very shortly, within the next 10 years, they're going to look at us and they're going to be like,
be taking care of us.
They ain't going to listen to us.
And they're going to see us as old white racists.
There you go.
We're going to go feed those old white racists, clean their bed, take them for a walk. We're going to have to trust them to do all of that.
You know, there's one thing I just remembered about my son and his Asperger's. And it was the hardest thing with homeschooling him and trying to open his eyes to the rest of the world. Do you know that and I don't want to be morbid about this, but he went to his grave thinking that North Korea had the cure to COVID. Why? Because he saw it on the news that there were 0 reported deaths. And that led into a whole discussion of what you see. I mean, for somebody on the spectrum to look at the news and try to decipher what is true from what is fiction. I mean, we actually had an argument about it. And I tried to explain to him that it's a communist state. They're not reporting it, blah, blah, blah. But he just would not give that fact. He said, North Korea has the cure. They're the ones that caused all this. And now I sit in silence.
So what have you been doing since? Did you return to work, or are you just
No,
still
I can't
living
go back
like
to work.
lockdown?
I can't be a jail guard anymore. When I started work, I mean, this was late 90s. There was so much overcrowding. There was so much violence, real violence. Not this, I mean, I can't explain it. I can't, and I mean, I don't want to give away too much, but one of the largest correctional facilities in the country, over 10,000 in one facility. So, yeah, I've seen
How many guards, like on any given shift for that
and
population?
we probably about 300 per shift.
Wow.
We had about 3,000, but yeah, I can't go
Curious.
back.
I was just curious about your story earlier. If you don't want to answer, it's totally fine.
No,
Um,
please, this is healthy
but
for me. I appreciate it.
what made you turn to? You said you started turning to paganism.
Yeah.
Like what? Like Norse or like?
No, Celtic, really. I mean, to be honest, if you want to get into depth, I mean that's a whole nother subject and a whole nother topic. I mean, I'm willing to go there, but
Oh, I was
um,
just I
Is
was
it
just wondering if
Wiccan or
there
any
was something
particular
no,
tradition?
that led
I'm
you
not.
there.
No, I believe that there are elements. Here's what paganism, in a true sense, the definition of paganism is just a rube or a hick.
Yeah.
When Catholicism was taking over Europe, that was just a definition for, as Jeff would say, Jeff was a pagan. He grew up a pagan because he was out in the sticks. So what I've taken from that perspective, not the other mythologies and I've drawn it down to nature. What is the essence of nature? What is it we need? I don't have a big farm. I don't have but every single tomato I take out of my garden and I put in my mouth and I think about it. And I'm like, this took how long to make this one tomato? Air, water, my care, everything went into this one tomato. I got to be thankful that I got this one tomato. And we got people in these food deserts eating crap and being thankful for takatsis, whatever the fuck, whatever those things are. And it's like, where have we gone now that we can't enjoy a simple, a vegetable out of the garden and so that is what has really spawned this quote unquote paganism of myself. And the fact that, I mean, I was adopted at birth and blah, 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 but my DNA technically would be Irish, So I kind of felt
that's
some little,
white.
yeah, yeah, white. So I kind of felt a little draw towards that. And you guys say the 365. Well, I'm coming up on my 365. So have I bought into the whole thing? No, I still go to church. I haven't partaken in the sacrament, and I won't do that until I get an apology. Well, I can't even say an apology because everybody will say, well, you can't question the bishop like that. When they denied me the funeral rites to bury my son in the church he grew up in as an altar boy, went to school there. And when I needed them the most, they told me, oh, I'm sorry, our doors are closed. We can't do anything because of COVID. I had 10 people at my son's funeral, at my son's wake. I didn't even have a funeral. I had a wake. I had 10 people at the wake. You know how many 10 people? It's me, my wife, my other kids, and that was it. We rotated.
So it was because of COVID that they
Because
couldn't.
of COVID. Because of COVID, we were limited to 10 individuals in the thing. And then they couldn't go to church. I even asked, I said, can my wife and I, as devout Catholics, can my wife and I at least partake in the sacrament, here in our son's presence while we're getting ready to bear? And they said, no, we can't give the sacrament because of COVID. Like, what kind of shit is that? What kind of faith is that to have 40, 50 years invested in it? I wasn't a staunch,
Yeah, so I know I know during that there was a lot of things that like the government put in place to stop people from gathering in places, right?
Right.
So, you know,
No, no,
as much as of course that's a very unfortunate situation, uh,
I
there's
understand
certain
that.
things that you know the
Yes,
church
Jeff.
can't
Hey, Chris.
go against the state they're in or whatever, right? Or they
Um,
risk losing the church in total.
what did we have catacombs for?
Sorry?
W- The Catholic Church originated from the catacombs. Why did we take our services to the catacombs? Because we were persecuted by the Romans. There is no reason the state should interfere in someone's faith. If I personally would like to receive communion from a priest at my son's funeral, why is that a deniable? It's just two individuals. If they're going to put
Yeah, no,
regulations
I
that you can't
understand
receive
that.
communion
No, I
because of
totally
Rome,
understand the like the anger for
they
that
wouldn't
because
even give
like
me the
but
bare minimum, is what
it's
I'm
the
saying.
state that does it, right? Because like they were threatening all types of crazy, like we're gonna shut down the churches, you're gonna lose, you'll lose.
Yeah,
They have
yeah,
tax exempt
but
statuses, like
if you want to gather in mass protests and burn buildings down for BLM, you're more than welcome to, with no masks on.
hey,
You can
Brick,
do that.
I am not going to say at all that there was any like this was a fair thing or
It
any of
wasn't.
that, right?
It
But
wasn't. It was, and
you
I
know,
feel this
a
gentleman's
lot of
pain.
Catholics, especially, they are not going to do a violent fighting back, right? Um,
We weren't allowed to gather
yeah,
together
no, yeah,
with
we had that
masks
here
on.
too. Yeah,
With
and
masks. With masks.
we stopped that by saying, you know what? Then we're all gonna gather right outside where the prime minister. We'll all
No, you know
chill
what they
here.
had? You know what they had when they opened up our church? They had drive-in mass where you could come and park in your car, turn on the radio, and then the deacon and the extraordinary ministers of communion would come out to your car and come on now.
No, I
That's a
get this.
show. That's a
Like
show.
this sucks. But the problem is like we have to like you have to acknowledge that it's not from the bishop himself. It's from the state wherever you are, right? Like they deem these things they deem certain things essentials and certain things non-essentials, and they moved church into the non-essentials, which I like. I don't agree with that. That's stupid. I think that was disgusting, right? But I wouldn't blame the church for this.
It's
I would
the
Yeah,
when
blame
the
the
BLM protests were.
who did you vote for, my friend? Who did you vote for during this time? Did you vote Democrat or Republican?
Myself?
Yes,
Oh,
you.
I've been conservative my entire life.
Right. So you would have witnessed that the Conservatives or the right side were more or less against this shutdown of congregation of people from churches and shit. You know, we were all aware of the dangers. We were all aware of what was going on. We all took on board these. Now, I am going to have to just say this, right? You need to man the fuck up, kid. You really do. Because I had family members that passed away, and I couldn't do the same thing as you couldn't do, right? But you've came on here tonight, and you've moaned and bitched on,
Oh no
and
no 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 no. Goodbye.
No, I think
That
he was gonna. So what
I,
Brick?
I, I, I have
I
been
know
through
Brick
grief
sounds
myself.
rough.
Hang on. I gotta say this. I have been through grief myself, and I recognize the grief that Dom has been through and that he's in. Nobody's gonna come on my panel and talk to somebody in grief that way?
I can appreciate if it was going where, yeah, I gotta grab my balls and put them in my
No, you
back.
don't. That's
And
not bitch. You
I
weren't bitching and
understand.
moaning. You
I
were
think
not
he was.
whining and
It was
moaning and
gonna be
bitching.
motivation. I think you took. I get. Brick sounds rough around the edges sometimes the way he says things, but I don't think it was the way you were taking it, Jeff.
And I
It
and
sure
You
sounded
know,
to me
sometimes
like
we
he
need
was
to hear
coming
that,
at
right?
Dom
Like
for
and
bitching and
Jeff,
that
whining
you
and
can
I
do
moaning.
thank
this,
you.
right?
I
Like
really
it was
do.
basically a
In
you
fact, if
can
I
do this.
rewind the stream, I'm going to hear almost those exact words. So I don't know Brick. I don't know how to take him, but for someone that doesn't know him, that's what those words sounded like to me.
Oh,
That
sorry.
I
What
will agree
words?
with. Thank you.
Whining, bitching, moaning, whatever however he was describing Dom's grief. I personally can't sit here and watch somebody talk to somebody in grief that way. Like even taking the parties out of the picture, me cannot sit here and watch that.
Well, I think what
Especially
he was.
men having
Well,
emotions, men being in grief, they get stigmatized by other men all the time by shit like that. Oh, you're whining, you're moaning, you're bitching. When men do it to other men, I find it absolutely intolerable, and I'll be damned if it's going to happen on my panel. Women are not going to come on this panel and harass men and do their games and manipulative bullshit, and other men are not going to come on this panel and stigmatize other men for having emotions and expressing them.
can I respond?
Yeah, sure.
So, again, I think it was not the way you're taking it, right? It's more of a you can do this type of thing, and the bitching and moaning thing is as in like he's doing it publicly, right? I would actually advise most men to have these conversations with other men in more of a private setting, right? Like that's why I wouldn't dig too far into the actual situation. I'm not saying like he shouldn't ever talk about the story publicly, but like I think that Brick what he was trying to say is like you can do this instead of being here and saying you can't do this, you can do this. Like I think that's where he was going with it. But yeah, I get it. He sounds he's you know I
Easy,
don't
and
don't
I
police
appreciate
people,
that.
right?
You're
So,
absolutely right. That's the sense that I thought was going. And but Jeff, I did start to feel my blood boil. Either,
And
irregardless, because those words, you're absolutely right. Those are fuck. Can I? I'm sorry.
no, you know, go, yeah, go.
Can I have trigger words? Can I, as a white man, have trigger? You're absolutely right. You want to call me out like that? You want to call me out, man? I've been in some situations. When I tell you, oh, anybody know what a pumpkin head looks like? Let me tell you, it's the scariest thing. When you got to look at a man's ID and go by his height and weight to identify him because his head is so swollen that it's just two little slits. And to tell me, I've had to pick people up like that. I've had to put people like that. I've had to do things that, and so to come out and I'm motivated. Yeah, I'm motivated, but I've been through so much, man. I've been through so much. I've motivated myself so many ways, and I'm done. I'm done. Jeff, I am at the end of when I found your stream, and that's all you guys do is bitch back and forth, and that's fine. That's what I appreciate that. That's what drew me in. The harsh language, the back and forth.
Well,
But
you're allowed to have triggers and you're allowed to have emotions. And this space
yeah,
is normed for male emotions anyway. And what Easy said, I think men should do it wherever they feel comfortable, whether that's in private or wherever. And I'm
I've been in
specifically trying
private
to
for
make this
4
space
years.
somewhere
I've been
where
in
men
private.
can come and feel comfortable because there's not some men don't have a lot of space where they could do that. They may not have someone in private they can do that with. And
right, but
so
like
I don't want people stigmatized for doing it in public when that's what this is created to do. And some of these men are
well,
reaching out for the first time, and that's not what I want them facing. There's
right, but I
nothing
would argue,
wrong with
Jeff.
what Dom's doing, despite what Chris thinks. That's just his
Thank you.
fucking opinion.
Okay, but I would argue,
Thank
Jeff,
you.
that you would be more help to him personally if, like, when he started talking about that and he let that out, you said, "Hey, if you need someone to talk to about this, I would love to talk further about it off stream. If you need anything,
No,
we
I
can have
can
a
decide what
voice.
content I want on my
Well,
panel.
wait,
This is
yeah,
what I made
yeah,
the
can I
panel for.
finish?
These
Yeah,
conversations
can I
right
finish?
here.
I let you finish.
Hang on,
I
hang on. You
finish.
have some strong opinions about how to run my panel. I don't go tell you how to run your show at all. These are the conversations I want on the show. I created this channel to attract these conversations. So you can have your opinion on what was helpful, but I do this for a living. I got this. And Dom, if you didn't want, you're a grown person. If you didn't want to come on here and open up, you didn't have to do it. I don't think you're doing anything
No,
wrong by
I
doing this.
honestly
You're in
did.
exactly the right place.
Yeah.
And people that are trying to
No.
make me or you feel like there's something happening here that shouldn't be happening, I'm just not going to tolerate it.
It's been my wife and I for 4 years. I'm married. I've been married for 20 years. Okay. I vowed when we lost our son, I vowed to stay with her no matter what. And we have, I mean, I hear the statistics about couples splitting up. I've gone through, listen, she's up in her own bedroom doing her own thing, so we found a way to work it. But 4 years of, I can't work, I'm disabled, but I don't qualify for disability because I have a government job. So if I decide to take my early retirement, I'm going to take a cut in that. So, there's that issue. So I take care of my wife. I cook, I clean, I do all the domestic duties. I'm not less of a man because I'm doing that. And I'm not less of a man because I'm bitching about it. And I don't mean to cause all this
You're
drama.
not causing anything.
Because like I said, I've been watching your channel for a while, and I enjoy the back and forth, and I enjoy the bickering, and I enjoy that. But I also understand that, and I see the logic and where you go with people and how you interact with individuals. And I thought this was going to be that place. And
It is. It just don't.
and I'm not
It
saying
really is the right combination of people on at the right time. And I wasn't aware of. I don't know Chris at all, and I wasn't aware of Easy's opinions on this. And this is, and I have no problem with it. He has his opinions. This is not the right setting for having that conversation. I would rather focus on what you're here to talk about.
This is it. This is it, man. I have so much. There's so much frustration with what's going on. There's so much. I'm disconnected from everything. And when I start to hear you talk, and I start to hear, and I'm like, yeah, that's how that. Yeah, no, wait a minute, no, you're absolutely right. We can say these things. It's like maybe I need to just jump on and introduce myself, and that's all it was. And I appreciate, where Easy was going with faith, and it's his job. I mean, it's as a person of faith, you are to evangelize, and he's absolutely right. And I'd love to have that conversation with him, but what he was alluding to as far as the church goes is the fact that what COVID did was just identify the wolves in sheep's clothing. The shepherds are not guarding their flock. There are shepherds that are political. I mean, it's already evident, probably by what I've said as to what my location is, but we have a cardinal who goes along with everything that the Pope wants to do, and he was the first one. We were the first archdiocese to close the doors. And that was so hurtful at that time. And I'm not going to hold the church responsible for it. I'm not going to hold it over their head, but I certainly should have every right to explore other aspects of faith, of morality, of spirituality. And that's one thing that that's one thing that you and I as Gen Xers can agree upon, is that is what's lacking. Just pick something. Pick something and land on it and stick with it and abide by those morals that you've decided to uphold. If you decide to not uphold any morals, well, we can deal with you. That's where I come in. I'm the boar.
That's true.
I'm the shapeshifter, Jeff. I'm a shapeshifter. I know how to change my behavior to dictate based on the dictates of the situation. And that's what makes me so dangerous, because I'm a caring individual deep down, and it hurts. And that's what hurts me so much with this law. He was my youngest son. He was my boy. That was my project, Jeff. You can understand, as as somebody, I've learned so much about when I started to study the spectrum, first of all, they put my son on so many Adderall and all that, and it was all I was doing was putting him to sleep, and we knew it wasn't right. So when we took him, they tested him. They said, "Oh yeah, he's on the spectrum. Okay, cool. What do we need to do?" Here's a list of 100 things. Do you identify any of these 100 things? I'm like, yeah, he does every single one of them. We take him to the school. They're like, does he do any of these 100? No, he doesn't do any of those things. We're like, well, what the hell are you doing? You're not even identifying these things that okay, fine. So I did my research, and I went, and he was going to Catholic school at the time.
What age when they started identifying him?
First grade was this is
So pretty early. Showed.
Well, no, they first classified him as ADHD, and they refused to put him in first grade without medicating him. So we said, okay, fine, whatever. We'll bow to you if that's what we'll
Did
try.
he do kindergarten or Head Start or anything like that?
Yeah, it was kindergarten. It was kindergarten. It was a full day kindergarten. But then when it came to first grade, we were told that he wasn't going to be. He was going to go back to kindergarten for a year, or put him on some behavior altering medication so that he can, sit in the classroom. Okay, fine. So we went down that path. Good little sheep. This is 2005, maybe 4. And he was coming home every night, every day from school, falling asleep in his homework. We're like, this ain't right. This is supposed to wake him up, supposed to keep him, And so that's when that's when we went and had him tested, and it came back. They're like, oh yeah, he's Asperger's, 100%, no problem. We're like, oh yeah, we knew something was wrong when the tornado sirens would give him the same the timer on the stove gave him the same feeling as the tornado sirens. And we would sit and explain stuff. That's a timer on the stove. That's a stove timer. It's to tell you when dinner is done. This is a tornado warning siren. You hear this and he couldn't differentiate between those two sudden sounds as one being dangerous and one being innocuous. And that's when those were the little things that said something ain't right here. He's thinking a little different. That, and when he told us that movie trailers were real events. He would see something on the TV, like in a movie trailer, and say, I want to go to that, whatever that thing is that they're doing. And we're like, that's a movie. Yeah, but you can go there and you can do this. I'm like, no, you can't. It's a movie. He knew what a movie was, but he couldn't, differentiate between it. This is like 5, 6, 7. But he was actually diagnosed he was in 7th grade. And, he was getting ready for high school. It was when the seizures kicked in. But in the meantime, he was having the seizures right before high school. And that's when I said, there's no way. There's no way. He needs me. He can't go to high school. Without giving away too much. Anybody know who the super mayor is?
Is that the one that
yeah
Barnabas reviews all the time? Tiffany, somebody.
Yeah, well, I hope there's not a whole lot of people in the chat, but
Yeah, we have a guy here that does entire videos and streams all about her.
yeah. Well, I could do some too, but
Uh,
it would have been her alma mater that he would have had to go on to. And when he walked in there for freshman orientation, and he saw there was no way. He saw I'm a heavy, I'm a fat white kid with issues, and I'm going to go to this school here, and that probably within 3 days, he started having seizures, and they were grand malls. I mean, total full blown grand malls, and that's a whole nother story in itself, because they never figured out what the seizures were.
oh,
I attributed it to trigger. I attributed it to stress triggers that he couldn't handle. He was so afraid of going to high school and being a minority in the high school, because he was already a minority in grade school. So he knew what he was he knew what he was coming for him.
was he in special ed programs at all?
When we transferred him out of the private school and sent them over to, and then I had sat down and developed an IEP for him. I did all the homework, and I took it to the school, and I forced their hand and made them do and it was still like pulling teeth, Jeff.
Yeah, it can be a lot of
They
times.
didn't want to correspond to any of his lesson plans. They didn't want to do any of that stuff. In fact, they were so upset with him because he announced to the entire class he was wanted to vote for Mitt Romney. Do you know I had to go and talk to the principal about that?
What?
His teacher tried to tell him that's he should rethink it, and then he came home and he said, I said that I liked Mitt Romney, and the teacher said that I should. And I'm like, what the heck? I went to the principal. Well, we understand that you can't be telling my son, so I digress. So school was not an option. The school system in this area, so that's what I did. I stayed home. In earnest, I decided I started homeschooling, developing lesson plans, and all this other. And you know what it came down to? What do you want to talk about today? And he would start a conversation, and I would see where that conversation would go. And before long, he was learning way more than anyone could ever possibly teach him, because he was looking for the information on his own. I said, here's a laptop. Here's the internet. This is how you find out the information that you're desiring. And he did it. He would have never got that, but whatever. Okay. So fast forward, now he's gone. I put all that effort into him. And I shouldn't say it like that. I heard that, and it sounds horrible, because I didn't do it for me. Never would I do it. I mean, I did it for him, but I just feel like it was in vain. Again, a crisis of faith, existential crisis. What did I do? I did everything right. I took him out of school. I homeschooled. I brought him along. He was never going to be. He's never going to be able to live on his own. He could never handle money. Forget about money. But he had a concept of right and wrong. He could understand, verbal cues, and he could function. And I was like, good. It was almost like, and you want to bring faith back into it, it was almost like, because it was his birthday weekend. It was almost like that weekend. I finally sat back and was like, he's going to be all right. He's going to be cool. In fact, and Jeff, like I said, I prefaced this beginning that it's going to sound like a crazy story, but it's all true. I'm telling you. But that weekend, it was Memorial Day weekend. And that Friday before he left, he went to go spend the weekend with with his uncle. And that night, that Friday night, you know, we partied it up. You know, he got a beer. He was 20. And he actually flipped a hamburger on the grill for the first time. Do you know how proud I was of that? His grandmother gave him an UV glove for Christmas because he was afraid of the stove because it was so hot. When he flipped that hamburger over and he turned around and he looked at me, I felt a sense of like he conquered one of his fears of fire. I'm like, he's gonna be all right. And he never came home. And that's fine. If God's, it was like I said, it was almost like God said, you know what, you did a good job. You did a fine job. And you know what? He's so perfect. I'm going to take him back. And when I did go for counseling, one of the things that was told to me by a priest that really hit home was the fact that he was never really mine.
That's what they say.
I can claim possession. I can be proud parent and all that, but when it comes down to it, they're their own individual. They have their own path. They have their own dharma, if you will. You're absolutely right. I can't question it. Why he's not here, I don't know. I mean, it was a freak. Yeah, if I would have been there when the seizure happened, I probably would have saved him one more time. You don't know how many chipped teeth he has. You don't know how many stitches he's had from banging his face against the wall. One more time, I would have saved him. But I can't go through life like that. The only consolation I have is he doesn't have to see this shit. And that's why I think I'm living my hell right now. I'm living the hell that he would have lived had he been here. He couldn't have understood all this shit that's going on now. It would have been a conversation every single night as to, you know how he learned social etiquette and social by watching Family Guy. It was much
That's probably
easier.
better than the Panoverse.
Exactly.
Which is where a lot of us get it now.
Jeff, it was much easier to correct the craziness on Family Guy and say, well, come on now, that's not real. Come on now, we don't really say that.
Now there's TikTok.
But it was almost like a glorification, of over exaggeration of normal human activity, and he soaked it in and could understand it and rationalize it through that. I hate that show. I hate it with a passion, especially now. I've never watched another episode, but that's how he learned.
Hey, Fatty.
Hey, Fatty. Nice to meet you.
I brought my kids up on The Simpsons for the most part. Good to meet you,
that was my oldest.
Thanks for sharing today, man. For real. That's inmate fat ass 79068, sir.
What's up?
Don't ever call a CO deputy, right?
I'm sorry, I didn't hear you.
Yeah. Don't ever call a CO deputy.
Oh, no. I was a jail guard. Get it right. Don't call me no CO. I'm not a correction. I was a jail guard. My dad did 30 years with the sheriff's police. And so that's how I got in. And nice. So I came kind of from that culture. So, I mean, the cop humor, the whole, let's put it this way. Here's another little tidbit secret.
The handlebar mustache.
No, he wasn't like that. It wasn't like, but do you remember? I mean, I know you guys remember Gacy.
Remember who?
Gacy, John Wayne Gacy.
Oh, yeah.
I remember being shooed out of the room when the crime photos were displayed on our dining room table. because my dad was very good friends with the sheriff's photographer, and so they had all the images, and so before putting it all together and organizing it, they had it all laid out on my dad's dining room table with all those. I never saw all that, but that's so just to give you an idea of how close the cop, air quote, cop culture that I come from. That's where, but so I went, it was the last call. I was in my late 20s. It's like, okay, the door is closing. Do you want this? And I'm like,
Wow.
50 G's a year, full ride insurance, all benefits paid. This is okay. I'll suck it up. I'll go. And I went. And I was the,
Yeah.
I don't know. That's a whole nother the stories I could tell. But I went in there with with a jail guard attitude.
Oh, yeah. Roots run deep, man. Roots run real deep.
Yeah.
RoboCop
here.
You got to play the role, right? You're not going to go try to be a football player and pretend you're playing soccer, right? I mean,
well, see, that's why I always, and that's why I recognize myself as, I classified myself as a shapeshifter, because in that particular setting, and I fought side by side with, with various individuals, all on the side of good. I mean, when you have 120 inmates in a confined area, things are going to happen. And you pick up the pieces. And so, the bears, the birds, the boars, their style of fighting, their style of how they carry themselves. I was always low key. I was down low. I come at you hard, but I'm a family man. I'm a caring individual. I got morals. I can understand where it's coming from, but my job is to make sure that detainee A and detainee B both get to court in one piece. If any piece of A is missing, I'm coming after B to get it from you to put it back on A, because my ass is not on the line. That's how I dealt.
Man,
that's
I've never heard it explained that way. That is based as fuck. That is so. I've never heard it explained that way, but that is the core, bro. So that blows my mind. I've never even thought of it that way.
Yeah. So
especially in county where shit can go wrong.
I'm sorry. Oh yeah.
Especially in county where things will go wrong. Not just they can, they will.
Oh,
that's
Fatty. How you know about all this?
Oh,
Oh, lived experience, as they say.
I got busted in Idaho growing weed, 14, 15.
Oh, that's it?
It was 2003. It was
So that wouldn't
11
happen
years ago
today,
now.
then. You'd be fine today.
But
that's
in
well,
general,
if you have to go for anything, I could see you. That's the perfect one for you. Like,
now, when in doubt, you want to do state time. You don't want to do county time. County time's just shit sticks.
Oh,
like you said, you're more worried about. Yeah, your day in court is the only thing that these guys have to look forward to. At least in state time, you're getting some counseling, some re-education, some programming, so to say. And
people don't understand the difference between the prison system and the county system is night and day. And it not an irritate but it does perk my attention when people, jail is jail. Hell no, jail ain't jail.
No.
I mean, my job was to get you to court in one piece. That's it. That's all my job was. Do my 8 and hit the gate. I'm not doing any more. I can't teach you nothing. You got to keep them separated.
What privileges did the white people in jail get?
You can go to 23-1. If you feel threatened, you can have your own personal cell. But
what's 23-1?
SEG, PC, protective custody.
So if you're white, you can request your own private cell if you don't feel safe.
Well, it's not that easy. I mean, you have to. There has to be a reason. You have to.
I thought it was privilege. I
justify.
thought all white people I thought it was part of the privilege package that we get.
We got to run the laundry.
I wasn't sure what my prison benefits were. That's what I was trying to. If I ever end up there, what is my privilege?
You want to work
me?
in the clothing room? Let me tell you something.
Yep.
I worked in the clothes. I mean, I've been. It's so hard. I can't. Well, I guess I can. Who gives a shit now? Nobody knows me. But yeah, no. I work the clothing room. That is the central hub to everything. You only deal with detainees when absolutely necessary, when they come in and when they leave. The best day and the worst day. But along with that, now you got to. We had over 1,200 pieces of property to dress in and dress out that were lined up in racks and racks and racks, and we had to inventory and tag and all this stuff. So working in a jail is not just being a cop, So there's a lot of other stuff involved, but the clothing room is the best place to work as a on the work tier.
That's where it's mostly white people.
No,
that work there.
No, it doesn't.
They got a few diversity launderers.
I would have to say that if I were to break down population, and I'm just going off of memory, just kind of, I would it would have to be 10% white. 10% white. 10% white, 10% Hispanic.
In the laundry room or in the jail?
No. In the entire facility.
What? Only 10% white people? Oh my God! It is. I can see why they think everything's racist now. What is the reason for that?
Systemic racism, Jeff.
Because
it's when people of color go from non-violent crimes, takes up most of the space, right? And non-violent crimes like a 5 nug of weed and drugs.
What about all the white people doing the non-violent? They just let them go?
They get a ticket and they get bail.
But they fill our prisons with the black versions of that.
This isn't prison.
Sure. Even though this
isn't prison. This isn't prison, Jeff. Remember that. This is so. What do the white people do? Well, they're mostly bound out.
No, I mean like what? Oh, because the white people can afford to get out, and the black people have to stay in.
Well, for $100. But now this is something that isn't taken into consideration when they do those statistics, because there is a certain prison population. Here I go again. There's a certain jail population. And it could be quite as high as 20% that choose to stay there.
Yes.
How much is your bond? I got a $50 bond. Well,
they
why?
Get institutionalized.
Because I get 3 squares a day.
Yeah.
I got someplace to stay. Okay, fine. If you want to use the prison system or the jail system as I guess that's your right. You don't pay the taxes that you're actually taking to feed you and house you and everything, but you don't have to pay your bond. That's fine. It was 25% that just said, you know what? I'm gonna take a timeout. I'm gonna sit down.
Yep.
Or they made it a business. If you're a professional shot caller, you go in there and you can actually. I mean, I'm gonna tell too many stories.
You can live pretty okay. You can live above the better means of the rest of the inmates for sure.
Trust me, living out of the poor box ain't that poor.
No, but a lot of those guys didn't have any structure growing up too. I found the guys that did that found comfort in the structure, almost like going to boot camp type of thing. That
absolutely.
It gave them some sort of structure.
Yikes! I'm one of those people. Don't tempt me.
Yeah, you don't want to be sleeping on a cot on the floor, brother.
Now, there's also another thing you got to take into consideration. I haven't worked since 2010. So this is the Gen X era that we're talking. Us 3 guys, we're talking. This is something completely different. I don't know what jail is now, because and this is why I tell you this. When I was on the way out, we got a new sheriff. The new sheriff was elected. He came in. And the word around the jail was, this is a kinder, gentler jail.
Sounds like it needs more white people in it.
Yeah, exactly. What are you talking about, kinder, gentle? What is it? You go to in-service, we had to start referring to the detainees as customers,
No way.
as guests.
No
You
way.
You want to talk about politics? You want to talk about that shit you were reading?
They used to joke and say
Yeah.
guest of the county. I'm a guest of the county. Like they used to say it jokingly.
Welcome to the
Here's
County
another
County
one
condo. Yeah. Mhm.
Yeah, that
Here's
kind of
another
stuff.
one.
But now they
That's
really
degrade.
expect to
You
be
don't wanna
called
degrade
that.
folks, right? Yeah. They might make them
I don't
feel
even
bad
want
about
to.
themselves
I
and
don't
not
even
want
want
to
to
change.
Yeah.
begin to look at the Washington State Prison DEI department and see what's in that.
And like I said, this was and what people don't. This is another going to give it away where I'm at, but when I tell people we were denying ICE detainers since 2000, they look at you like, "What?" Well, first of all, what's an ICE detainer? And second of all, why were you denying? What an ICE detainer is when somebody comes in our custody, we're obligated to notify ICE that we have this individual who's at the time was an illegal alien, whatever, undocumented citizen, whatever you want to call it. Do you want him? And ICE would say, yes, we will be there in 48 hours. Within 24 hours, that individual was dressed and out the door because we were a sanctuary city. They've been doing this shit since 2000. Denying ICE detainers, and if somebody comes in that has no identification, is clearly a migrant or whatever, they're getting rid of them before ICE can even come and get. Now I don't even think ICE don't even come and get them now, but back in the early 2000s, ICE was still coming to get them, and we were letting them go up behind the back.
Yep.
And that was okay policy because we were a sanctuary city, and they wonder why. It started. It's been going on.
This is Convicts Row right here, Jailhouse Row.
Oh shit! I'm triggered.
Hey, Hebrew.
Sorry, I was on mute. My bad. Sorry, I heard y'all talking about some shit, so I thought I would just come up because I've done a lot of fucking time.
Yeah, bro.
A lot? Like more than once, or like for one thing?
I mean, I've been upstate twice. I've served more than a decade behind bars.
Wow. Y'all all seems like so nice, and or like if I met any of y'all in person, I would never think that y'all were in prison.
Well, I was.
Or jail, whatever you call it. Incarcerated.
It would instantly give me
guest of
blood.
the customers. I would never have believed y'all were customers.
But you know what? And the honest thing is that I don't see a difference.
There's a lot of good people that you wouldn't even know. You know what I mean? A lot of people that the only thing that really gives me away is my tattoos, just because I'm blasted. But that's the only. There's a lot of people in prison that are just really good people. They just fucked up. They just slipped up one time. People that you wouldn't even believe. I've known people who owned, multiple successful businesses, big families, shit that you wouldn't, and drove drunk one time home and hit a fucking car and killed somebody. And shit happens, and it's very surprising the multiple different people, like the magnitude, or however you say it, like there's so many different, it's so diverse, the people that get locked up.
We used to be able to tell anybody that you're one speeding ticket away from being brought. If you get a speeding ticket and you accidentally forget to pay your insurance, or you accidentally forget to pay your plate, and you get a speeding, do those two things together, they're mandatory. They'll lock you up. Okay,
that's
fine,
hard
whatever.
to accidentally forget to pay, though.
Well, but you know what
especially
I'm saying.
Nowadays with technology, it's so easy to renew and keep
the
up.
point was that all of us, we don't realize how fragile our freedoms really are.
Oh, it's so easy, man. People, I used to laugh at people that used to just. Sorry, I don't mean to interrupt you.
No, go.
No, I used to laugh at people who would be like, "Oh, you're a convict," and turn their nose up, or have a certain feeling about me because of where I've been and what I've been through. But you look at them and you're like, you don't even know, you could wipe your ass wrong and end up in fucking prison. You know what I mean? You have no clue how easy it is for someone to fall. as someone to end up. It's easier than you think it is.
But for how long?
Well, that
Like it seems
depends
like
on
it
the
would be
victim.
hard for them to end up in there for long over.
Okay, think about this,
Nothing.
Jeff. Think about someone takes their medication and like they're not supposed to be driving on it, but they went to go pick their wife up. They drive on that medication all the time. They don't really like think about that kind of thing. They hit and kill somebody. They get in an accident, kill somebody. That's fucking, that's like vehicular manslaughter. They're looking at 7 to 15 years or something around there, something like that. Minimum 7 years or something. And you're on a bus headed to, next thing you know, you're on a bus headed to prison. You're going upstate. And all you did was do what you did every day. It was like take your medicine and drive your wife to work or go pick her up.
But you weren't supposed to do that according to the medicine.
Right. No, I'm just saying like there's everyday things that people do and they don't realize it can get them caught up. Like it becomes like a normal. I'm not saying break the law. I'm not. What I'm trying to say is like it's easier than you think to get to I don't know, to get caught up, I guess. I don't know.
We're just one choice or decision away from jail.
I had a bunkie for 5 months. After 5 months, he finally told me that he was an ex-cop and that he had taken Ambien one night, right? Because he was so stressed out from being in a high-stress job. He would take Ambien once in a while. And he took one that night, and he sleep drove and head-on collision with somebody in the wrong lane and killed a gal and a kid apparently. And he was really secretive about his whole entire past. He wouldn't come to AA. He wouldn't come to group.
Of course.
When he did, he would pass. And hey, all more power to him. Everybody deals and learns and reprograms in their own way. But man, he was a great guy, and he had great stories and could always fill in some blanks. And finally, I asked him, like, "You're a fucking cop, weren't you?" He kind of looked and was like, I was like, "Okay, you don't got to say anymore, dude. You don't got to say anymore." And finally, he told me the story, and that's exactly right. That you just don't know. You don't.
He's walking mainline.
Yeah, it's like
that's why I like
things
working,
that you do every day. That, you're not supposed to drive on meds, but people do it all the time. I see old people driving around 5 miles an hour every day.
Yeah, but there's also consequence. Like they're taking a risk and they're risking certain consequences.
Sure.
Right, I agree.
That's where the prosecutors.
I mean, I've driven intoxicated before, and that could have happened to me. I made the decision. I knew when I got behind that wheel, I wasn't supposed to be doing it.
It's risk versus reward. How much reward are you willing to risk? And all we're trying to say, Jeff, is that one time you decide to risk it because you've done it 50 other times.
I honestly have no doubt that it hasn't happened to me because I just happened to get lucky, but my risk didn't lead to anything. But it could I could think of specific times in my life where it could easily have happened, and I just happened to be lucky that it didn't. Not that cops actually stopped me, but choices I made could easily have led to something. So I escaped by fate, fortune, whatever you call it.
And that's
but
why
you didn't get stuck in the cycle of keeping on doing it because you get that little dopamine hit off of getting away with something more than actually doing what you're doing, type of thing.
Oh,
right?
no, I don't.
Not my
I don't
business.
have that. Oh, no. Usually when I'm breaking a rule, it's because I don't even know it's a rule in the first place.
Well, because I'm
not deliberately trying to.
You're aware in the situation that you're.
I just don't care about the rules.
But we're trying to tell you, Jeff, there are individuals out there that is their jug of choice, is to break the rules. And it's a psychosis, it's a issue, but when they get incarcerated, it goes all out the window. And I don't care why. I don't know why they want to break. That's why I enjoyed working the clothing room, because it was the first place where I could start to identify and recognize and kind of scope out who the new people were. And who would need an extra blanket? Who needs an extra lunch? Who might, because you could just tell who got caught up, who was in the wrong place at the wrong time.
Prison politics. It's fascinating.
Yeah. Because as soon as they go up,
trust me,
Whatever you give them, whatever the state gives them, toothbrush, toothpaste, the whole 9 yards, whatever is going to get taken when they get upstairs.
Oh yeah.
So you got to look out for them. So that was the game that I played in my own head to justify to balance off the some of the harsh things that needed to be done in the name of safety.
Sure.
Was a way to pay back by keeping an eye out for those who I know are going to have a hard time, who are just not going to fit in with the politics of the prison system, the jail system. They're not going to eat. They're lucky if they're going to have a mat.
Yeah.
They get the blanket taken just because.
Mm-hmm.
And they'll get shit tossed in the shittiest cell. And am I telling anything?
Well, see, my last set. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
No. Hey, I'm finished.
My last set. For like the first 3 years, like I did 78 months, and the first 3 years I worked in the laundry room, and I gotta say the laundry was the best because I hit every single unit to deliver laundry, and we did it different. Where I'm from, like we did it cell by cell, bag by bag. The bags were numbered, and we'd hand them out. So like what I got to do is I would press guys' jeans. I would wash their shoes. Shit we're not supposed to do for more shit for like ramen, tobacco, and shit. I could move stuff around the prison. Like that was a big deal. I could push anything I really wanted to around the prison because I delivered to every single. And I made a lot of money. Which
is where I would come in, because I would recognize a decent worker.
Dude, I left more commissary than I couldn't bring home all the commissary I had stashed up. I had boxes full of ramen.
Wait, hang on. The guards were in on it too?
I was in on it because I know what they're doing.
Okay, look, listen. What is the best movie or TV series I can watch that show prison politics at its
American
most
Me.
Probably realistic? What what?
American Me's a good one.
American Me.
One. Yeah.
Me, and then Oz.
It's La M. It's like the whole La M. fucking startup of
a Mexican American mafia.
Mexican mafia. Yeah.
Oh, Edward James Olmos. I've never heard of this.
Yeah, Oz was great. HBO.
Okay. Oz.
Natural Born Killers is probably the best.
Oz is.
I've seen that one plenty.
That's
plenty of times. That was our.
It depends. And another thing I heard you guys talking about is like the whole numbers thing and like percentages and all that. It just depends on where you're at and where you're from. Like where I'm from. Yeah. I mean, I'm from Oregon. Yeah. I'm from Oregon, and it's more white.
You don't have any black people to put in the prisons.
And Southsiders than it is black. I mean, then we have others. We have like the others car, which is like the natives and everybody else and like the Asians and shit. But like a lot more Southsiders and whites than there is anything else. So like it just depends on your location too, and like who they're what kind of prison.
But you said it was very diverse.
Where I was at, there's a lot more natives because I was out east, and it's just like the area that we were in has a lot of Native Americans. So like there's a lot. I mean, they literally had like a sweat lodge and shit, and they could go out and do their sage and shit every week, and they had like their religious drumming. They did all that kind of shit.
Sweat lodges anymore.
They let them do that kind of thing. So that's how I'll tell you how much native they had like these little bags they could wear around their chest with their herbs and their spices and shit in it and stuff like that. So like, that's how native it was.
Did they get to have eagle feathers?
Nah, they didn't let them fuck them. There's only so much, but I'm just saying like,
program for all the natives for sure. Boise State Pen, Idaho State Pen's got a very good, a very big native community that's locked up. Unfortunately,
I was right on the border of Idaho and Oregon. That's where I was at. It was on the Oregon side, but on Idaho, on the border right there. It's a lot of natives there.
Anybody heard of? Oh wait, why is mine?
Heard of what?
Oh, I'm looking at this. I'm sorry.
Heard of what?
That's just one place.
I forgot what I was going to say.
Travel around.
26 in California.
Heard of what?
26th in California. Does that ring a bell with anybody? I know it will.
26th in California, no.
If I Google it, will it pull up something?
Mm-hmm.
That way I don't have to say it.
Okay.
I'm thinking of a town.
Okay.
A cross street in a town, right?
Yeah.
I mean, you must
see. I wouldn't even know because like the prisons I've been to.
You said it by saying
like
it's people can find it.
You're on a bus and then you're in a prison. You don't really know the streets outside. You don't know nothing outside that area. Like I didn't know shit. Where I've been to like 7 different prisons, and like I can tell you, I only knew the outside area of like 1. Like the rest of them are just like random areas I'd never been to, but had to be shipped there to go to prison. So. But
you guys in the chat, have you
God, Jeff looks like I just murdered somebody. Jeff is not that bad,
7 prison. I thought you only you got incarcerated twice.
I did a lot
it was 7.
I did a lot of time. I've done about 13 years down in prison.
And
and
so
then,
they keep like swapping you out to different prisons.
And then, when I caught charges. Yeah, shit happens when you're inside that long.
So you did something to get into prison, and in prison you did something else to get moved to other prisons.
Yeah,
like
catch more charges.
Yeah, it happens. Those days, like I should tell you my story sometime, Jeff. It would blow your mind. My story.
It probably would.
It would fucking.
I'm trying to learn prison politics
mind.
because I have a feeling it has application in the Panelverse.
Oh, for sure, buddy.
Yeah, it's a dog-eat-dog world.
It's an entire culture that,
it doesn't have. It's only a dog-eat-dog world if you're from that culture, but it doesn't have to be a dog-eat-dog world.
Yeah.
It's one of those things that, like, if you serve in the military and you meet somebody and they're talking like, oh, this, that, and then they bring up, oh, I served in the military, you know instantly if that guy's served in the military. It's kind of like, like prison's kind of the same thing. It's like it's a whole different world. Like it's a whole different system. And like, instantly if someone's fucking bullshitting you about this or that, like you come keyed to like certain things, certain words and phrases, and just
they
the
seem
way
really
touchy.
Themselves. Like anything can have meaning and set off a war.
Yeah, dude, I
very volatile and
set up a riot because a black dude put an extra boiled egg on my tray. Like we sat off
forget microaggression. This prison aggression.
I'm telling you, yeah, absolutely. You use the wrong shower stall, you're getting violated.
Yeah, those prison men seem even more fragile and sensitive than the woke people.
If you touch the TV on a Tuesday and it's a Wednesday, you're getting your fingers broke.
I would not survive. I cannot go to prison. Please keep me out of prison, Satan.
People say that, but it's not true. Like people always say, like, I wouldn't last a day in there, but you would. You do.
Do they have accommodations like an autistic wing, a Spurg wing, so I won't get beat up by all the?
We have the SVU. We have like a special needs unit, the SNU, which is pretty much like a PC, but it's for like people who have like disabilities and shit.
They're probably
it's nasty though. Usually you're locked down 23 hours a day, and people are like, it's bad. They're writing with their fucking feces on the wall.
Oh no! Do not put me there.
It's nasty in there.
We had our own.
You would hit me, man. You'd be just fine, Jeff. Like you would have you might have a hard time, but you would be fine. You would hit me.
Just put me with the thugs.
You'd be fine.
I'll be okay.
We'll get you a do rag and some fucking.
Yes. Put me there.
I'll hook you up. I'm kidding.
Yes, that's the place.
But no, hey, it was nice meeting you. It's getting late. I just wanted to hop in and just share a little bit because I heard you guys talking about something.
I'm glad you did, and I do. Let's get your story one day.
Absolutely.
Yeah, I used to tell it
we
quite a
definitely
bit.
got to kick back and share some war stories, man.
Yeah, I was a heroin addict for like 16 years, and I sold the bag that killed my uncle. Ended up going to prison. I found him dead in my bathroom. Went to prison, got out. Like a whole bunch of shits happened to me. Like I was on the run for like 10 years selling dope, selling heroin, and then bunch of shit happened. But I'll tell you my story sometime, Jeff. It'll blow your mind. Like, and then I've came so far in the last 4.5 years that I've turned my life around, and grew the fuck up
Yeah,
and
bro.
became a real man. No.
Yeah.
So not only were you in prison, but you had that on your conscience the whole time.
Oh, dude, I had to do. I graduated one of the most intense drug rehabilitation programs that they do in the country. I took it, and I took it as a lot of people call it fake it to make it. You know, they just fake it and they make it. They get out early. They get a lot of
Yeah.
months kicked off. But I put my heart and my soul into it, and it really changed me as a man. I got out and changed my life. Fucking did, try to fucking do the right shit. But
Cool. Hey, can I ask you one personal question? You don't have to answer, but
you're good, yeah.
what's your last day? You got your last day?
My last
Of
my last
incarceration?
day or my last name?
No, your last day of incarceration.
It was 4.5 years ago, but I have my prison ID on my wallet right here.
No. I was just looking for a time frame, man, because 4.5.
Oh, like 4.
You're right there on the edge. You can do this. I mean, yeah.
I just got off paper.
Oh, is there like risk of going back after a certain?
Oh, hell yeah.
Before a certain amount of time.
I haven't been off
Recidivism.
parole or probation, and I'm 38 right now. I haven't been off paper since I was about 17 years old, and I'm 38, and I just now got off paper for the first time in my life. I don't have to check in with nobody. I don't have to deal with nobody. I just do my own thing. So like, that's a big accomplishment.
Does it feel weird, or does it feel like normal or a relief?
That's something we would really have to get into, but it's definitely weird. Yeah, there's.
You got institutionalized.
It's
every
weird.
Day is
Yeah,
a new
for
day,
sure.
right, man?
It's a new reality.
And every step is a step forward.
But,
right?
It's a different reality. That's what it is.
But that's what my old channel was about. I was telling you about it a long time ago when we first met. I told you about it. I had around 700 subs, and that's what we talked about was my re-entry into society and like my prison, me falling and like recovery and all that. That was kind of what my channel was about. And then I lost it due to some stupid ass bullshit. Yeah. And yeah, I was like an open book.
Did you have to go to YouTube jail too?
I had I had like 17 like spiral notebooks filled front to back with all my shit that I wrote, and I would share them like daily, like a page daily, and we would just go over like what I was feeling that day and how I was doing, like what was in my head and shit, because like I remember shit very well, and we just did that. I think I did it for years. I did it for like the first couple of years I was out, and then so now I'm rebuilding. But yeah, since I lost that channel, I've been rebuilding it. But yeah. We should check it out though.
Drop your link. Oh yeah, it's still up.
No, that channel. You need to check
out your new channel.
I have 2 channels, yeah, right now. They're kind of just a little crazy because it's bullshit that's on there. But I'm gonna start up.
The one I dropped didn't have any content. I must have.
They don't.
Well, anyway, just check out Hebrew Hammer.
But yeah, you guys are more than welcome to come in. Anybody's welcome up on my panel. We usually talk about just bullshit, whatever comes up. But yeah, Jeff, we'll have to get to it.
Yeah, absolutely. I want to have it even more now. I already have like 50 questions right now, so we definitely should have that conversation.
Quite a bit. Spike knows a lot about my story and where I've come from. I've told Spike pretty much everything. He knows a lot, so. But. All right, like I said, it was nice meeting y'all. I got to get going. It's fucking early. I got to work.
Okay. Take care, Hebrew.
I'll see you around. I'll see y'all.
Keep up the good work, bro.
Well, how are y'all? Do y'all want to wrap up?
People freak out when I tell them that I hire felons straight out of the probation and parole department.
Because you trust them?
I would.
Yeah, man.
Because they're from
I trust them more almost than I do a lot of other guys, especially around here where we got all this fentanyl crap running around and everybody's on this Subox crap and on the meth.
That's one thing I've never had to. I never had to deal with fentanyl. I never saw. I mean, dope sick. I've dealt with dope sick people, but not fentanyl. That's a whole different ball wax. I mean, you come in dope sick. I know how to. I mean, I'm sure it's the same thing. But just dealing with an individual who's been, using opioids for extended period of time, and they're going cold turkey, and they don't have a clinic. They're not on the methadone program, so they got to go cold turkey. Those are the individuals when you see come through the clothing room, that guy ain't gonna make it. And if he doesn't have bond, white, black, Jeff, it almost gets irritated when I know you're joking when you bring up the race thing, but it's the honest to God's truth. When I put that uniform on and I worked in that clothing room, I did not see color.
No, I'm not joking. I'm with you. Like that is. I think that's a Gen X thing because our generation just didn't care. We looked past all that. It wasn't even relevant. But other people are saying this, so I'm not the one joke.
You had two colors, and you had brown and you had blue, and that was it. Which side you want? Brown and blue. That's it.
Right.
And and that was obviously referred to the uniform, but
But now today, they are saying, and in these DEI trainings and this ideology, that when you just said you didn't even see color, that's a bad thing. That by not seeing color, you actually are hurting black people. So everything we thought we were doing right, they're saying is now bad, and it was actually harming people this whole time.
And
yeah,
that's why I came in the way I came in, Jeff. You're absolutely right. After all the isolation and after all my experiences, my real world experiences, to come to this, to come to the isolation, to come to the trauma, to come to all this stuff, and then to finally find someplace to share. That's why I came in like I came in, because it's just a big ball of what happened. Right. What happened? We were the ones. We saw what racism did in the past. We saw my wife, her great grandfather, lived in Wisconsin, up by the Dells, up in the woods somewhere, and she would tell stories when they would go, and Oprah would come on. He would start throwing shit at the TV, and get that, off my TV before I break the TV. That was the race. I don't mean to raise my voice, but that was the racism. We saw that shit and we was like, "What the hell is wrong with you?"
And it was the old people mostly,
right? And we just root. But Jeff,
the few old people that was even the other old people knew they were we're calling them racist.
We're gonna be the old people. That the millennials,
yelling at our teeth.
They're gonna look at us a bit. The crazy old people.
Yelling
at our off the lawn.
Yeah, talk about the old days and all such.
Nobody's gonna ever convince me that looking past race or not seeing race or color blindness is worse than, or that seeing race and focusing on race is superior to looking past race and focusing on the individual. Nobody's gonna ever convince me that the color blindness is less effective than their version.
Everybody wants their edge. Everybody wants that.
You guys touched on something earlier too, that it's a brother's keeper thing. There used to be a mentality that we are our brother's keepers, that we watch out for each other, we call each other out on our shit, we hold each other accountable.
I didn't sign up for that
as well. No, but I think that was still a part of the Gen X thing. Is not only are we calling out the F authority, right, and F the man and the big brother. But in a sense, we are all one. We are not equal.
I think what he's referred to is humanity. Right. I think we have a better sense of humanity, not just that, like you said, Joe. You didn't sign up to. You don't have to take care of nobody. I didn't ask you to take care of me.
Sure.
But as a human being, as an individual, if I would have,
we're stronger together than we are divided. Right? We're the diversity is what makes us strong, right? It's the different types of people in our group that make the group strong. And the one for all and all for one attitude of America is gone. It's one for me and me for me.
Well, to me, it's the new, the accountability thing is more a feature of the new generation. We didn't do that with each other. My people, we didn't keep each other and hold each other accountable. But I think the newer generation does that a lot much more. It's that collectivism. I've even noticed that in the workplaces here, where everybody tries to help everybody else with their work, and I don't need a team to do my job. I could do it by myself. I don't need to be aligned with everybody else.
Because most of these folks have been programmed with all this victim mentality, right? And all this poor me mentality, and I need help, and I need more, and I'm so stressed. We tell ourselves that every day, I'm so stressed. Quit telling yourself that you're stressed, and you won't be stressed. Okay, we're programming ourselves with all this crap that, society in general, the TV, the commercials, the people that want us to buy their shit are programming us with these things, right? And we don't even know. We don't even recognize the tactics being used against us as humanity in whole, right? The divide and conquer tactics that advertising companies come up with, to get us hooked on things like cartoons and TV and food and substances and information. Look at the movement we have right now in America, where, okay, just the fact that flat Earth is a topic, right?
I know. Never in my life. I knew there were people supposedly that still believe that, but I never thought in my life I would be one of them, much less an entire community.
That's the education system. That's where they started. That's where it all started, with the teachers' unions, with the education system. Parents, our generation, when I sent my kids to school, we assumed that our kids were getting the reading, writing, and arithmetic, the same things we got, everything but behind our backs, there was a ulterior motive that they didn't share with us. I noticed it, that those teachers slowly changed, and what they wanted was more important than what the parents wanted. And that instilled in that generation that they're more important than what their parents have to say. They gave them a voice. And after 20 years of that, now you've got 20-year-olds that say, no, I have a voice, because they never had somebody to guide them. They always, what do you want to do? What is it you feel? And I don't want to sound like but it's still old school. Parents are there.
I know what you're saying.
To guide and instruct in the way that they feel best suits their children's upbringing. And the change came, like I said, in the 2000s, when the teachers all started to get on the same page, and wasn't the same page as the parents. They had an agenda. And we're seeing it's coming to fruition now, because they've been brainwashed. And accountability.
The agenda might have been good to begin with, though, Dom. It might have been good to begin with we want to promote inclusion, right? We want to promote.
We had inclusion.
We had inclusion.
Not equality.
You're absolutely right.
Right, but it's the overabundance of that, and then it's the first year. It's done with good cause. It really is. It's done with an open heart and people changing their minds to things. Right. And then the second generation of teachers kind of came in and they were a little more emboldened. But then, like you said, 9/11 happened, and we kind of went through this whole kind of scare, and we went back to war and everything. And that's when the unions really did start pushing in teaching. And even as a coach and as a park and rec coach and stuff, that an employer, right, that has to deal with Idaho regulations and Washington regulations, right to work state and unionized state. Totally different. The way I have to train my employees to work in Washington is, at this point, kind of absurd, and it brings in all this DEI stuff into training of employees. They're like, we don't want the schools raising our kids, right?
Well, now they're raising the adults.
Really take the time and have the time, after both parents have to work to maintain this household and this society norm, right? Parents aren't coming home and doing high school grade homework with their kids. They can't. We're not smart enough. I mean, we can't retain the information.
Trust me, when they started with that new math shit, and they changed. That was the. Does anybody remember the show iCarly? If you had kids,
I remember the name vaguely. Some little white girl.
Right. Well, no.
Yeah,
she
my
was
kids
Asian,
watched that
but
one.
whatever.
Yeah.
Oh, she would. I'm sorry, I misraced her.
But she had a white
I'm
friend. She had two white friends actually, but whatever.
Oh,
But if you go back and you watch that iCarly, that was pre-YouTube. Okay.
Oh,
What
yeah.
were they posting those videos on? That they were gauging their success by how many people watched their stuff and liked their stuff. That was the roadmap for YouTube.
Yeah.
They were doing YouTube before we even realized what they were doing. And like Fatty said, that's the stuff you were reading earlier, Jeff. That could have been a textbook from 20 years ago. That's how that's now. So when this generation sees what you were reading as state literature, they accept it. Like, oh yeah, because that's how.
oh, because it was yeah.
That
The
was
people
what
coming from those environments, this is normalized for them. But for the rest of us,
and it's how that's how they're going to change everything. That's how we're going to become.
you better have receipts if you're going to come and call me racist.
Better have receipts
the receipt is going to be your
or accuse me of harming people or anything. If you're going to accuse me of anything negative against somebody else, you better have receipts, and we have a due process for this. It's called the justice system. So if I did something that bad, then put me in the justice system and let's go.
And that's the brother's keeper that Batty was talking about. Not so much hands-on, you don't do that, It's more of, I see what you're doing. It's okay. You're safer. You're not hurting nobody. You're not hurting yourself. It's all good. Do your thing, But when you start, do you know what I saw? Here we go again. Twitter just the other day. Do you know they have a prosthetic for trans girls under the age of 5?
I know they have Packers, but
it looks like it's formed like a cup, and it's all it does is it's the largest member I've ever seen on a 4-year-old, and I've had 2 boys, but it's available for them to put in their pants so that they can have a bulge. So that if they're changing gender, they feel like they want to be a boy today, they can walk around with a bulge in their pants. That was the epitome, Jeff. That's what brought me here.
Maybe it's my own bias, but that gave me all kind of ick in my body.
Exactly. The first thing I said, it's dual purpose.
I'm just not hip.
What sick person devised this? And even thinks it's a... I'm sorry. I'll let it go. Because I get too emotional when it comes to stuff like that, man. Just like you said, I heard you say in a stream previously, just leave the kids alone. Just leave the kids alone.
That's true. It started with on the alphabet side when they started extending it to the kids, and it started on the race side with the George Floyd stuff, and all of a sudden everybody was racist. So if they had not pushed it with the kids, and I don't know where the racism stuff came from.
I'd take it back to the Rodney King beatings myself, but
that was so isolated to me. I remember it happened in that, like, there was not really anything comparable to it before, and then it happened, and there really wasn't anything that dramatic since. So to me, I just associate it with this isolated, like in the 60s, it was happening all throughout the time period for years.
Oh. Another interesting fact that it triggered recently with the Democratic convention. I was like, how ironic. I should go down there and live stream it.
What happened?
My dad worked the 68 convention.
Oh, shit.
Is it still going on?
The 68
the 1968
convention?
convention? No, that was in 1968.
It ended in 68.
Yeah. Oh, it ended, huh? No, is the current one still going on?
Yeah. No, but it was just that was a different time, man. That was but I don't know what brought us to that. I
don't know. I think I'm going to start winding down anyway, so that I can make sure I'm here early enough tomorrow to start it up again.
Well, I thank you, Jeff. I really appreciate you giving me the opportunity. It's for somebody, you can relate. For somebody in my age group, this medium, to try to break in, to try to even have a voice is, and after so many years of isolation, is just it's overwhelming, and that's where I was when I came in, and I appreciate you giving me that opportunity, because I haven't been able to, feel that, like I belong.
That's what
Like I
I'm here
had something
for.
to say.
Despite what other people's opinions are, I know what I'm here for, and that's what I'm here for. And people like you are heroes to me. The autism dads, the dads that can love and care and despite the weirdness and all that other stuff. Though not every dad can do that.
Can I share one last thing with you, Jeff? And it's because it's you. One of my biggest pains is that my son was about 19 when he had a meltdown, and I couldn't break through to figure out why. What has got him triggered? And he finally opened up and told me that because he was never going to have a girlfriend. And as a dad, I mean, you're only 19, so, you got to tell him, yeah, oh, come on, you guys meet plenty of, but deep down, there's that question. I mean, who's going to look besides his issues? Who's going to accept him for who he is? He may be right. I can't tell him he's not right. And, we embraced. It was emotional and it was odd because it was one of the rare times that he broke down. And to be able to share that with you after saying what you said about being a dad, that was the hardest thing. That's one of the memories that hurts me the most is that embrace of knowing that he knows that the deck is stacked against him, and I'm not going to be able to protect him anymore. I got to be honest with him. I know I didn't do anything to dissuade but just being able to share that little story, man, I appreciate that. So I'm sorry, more diversity. I'm out.
No, he's joking.
I'm kidding. I thank you.
Dom,
take care. I'm sure I'll see you guys again.
I hope so. I can't tell you how much I appreciate it and enjoyed the conversation. I am so glad you came up.
And that's part of the whole with this situation with the laptop and all that. My phone's out, so I got to go get a new one. And so as soon as I get that new phone, I'll cam up. I'll cam up like everybody else. I got no problem with that.
Okay, and you don't have to. I mean, this is fine too.
But thank you for the opportunity. Good night, guys. I'll talk to you guys later. Appreciate it.
Take care, Dom.
It's been real. Thanks, bro.
Yeah. Thanks a lot.
Good shit, man.
Okay. Fatty, you got anything you want to close with? You got anything going on? We still have to do our DEI thing. How you were going to show me some stuff.
I've got a few things put together. I've been looking more into the Department of Labor stuff that is part of my training with the workforce training stuff, and that's
Oh wait, they have it in Idaho too?
No, just working in Spokane County, like 10 minutes away.
Oh, so you actually fall under some of this stuff. Like, so the thing I'm talking about that people tell me I'm overreacting to, it is not a big deal. That it actually is directly impact, and they're like, it's not affecting you. Why are you even worried about this? Well, we have somebody right here that is directly affecting.
It's going to turn my workforce training system into a 40-hour paid amount of time just to train people. And look, I do this anyways.
It doesn't have to be that way.
I work on OSHA safe sites. Everything I do is 100% OSHA safe on big residential jobs, big commercial jobs.
So this is like an extra layer of on top of the OSHA stuff.
Yeah, and it's not so much about the safety. It's about people's feelings and regulating people's feelings and emotions.
Babysitting. The role of the state now is to babysit people's feelings. It's the nanny state. It's the matriarchy pretending that they're fighting a patriarchy.
And some of it, some of it pertains. Some of it I could see, maybe if I was in Portland or in Eugene or maybe a more progressive town or whatever. but a lot of guys here swap out and work in Spokane or work for, contractors that work in both states, or maybe exclusively they only do construction in one town. So
that's going to be
the
between the two
NIBCA
states because they're so different.
Well, yeah, because we're only 15 minutes apart. Like literally, Liberty Lake is 15 minutes away. It's in the same valley. It's the same. There's just a line going through the valley, So it's like it's all the same shit. But we're building all the same thing. It's not. There's no code difference in the way we build the building, but there is Department of Labor and Industries
and how you treat the employees,
standards, right, on how we do that. Like I said, I had a kid come out, lip rings, ring, a stud. Lightning storm comes up, and I'm like, bro, yeah, I don't know, you're kind of a fucking electrical hazard. You know what I mean, bro?
which is a joke.
He filed a freaking labor dispute against me for hostile work environment.
I could tell you right now, there is an entire department of Karens that's gonna put on their cat eye glasses and take that complaint and go over it, honey, with every color marker they have.
Yeah,
they are looking for it.
So that's kind of how most of my past 3 months has been, at least once a week, if not 2 or 3 times a week, talking with somebody about this case. The Department of Labor, Department of the Bureau of Occupational Licensing, and everybody in the state is now involved again in my business.
Yep, it's the Karenocracy. Welcome to it. Well, good. I'm glad we can count on your vote then in November for the man that's going to put an end to all of this and improve your life, relieve you of this unnecessary burden and nightmare. You can make it all disappear.
Right. He's going to make it all disappear by implementing Project 2025 and making gay be illegal and making all porn illegal too.
Patty. Donald Trump does not care about the gay. Like, he's never had an issue with the gays.
It's the money behind him, Jeff. It's not him that cares. He doesn't even know what he's doing. It's the money behind him.
Gays are not. Nobody cares about the gays anymore. That's not an issue.
I know.
I think if gay marriage, and I am a gay, if gay marriage is the only thing keeping you from stopping this horrible, terrible DEI stuff, I could tell you, I'm not worried. I don't think it's a threat where you have to risk protecting it to not stop DEI. I think you can. I think DEI is the more of a threat than gay marriage being reversed.
Yeah, there won't be any DEI when there's no democracy.
We're still going to have a democracy. We had it the first 4 years.
And came real close to losing it.
Yeah, but we didn't.
Right. So give the guy another chance.
Are you no, well,
right?
No,
come on.
I'm not saying that, and you don't have to, and you don't have to, and if that bothers you enough, I could understand, and I'm not gaslighting about any of that. I'm just saying, if you're able to look past that, it is an opportunity to directly affect the stuff that you're dealing with right now from the Karens.
It is definitely. I would say definitely vote for the issues, right? Vote for the issues that you want to see changed, and that you want to see implemented, worked on, whether they're changed or not, at least focused on, right? Sure.
And if preventing another January 6th is one of the issues, and that's your top priority, I could understand not voting for Trump. And if this kind of stuff is my issue, then I can understand. So I think voting the issues is valid, and I think that makes a vote for either person okay, because we might all have different issues we're voting on.
And you know what? As a real American, I don't care who anybody votes for, right? I will.
Well, that's how it used to be, like most of my life.
I will try to persuade, and I'll try to, poke and price. But hey, man, at the end of the day, I'm a break bread and drink wine guy. I want to sit down with anybody at the end of the day and have conversation and talk about nuanced ideas and ways of looking at life and perspective, right? Because it's all about perspective. So, it seems to me like there's one side that is really hell bent on not fighting for the rights of those people they disagree with, and another side that is at least going to pretend like they're wanting to fight for the people that they don't agree with.
Which side is pretending?
Well, they're both pretending, but in essence, there's one party that's hell bent on taking rights away from people and implementing their Christian doctrine over the lives of everybody else. And it's not the Democrats that are trying to tell people what they can read, right? And going into libraries and taking books out of libraries. It's not the Dems.
Well, my understanding is they're not taking them out. They're just restricting them, like putting them in areas that they can control access to.
In Bonner County, an hour north of me, they were burning them in the parking lot, bro.
The librarians were, or idiot citizens were?
The citizens that came to do the good work of the Lord.
Did they bring their own books, or they grabbed the books from the library and burned them? That's vandalism. That's destruction of state property.
Into the parking lot of the library.
They should be charged with a crime. They should be charged with a crime.
But see, when you have, sycophants running the government who egg these people on, when are they going to get charged? My sheriff brother, I've told this story, my sheriff is being charged with petty theft. Not the deputies, not the junior deputy, the sheriff of the county, okay?
Who charges the sheriff?
The prosecutors.
Oh, wow.
But just imagine that, to drop the charges because,
Well, if that's his worst crime, petty theft is the worst thing they could find on him.
Yeah, he wore his body cam into the public library, right, and spent a couple hours in the public library with these ladies from the Republican National Committee, okay, the Central Committee, right, going through books, right, and he put 3 books in his coat and he walked out. He did not. He stole them from the public library. He's a thief.
So,
okay? And then he refused to release the body cam footage. Okay, and went on the public square on all 3 of our public networks out of Spokane and bragged about it on TV, about going in and saving the children from these.
But he got charged for petty theft.
They charged
for taking the books. He got our justice system is working. He did get charged.
They filed charges and they dropped the charges.
Why?
Probably because all the frickin' everybody around here, except for the one Democrat that was actually a prosecutor who wanted to bring the case, was told not to.
Well, I was excited that he got charged, that he at least got charged, but did they? I guess they work.
It's all on body camera footage, right? He admitted to it on public square, right? He showed the books that he stole on the news, right? These are the books, and here's right here where it says Johnny wants to do Sally and whatever, dude. Like. Give me a break. Like, it's like Brother Dom said. Okay, I don't want the government telling anybody what religion or what anything to do with religion at all, and I certainly don't want them trying to implement the 10 Commandments in school or the Bible in school, because when we do that, we have to have
that's not gonna be the.
Right, but even just last week, Jeff, they had the deal in Florida, right, where the Satanic Temple filed against the public school systems and started showing up at the public school events and I didn't know that. The school events, right, because they were getting ready to implement these new laws that DeSantis put into effect, right? And the temple went in last week. It was just last week they went in and said, okay, then we get to. Oh, they wanted to put deacons. They wanted to put deacons in the school instead of.
Oh, so they were going to go put satanic priests. Oh,
yeah, right. So, hey, we've been playing this game for how many years, you guys? And every generation we have to go through this test.
You can't beat Satan. Not here in the U.S.
Go through the test. We have to stand up for democracy, and we have to stand up for the rights of those we don't agree with. I don't agree with the guys that fly old school German flags. I really don't like those guys, right? But I will fight for their right to exist so that I can protest them, right? I will fight for their right to organize and assemble and have their parades, just like I will our gay community.
I thought you punched Nazis.
Everybody gets to exist. And I don't want a Muslim or a Jew or an Arabic or a Christian, especially right now, Christians telling other Christians, my Jesus trumps your Jesus.
They have, but in America, they have the right to say that. You should fight for their right to
That's cool.
speak freely as well.
Absolutely, do that, but don't do it through law and don't do it through politics, right? In which case,
But I thought, didn't you used to punch Nazis, or you said you like punching Nazis? Wasn't that a hobby?
With facts, yeah, before fists.
But
okay. It comes to fists sometimes and pool cues and stuff. But I will argue with the best of them and shut them down every time. That
So is that addition to fighting for their right to protest and speak freely and challenge ideas, but then sometimes they get a fist anyway? That sounds a little fascist.
Okay, I understand I understand the catch-22 of the scenario. I do. Right. It's more so arguing, right, than telling somebody you can't think you should. Now, I'm not saying you shouldn't think that way. I'm saying that's an odd way to think. Okay. I'm not saying you should think like me. I'm saying let's think about this together and logically think this out and come to a logical conclusion, right? What is it that everybody's so scared of with this whole lib scare, right? The libs are taking it, and the libs and the left wing and the radical left wing.
Some of the stuff is the stuff you talking about yourself with the DEI, so that's one of the things. The other thing is the queer theory that has some very controversial ideas about childhood and what to do about children and their sexuality.
And while there are the, you touched on this the other night, brother, where, there's the activists, right? And the activists are the one that are out there in the public eye making the noise, right? I call myself an activist.
They're bullies. They're crowd bullies.
I'm down, helping with parades and helping with the actual physical events, the logistics. But behind the scenes, I call myself an activist.
And just being an activist alone doesn't make you a bad. It's how you do your activism. Antifa does a very different type of activism than I used to do when I was advocating for gay marriage.
And there's no sign up for Antifa, right? There's no sign up to be like a gay rights advocate or an activist.
I mean, there were organizations, but pretty much it was very informal and grassroots and organic for the most part.
Sure.
And we had parades and events and stuff we could gather for.
Yeah, you don't have to, declare. You don't have to sign any papers. You don't got to, take, blood mark anything. That's, come as you are, type of mentality. It's everybody's welcome under this umbrella of life and love.
Well, they used to be, but now if you're perceived as white, are perceived as male, it's less welcoming. It's a lot less welcoming now than it was in my generation.
I can see that. I can. Not so much in my
fact, I'd say it's
live,
almost a hostile environment.
Yeah, I can see that as well. But, I think it's a lot of that is just the programming that people are receiving right now with all the divisiveness and the divide and conquer bullshit that's being pumped into everything. The fact that legacy media, just the fact that all of the media companies have one goal. Okay, they don't have the goal of telling the truth. They don't have the goal of spreading news, of bringing facts to people's lives. They have the goal of making money, bro. That's the only goal of any media company, is to make money. And what do they make money off of? Controversy and division and divide and conquer shit. And they, them, and the others are coming to get you in fear factor tactics. There's nobody coming for us, bro. Okay, the population isn't dying off. Okay, we had a bubble in the boomers. And yes, we're going to have to figure out a way now that there's a decline. But these are manageable things, right? They're not scary things.
People are scared. Well, you're scared of a lot of things down there. You've talked about your fear.
For sure.
So
for sure.
People are scared. People are scared all the way around right now on all the sides. And I don't know why. I don't remember people being this scared even like 6 or 7 years ago. I don't remember this level of fear. So even when Donald Trump was president, I remember like
years ago.
certain parts of the population had it, but a lot of people did, and now it seems like every single person in America is scared and worried about something, the unknown,
and in
their
debate mode.
imagination.
Everybody's ready for a
things.
debate, right? No conversations are happening much. It's a lot of debate, and my way's the right way. And
Was
whether
this
we
since
agree or not,
COVID? Has this how it's? Because even before COVID, I don't remember people walking around with this kind of fear and worry, other than about Donald Trump. But now, since COVID, it seems like everybody's worried about everything.
Hyper-focused.
Everything's scary. And it wasn't like this 5-6 years ago.
And we could agree on 99% of things, but that 1% of thing, right, is what we're going to allow each other to divide us, right? Like I say this all the time.
Me.
Like 4,200, let's just take an even number. 4,000 gods were worshipped on earth today. Let's say we got 10 people in the room, right? All 9 people pick a different one. I'll choose none. Okay. So what's the difference between us? Is it 3,990 or is it 1? Right? Because the answer is 1. It's only one choice. It's only one little thing that is different between us. And we tend nowadays to look at the overwhelming chasm of the 30,990 rather than just looking at the one thing that makes us different. Right? It's just one thought. It's just one belief. It's just one thing. Right? But there used to be a time, at least here in North Idaho, where the good Christians would say, hey, to each their own, as long as they're not hurting and harming somebody else physically. That's pretty big.
Yeah, that's
pretty
I mean, is
nationwide.
that our bias? Were we indoctrinated, or does that just seem normal to you? That doesn't.
Yeah, that used to be how people thought, kind of nationwide. As long as you're not harming me physically, you're cool,
Are we
man.
weird for thinking that? Like, how is that?
Just now, I'm not hearing that nowadays. What I'm hearing is, my God doesn't create things like you. My God does not create such things.
So, so people have said that forever.
Sure. It's just more prominent now from my perspective here.
I think it's you talking about all the crazy religious people. I find it less prominent. They're like almost. They're like Bigfoot now. I have to go hunt one down and find one. In the 80s and 90s, they were everywhere. They were in your family, half your friends, the people you went to school with. So if it sounds like you're living in lost time or something.
That's how I feel. Yeah, I feel like I've stepped back from the 90s. Where
you might be in a bubble, because if you step out of that, I don't think there's a lot of people saying that kind of stuff anymore, especially among the younger generations.
To me, it's actually scary that it's being said in public a lot more. People are more brazened, and I'm just going to say it. They're a lot more brazen when they're wearing a red hat, and they're justified in what they're saying, and having an excuse to treat people like shit because somebody's God said that that's okay. That's what I don't get off on, man. I'm not necessarily a Christian anymore. You know where I've been with that. But I believe in the red letters. I believe that Jesus had a good thing when he said, love your neighbor, right? Give away all of your possessions, right? And help the person that's less fortunate than you.
Americans are not going to do that. Americans
are not
giving away their
possessions. I think that's a good
and
philosophy.
Poor people.
I think that's a good way to look at how we should treat each other, and we have good Christian folks that have really been, Mel's panel coming up in a couple days on the mega churches and the televangelism.
Oh,
we got guys like Kenny Copeland, right? That are worth
those were the grifters before YouTube.
$700 million, bro. $700 million, homeboy's worth.
That's the demon preacher with the jet, the private jet.
Yeah. And the grifting of the church system and the grifting of the religious system and the using of that to manipulate the psyop behind it. You know what I'm saying? The manipulation, the tactic, the divide and conquer of, in reality, like churches used to congregate together.
Fatty, real quick. There's, I was going to wrap this up, but I think we have a good controversy brewing here. We have Clever Girl Reading in the back. that wants to come on and share her viewpoint. Are you up for it?
Absolutely.
Okay. Clever girl.
Hi.
Hi.
How
Welcome.
are you?
Okay, if y'all want to.
Your microphone is a little like robot-y.
Got a fan going?
Can you hear me?
It's still faint, like you're coming in from far away.
I don't know how to turn it
I mean,
up.
we can hear it's
No,
just very
maybe.
low. Let me check your settings too. No, they look good.
Oh, but maybe it's the fan. Hold on.
Okay.
Is that better?
You just your volume's just lower
I
than the
turned it
rest
up.
of us.
The
I
fan
mean, I
sound
could
went
try
away,
to
though.
turn you up, see if that makes a difference. Talk again.
Anyways, how's your night going?
I'm sorry, what?
Yeah, I think I turned your volume up, so I think that's a little better.
Yeah.
Okay. Awesome. What are we talking about again? I was out for a couple of minutes.
We talked about all kind of stuff. Right now, we're talking about Christian people, scary Christians.
Me?
Maybe.
I would even call them fake Christians, really.
I
That
don't know. Are you Christian?
Yeah.
Do you-
Rev Fatty, why are you called Rev Fatty if you're not Christian?
I'm an ordained minister.
Okay, so you are Christian. Are you just
I was currently I'm taking my ordainship out of the Church of the Flying Spaghetti Monster.
oh wow. Okay.
But I went through a 2-year ordination basically when I was in prison, and whatever 9 months after I got out also as well, and have been very involved in a lot of the Christian stuff, some pretty intense stuff, and definitely believe in a lot of the aspects of it, but I'm just kind of at the point where I'm not going to alienate myself from any other perspective. And as much as I'll read the Bible, I will read another book or another faith or other scripts and try to dive in deep to some of the Buddhist and Hindu faith stuff. Higher vibration stuff, and
I've been there, done.
Yeah.
But
I'm a red letter guy. I'm more so a red letter Bible guy. I get really bent out of shape. And here's the thing. When I say to people, you don't get to use the Bible as ammunition against somebody else. And 1 James 4:20 says that.
True.
That's me using the Bible as ammunition against them. So I understand the catch-22, but it's hard, I think, as good Christians to try to call out what we see as bad Christians. I just try to call out people for maybe their way of looking at things in a more sociological way of like, hey, what if we all gave away our stuff and actually helped the less fortunate? I actually believe straight up.
Hey, Fatty, I'll take it.
Midnight
What you
Pacific
got?
time. Jesus was reborn on Y2K. He's now 24 years old. He's stuck at the Mexican border. They won't let him across, and he's down by the river washing people's feet and teaching them how to fish and bake bread.
I see what you're saying. All right.
Because that's what Jesus would do, right? He wouldn't stand around and bitch about it, right? He wouldn't moan and cry about it. He would just do his thing and help people and try to persuade people to be good people.
I understand that part. However, I think we can all agree that we do need immigration reform. Don't we all believe that?
Oh yeah,
okay,
for sure.
So I can understand that
Either reform or just enforce the system as it exists now if it works. But but whatever is down there now is neither one.
Yeah, that $118 billion would have been pretty dope to get that implemented. But
if you can say it didn't work under Trump as well, because he didn't
enforce
immigration reform. What he did was let less people in. He let less immigrants in the country. So it looked like he did something, but he didn't actually do it.
Yeah. Well, I suspect that there's a lot of people that are not in a big rush to get rid of some of these illegal people because there's
Well, I mean,
people are benefiting from it. There's a whole little ecosystem.
But it's happening globally though, and
Yeah.
so because of the population decline, they're letting people in the country. You can go to Japan and get a free house, or you can go to Italy and get a house for $1 because of the population decline. And it's
So
like
it's like a worldwide trend.
all the boomers are dying off.
And someone was on here earlier today saying with as the climate warms that the people around the equator are going to start migrating and pushing, so that this, like what we're experiencing now, is the new norm. It's not going to get any lower than this. It's only going to get higher than this from this point forward.
No,
So it is something that we have to figure out.
I think
And
we should agree.
yeah, serious.
No, I think we agree that we should be careful about immigration. The people we let in the country, and we go there bipartisanly and ask this from our government. Because
Yeah.
same thing with abortion. Like I think everybody can agree we don't want to kill babies, but there should be something else in place to help mitigate the circumstances where, because when we were growing up, kids didn't get pregnant that much. We didn't have that. We didn't have a lot of abortions and stuff like that. If you go to certain countries, they don't have it there as well because there's a different mindset about being in a relationship with somebody and not pregnant before you choose to have a baby. So, but I came here for racism.
Oh, okay. Well, what you got for us?
Well,
We're still cool when we need them.
why do y'all keep like racism?
What race are you? What race do you identify as?
I'm black.
Okay.
Okay.
I didn't want to make assumptions.
I mean, don't I look black?
I know, but people make assumptions about me too. They think I look white.
Y'all have a problem with my gender as well. I identify as a female.
What's your gender?
I'm a woman.
Okay. I don't want to. It's one does not want to make assumptions in this day and age.
Why are
You
we
guys
not?
talked about this earlier today again too. My pronoun is space dust.
You could be a white lady, fatty.
Gen X, do you identify as a furry or an antelope? I don't.
No, I'm gay. I identify as a faggot, actually, technically. That's the pronoun I use. My Twitter name used to be Satanic Faggot.
Oh wow. Okay. Well, yeah. But why are we pretending like racism doesn't exist in this country?
Well, what I'm learning is there's way more types of racism than I knew as racism. So the racism that I knew as racism, very little of that exists today. But now there's all these other new types of racism that they say exist, but I still am looking for them.
Well,
Because they're not as obvious as the other types of racism.
But there's still I can't say the word systemic racism in this country.
Well, they say that. Well, supposedly the whole country was racist from the start because Thomas Jefferson and all those other people were racist. So that when they created the Constitution and all of that, that already had the racism in it right there from the beginning.
Right, but do you think it's not still here? Because we just made a large purchase, and even though we have great credit and we have the money for it, we had to jump through hoops to get the property that we just purchased. And it should have went through like really quickly, but they kept sending stupid stuff like they wanted us to prove that we paid like our mortgage schedule, all this other kind of stuff that nobody has ever asked us before. And
because you were black?
It had to be.
Do white people have to give all that too?
Well, all you have to do. Somebody fact check me in the.
I honestly don't know. So yeah.
There's systemic racism in banks. There's also systemic racism in the justice system, in schooling. There's a a classroom to prison pipeline for black boys.
What is that?
They make school hard for them, and y'all were talking about.
I didn't make school hard for them.
Yeah.
Every teacher I know was bending over backwards to make school as accessible as possible for every single kid there.
Right, but the politician that's looking at it from a money standpoint.
Because
sorry, go ahead.
teachers look at black children differently, so they get a different experience in school, and they'll put them in special needs classes quicker than they'll do anybody else, even though it's a behavioral problem, not a like an attention deficit problem or something like that. And so they're putting our boys into, not just boys but mostly boys, into special needs programs, and then they'll either drop out or other things will happen to them, but usually they'll drop out, and then they'll poverty will cause crime like it does in every part of the world. So that kind of thing.
Public schools, we got to remember, public schools are based on neighborhoods, right? And neighborhoods are drawn out by lines and gerrymandered.
Yeah, but right? That's racism. They treat schools differently based on the tax system. But if you go to, I believe it's Sweden or Switzerland, they made the schools privatized. And so if you go to a private school, you go to a public school, it's almost as good as going to a private school, because they determined that for their country, they wanted everybody to get a great education. And so it's not based on the tax system, because if you use the tax system of people in poverty, you're not going to get a better school than you do if you go to a neighborhood that's that has more money. And if you read a book called The Whiteness of Wealth, you'll see how the laws that we have are intentionally made to keep minorities poor. Even if your family has wealth as a black person, they'll get it from you some kind of way, and the money will not continue another generation in America. So y'all keep saying racism doesn't exist.
Well, what you said about the kids in school, the boys in school, is true, but it's not just black boys. It's happening to just boys in general, or their behavior is treated differently than the girls, I guess, or the non-boys. But do you think all of this is because people don't like black people? Like they're treating black people differently because they don't want them to participate in society on the same level as everybody else, because they just don't like them?
Yes.
Nobody I know think that. I have just not found that to be true from anybody I know.
Black males make up the majority of people in prison, and we only make up about 13%.
Are they committing crimes to get into the prisons?
The thing with murder and rape, black men are exonerated between 60 and 70%. And so they're being sent to prison falsely.
And we kind of touched on this earlier, too.
For rape and murder, they did not commit. Somebody fact check me, please.
Right. As well as the fact that white guys can bond out. Remember, we talked about this. That
white guys get a whole different...
Because they're white, they get to show their privilege card and say, hey, I'm white. Can you bond me out, dude? Here's my privilege. Or is it because they have the money to do it, and black people with money can also bond out, and poor white people have the same difficulty bonding out as poor black people? Or is there...
Hang on. Okay, hang on. It's just the fact that these things have happened for so long, right? That they're already there. Right. It doesn't have to be people.
Wait. Something that's a logical fallacy, because something happened in the past does not mean it is happening now. That look at the weather; it's not constantly raining because it rained last week.
It's happening. Racism is happening right now this second.
Well, you have to show me the racism, and I don't see it. I hear that you're saying you think it's there, but.
The sheriff catches the football guys with a couple of joints, okay? And
I don't think that most people in America dislike black people the way you think they do. And I think most of us would like to see everyone succeed. Other black people, everybody that wants to be a part of this. And so I don't like that you think that about us, and I don't think it's true.
I hate that I know it's true, bro. That's
that we are deliberately like making school hard so black kids don't make it through so that they can stay out of society. That's ridiculous. You have to, if you're going to accuse somebody of that kind of evil, you have to prove it. You can. That's not an accusation you can just casually toss aside. Not to me. Not to me, to my face. So if that's what you think I'm doing, I used to teach. I wasn't doing any of that. In fact, the black kids loved it. I was one of their favorite teachers. I was trying to get every kid across that finish line, and I put a lot of work into it. And to have somebody think that teachers are in there deliberately conspiring to make school hard so that black children won't make it through early enough as like all the rest of that is a conspiracy theory. That's a conspiracy theory.
It's not. It's true. But
It's a conspiracy theory, and you have to show that it's true because I know for a fact that it doesn't track with any of my experiences with anybody I know or my experience in the classroom or any of my teachers' experiences. This is the first time nobody came to me and said, "Here's the playbook for keeping black kids out of school. Do this, this, and this, so you can make sure that the black kids don't get through."
Doesn't make it less. Sir.
It's the ingrained programming inside of us, Jeff, that is the playbook.
I wasn't who programmed. I wasn't programmed. I must have missed the programming class, and so all the other teachers I work with must have missed it too.
That's your experience, though. Okay, and there's other experiences.
I was programmed to make school hard for black people.
No. Okay.
Teacher in Arizona.
Y'all are saying some crazy shit.
Listen. I've been a teacher. I've been a coach. Okay, I am a coach. Okay, my daughters are teachers.
Well, Fatty, you're white? You're white. Did you make it harder for black kids to get through? That's what she's accusing both of us of.
I did.
You did. What did you do? I think you're cupcaking. What did you do? Because we weren't having this conversation before she came on, and all of a sudden your position slanted.
He also said he's going to talk about DEI hires later, which kind of cracked me up as well, because I was like, how do you give somebody a different educational experience and then expect them to meet a certain standard? Especially, there was a job.
But I don't think you lowered the standards just because they didn't get a certain experience. Like, I'm not for lowering any. I don't think anybody wants a country where we lower the standards. Like,
no, we don't want to.
So if you need your standards lowered, why would you want to be part of a group that only wants you because they have to lower the standards to let you in?
Well, they don't.
That's kind of insulting.
They don't. Well,
and they're not doing you any favor, making you think you're better at something than you actually are. Everybody has to keep up a pretend charade so your feelings don't get hurt when you realize there's people that are better at you and what you do. And that's true of all of us. There's people better at me than what I do. There's always somebody better.
There's credibility behind it, Jeff. We're not hiring stupid people. We're not bringing people up in the workforce that don't know what they're doing. We're bringing equal people up. Right, people of equal mind.
Well, she just talked about lowering like people didn't have the right education, so they can't meet the requirements. So you have to lower the requirements to let them in. That is not what you described, Fatty. And I'm interested in hearing how you kept black people, how you made school harder for black people. I was not aware of this part of your history, so I'm interested in this.
You know where I grew up?
Just tell me how you made school harder, and then we could expand out from there.
There was a handful of folks around this area that were actually colored. I'll just put it that way. And I mean, I used the hard R just like everybody else around here.
As a teacher?
There's nobody around to be offended, Jeff.
Did you use it in front of somebody?
There are minds being programmed, right? Whether we know it or not, we're programming each other.
But how is that making school hard? I want to hear how you are on this mission to keep black people from getting to school.
You take it to a different spot, though.
That's what she said. I am starting from the spot that she said, and I just said she's accusing you and I, because we're white and we were in the school system, of being part of a conspiracy to make school harder for black kids. You say you're shaking your head and you're like, yeah, I did that too. And I'm like, oh, really? Well, tell me about it.
It's not just schooling, it's housing, it's banking, it's education.
Well, Fatty is right. He said he actually participated in this, so we have a live example right here.
Let me take it to work instead of school.
Why are you evading? I'm losing trust. Why? She said school.
Okay.
So why do we have to take it somewhere away from the example that you yourself said you did?
So he won't be so self-conscious. Hold on.
Okay. Okay. I'd rather not on this platform, but I'll tell you, me and my buddies were fucking racists. The guys that hung around here, the guys that I used to party with, right, wore red suspenders and fucking Dr. Martens, bro. Right?
I think you talked about this before, actually, that you had a history as
the guys that grew up here in North Idaho, right, in the 90s, shaved their heads, right, and flew old school German flags and bootstepped in cosplay because they self-identified as something, right? That is also an N-word that I think is my biggest fucking trigger word on earth. And it doesn't end with a hard R. It ends with a hard E.
Were they part of the school system?
Yeah.
The people you're describing, the suspender people.
They didn't wear their
and the
suspenders as
E.
teachers, but yes, there's guys on my school on my city council right now that wear those tattoos, bro.
Exactly.
Let me ask you this
Oh my
then: Were
God.
y'all coordinating? Were you having meetings and planning out how to keep or make it harder for black kids? Or was it just you, like, kind of on your own, knowing to do that?
Those meetings were happening. I was privy to some of those meetings where the old guys
And
would
what kind of
sit around
things were they
at the
saying
El
to do?
Cafe and smoke cigarettes and talk diabolically about how to take over the world with divide and conquer tactics.
But what were they planning for the black kid? Like, what were some of the things they were saying to keep them from succeeding?
Make sure he doesn't get his scholarship.
Like how? How, like, were they saying
Fail
to
him. Fail him in his
even
class.
if he made the grade?
Let's get one of the teachers to knock his grade or something,
That's really hard to do. Because I know when I was teaching, like, they could review my test. I had to have the rubric for how I came up with the numbers, and the supervisors could look over it and make, like... So it's really hard to just randomly get... And kids themselves, if you give a kid a lower grade than he thinks he earned, he's going to sit there and study that test and figure out what he did to get that grade that's lower than he thought he
lucky
did.
we didn't have Simps as teachers at the time, right? But growing up, two of my teachers I know used the hard R in school.
Because this changing grade, did you give false grades?
No, I never was like...
Because that's a serious thing. So if people are changing the grades of black people...
I'm a certified carpenter. I'm certified with National Association of Home Builders, and I'm a certified teacher for the carpentry program.
Okay.
Okay, so I teach people how to build things as well.
And you didn't want a lot of black people build, not too many black people building.
Switching topics now to construction and work, okay? As a contractor, I would travel around and follow hailstorms and tornadoes through the Midwest. And we would haul houses to the dump. And we would be the first contractors on site after a tornado and go clear the roads and work with the canine dogs to make sure we weren't hauling body parts to the dump. Okay, and then we would go through and clean and help rebuild these towns like Joplin and Oklahoma City and more. And Kansas, I mean, $5 billion a year, Jeff, is put aside by the insurance companies just for hail damage alone, not counting tornado damage. Okay, hundreds of thousands of houses get re-roofed every year because of hail damage. Okay, so as a contractor, I would travel the hail scene. We would chase hailstorms. More than not, the crew that's going to be installing the actual asphalt shingles on the house is going to be a Mexican crew. Okay, there's going to be 6 to 8 of them. They're going to get on the job site, and they're going to be done in one day. Doesn't matter the size
They're really
of the
good.
house. We'll throw more guys at it. Okay, and I was an advocate for years to not hire the Mexican crews.
Specifically for racial reasons?
Most of these guys are Catholics, and most of these guys don't drink. And most of these guys take a little siesta at lunch and work their fucking asses off, bro. And I got white guys on the house across the street, been there 4 days, and they're up there with an Arcbird sprinkler on the roof to try to keep it a little bit cool, you know what I mean? It's a little bit hot today. Showing up at fucking 7 a.m. drunk on blackberry brandy, okay? I couldn't get good contractors until I started hiring the Mexicans. Okay, come to find out, 99% of them are here with papers. They're not illegals. Right, they're good people that are facing hard times in their field where they're living, right? And yeah, some of the money's going back home, but they're also living 6 to 8, 12 guys in a hotel room, doing what they have to do to make money for their family, right? Hardworking, honest individual people, and not just a number, not just a scare tactic theme, right? Not just something that I can look at and instantly say, "There's one."
So what was your reason for not wanting to hire them?
Well, because most of the old ladies don't like Mexicans on their roof. And they will tell me and ask me straight up, are your crews colored? You don't hire those colored boys, do you? I'm not kidding, Jeff. I'm not kidding. Over half. Over half of every fucking.
So if the old ladies had not said that, would you have hired them?
As a company.
Was it the old ladies, or would you have hired them if the old ladies had not cared?
I think you missed that part where he said he was
Doesn't
racist.
matter. Okay, what I would explain to them is, look.
Well, why are we having the conversation if my questions don't matter? They matter to me. That's why I asked it. I'm trying to understand. If you don't want to talk, if you don't want to tell me, that's fine. I need to wrap up anyway.
That's the systemic part about it, though, is that whether they're good people. Okay, these are good people. Okay, they don't bootstep around town. They don't call people names. They're good people. Okay, they believe in equality. They believe in unity, right, more than equality. Because equality is not.
We're already We're all Americans. We already have unity.
Yeah, but we don't have that mentality. Not everybody has that mentality, Jeff. Everybody's their own individual, and this one for all for one. Go America, hoorah! We got the ex-president telling half the country that this is a shithole nation, that it's fallen apart and gone to shit.
I thought he said it was the African countries with the shithole nations.
No. According to everything he's saying in the past 3 weeks, everything he's saying.
I haven't been watching.
This country is completely fallen apart. We are on the brink of disaster.
Everyone's saying that. Everyone on Twitter's saying that. Everyone from the left is saying. Everybody everywhere is saying that. He's just following the trend.
It's global, yeah.
It's gaslighting. Okay, we're all being gaslit. None of this shit's happening. This is all fear factor tactics to keep us divided, to keep us at each other's throats.
Well, the DEI stuff is definitely happening because
I'm not about equality.
I've been reviewing it, and you yourself have been encountering it in your work. Yeah. So that stuff is happening.
Yeah.
Because it has to.
No.
It really does.
No. First we have to identify the problem, and I guarantee you the problem is not that white people are trying to keep black kids from making school harder so black kids don't make it through school.
I don't understand how you can say that because you're coming from your own personal experience, and so that's
yeah, and I'm a teacher that never did that, so that's one counterfactual right there.
Chaotic Truths channel, right?
Yeah, he's been on here once, I think.
It's two men up there, and half of y'all said one half of y'all said that racism does exist in the school system, and you said I don't see it because I wouldn't do that, but it's a thing.
No, I'm specifically addressing your claim that white people are deliberate, like we're conspiring, we're coordinating, we're all having meetings and planning how to keep black kids,
but it's not all
how to make school harder, like we're planning ways to make school harder to make sure black kids don't succeed.
Do you think the government...
That's a conspiracy theory. That's a ridiculous claim. It's not true. People are not doing that, and that's not why black kids are, if that's happening at all, because many black kids are making it through, and nothing's happening to them. We don't have like a backup plan, like, oh, these 3 or 4 got through. Let's go to the backup plan to make sure we filter these out. That is just wild thinking. I don't know where it comes from. You've been radicalized. You've swallowed some propaganda, but if you think that's what's happening, you are misinformed. That is not. There's no conspiracy to make school harder for your kid.
Do you think
then let's look at some information.
Wait. I want to hear.
Do you think there's racism or discrimination towards gay people in this country?
Not at any significant level. No.
Okay.
Not nearly like there was 30 years ago.
There's some though.
Yeah, so I've watched the progress do this. So there's always going to be a little bit here at the bottom.
It cannot be true.
But it's not an entire school system of teachers trying to make school hard for black. I guarantee it's not that. It might be one teacher that maybe didn't grow up around black people, and you could tell she's a little uncomfortable if there's...
It's intentionally built into the program, sir.
No, but you're right though, Jeff. It's not the individual that is. It's not everybody.
Well, you know what? It's the individual that's being told in these classes that they're racist and white supremacists. So you can't have it both ways because you keep switching. You're pro DEI when this lady's on, but you're anti DEI when you're talking about all the work coming to your workplace. And it's not about the individual when it's convenient for you to not make it about the individual, but it's about the individual when all of a sudden it affects the individual. This is one of my problems with it. The logic just does not work. The logic is so wobbly and inconsistent.
It seems like you should do some investigation on the subject, sir, before you sit here and say
I have, yeah, I sure have been. I have entire streams I did breaking it down in great detail. I go into the state websites and I pull up their own DEI documents and I break it down. So I have done that. You should take a look.
But we have to coordinate those, Jeff.
You might challenge some of your beliefs.
I think
Because if you think that this is honestly the first time I've heard that part of the conspiracy is that white people are deliberately making school harder for black people so that they fail.
Okay, you should look that up, sir.
I would you have a source? I would love to see.
Just look it up.
It's just
well, since it was your claim, you can provide a source. I'm not going to do your work for you.
And
if I make a claim, I'll provide a source for it. And if you make a claim, you can provide a source for yours. How's that?
Okay.
When we're in debate mode, we can do that. Okay, but when we're in conversation mode, right? It's not.
I don't have modes. I'm in whatever mode I'm in the moment, and you don't get to tell me what mode I got to be in. This is not your panel. Don't come up here and try to run and micromanage my panel and tell me what mode I got to be in and what the rules are for which mode. Not here, fatty. Not here. This is not your panel. Stop micromanaging me.
I was not trying to do that, brother. I was not trying to do that. I'm sorry.
Well, that's what you said was the rules for when we're in conversation and when we're in debate.
Brother.
I was unaware that there were rules on this channel that I didn't even know about.
Brother, I apologize. Okay, I did not mean for that to come off that way. Okay, I know that it made you feel a way that I did not intend for it to make you feel. That's not the way I wanted that to land, okay? All right? Okay?
Yeah, we got a little
for
emotion.
real. You know I'm fucking for real, dude.
Me too.
Okay? But there are times in life when we're just having conversations, right? And something hits us and we say, fucking prove it. And I back that 100%. Okay? But we gotta stay calm in those situations. I'm not trying to challenge you.
I don't have to stay calm anytime. You're emotion policing, fatty.
No, sir. No.
Yes, you are. You're telling me when I have to stay calm. You don't get to tell me that. You don't get to determine when I get to stay calm. If you're not happy with my emotional level, whatever, you can take yourself away from it. But you don't get to tell me what my emotions have to do. And you don't need to teach me etiquette on how to have conversations. I have conversations all the time with people from all over, and I've been doing it for years. So if you don't like a conversation with me, just disengage from it. But you don't get to speak for all these other people that have conversations with me just fine.
I'm sorry, man. I'm sorry. It's a generality.
You're being a Karen. You're making rules for conversation, and you're policing people's emotions. This is not the space. This channel is specifically a space set aside where that shit doesn't happen. So people like me can have our place to be ourselves in our own little weird, emotional, spastic way and not be harassed and stigmatized over it. That's what this is for.
No, bro. I know, man. I fucking know.
So then don't do that shit here. Don't do that shit here. If you don't like my emotion level or the way I have a conversation, I don't mind if you drop off or take a break or whatever.
I didn't say that I didn't, Jeff. I didn't say that I didn't. I didn't say that I didn't, man. I'm fucking sorry. I did not mean for that to come off that way, dude. Okay? Please. I was speaking in a generality. I'm not coming at you. I'm coming at the information. I'm coming at the situation. Okay? I'm not coming at you personally at all. At all, bro. Not at all.
Well, it sounded like you were.
I know it. I know.
Telling me when to be calm.
Thank you for calling me out on that, because my tone, I bring the construction site into my fucking life too hard. I'm a fucking hard ass when I talk to my guys, and I speak real bluntly especially when I'm speaking in generalities. And we've been talking about nuanced things on different ends of different parts of different and I understand it's fucking hard for me to even understand what the fuck I'm saying most of the time when we're talking about these things, because we're talking about little individual pieces of a big system, right? And I'm not trying to discredit you or your personal experience, bro. Not at all. Not at all. Okay, I'm just trying to add some perspective to it, if possible. I don't like telling people you shouldn't feel that way, because that's discrediting how they feel. Right, I'm not trying to make you feel any way or another. I'm not trying to influence.
Well, no, I'm responsible for how I feel, so don't worry about that part.
And I'm responsible for keeping my tone correct, right?
No, that's the whole point. Your tone can be whatever it wants. I don't have a problem with your tone. It doesn't throw me.
Well, I need to watch it. I really need to work on it. I haven't held myself together too very well.
I don't have a problem with it. You don't have to work on it for me. Just talk however you talk, but I want the same right. If I'm going to let people come on here and have whatever emotion they want to have and talk in whatever tone they want to talk, I want the same thing for people. So if I'm going to create this space and give that to other people, at least give it back, and don't come out here and try to hinder me from doing what everybody else gets to come on here and do.
I got you, bro. I got you. I love these conversations. I fucking honor these conversations.
Well, one reason they even happen at all is because I don't let people come on here and try to control them. And that's why I'm very sensitive to people telling me, like, setting parameters for when people have to be calm and what happens during conversation versus debate. And when that is, I don't mind if you do it on your channels or other channels, but this is definitely not the channel to come do all that on.
I know that came off as very condescending, and I did not mean to sound that condescending to you. I did not. For my tone was off. Okay.
It wasn't the tone. It was the specific content of what you were saying that I was reacting
Whatever it
to.
was.
It sounded like you were trying to direct me on the proper way to run a conversation or a panel or have emotions or something. I don't need any guidance on that. I'm doing it the way I do it that works for me. If it's a problem for other people, they can adjust themselves however they need to do it. But
just like
I don't need to be educated on any of that, because I'm satisfied for myself in that area. If it doesn't meet your standards, then oh well.
You're getting really good, brother, at fucking standing up for that and not allowing people to come up here and spurg on their shit and drop false claims and drop out false accusations. Right?
Oh, that's what it was. I asked for evidence. She pulled the thing where she had this crazy conspiracy theory. I asked her for a source, and it's like, well, you do the research. No, ma'am.
I understand.
You brought the claim. You bring the receipts. I'm not going to go get the receipts for your claim. And then that's when you jumped in with like, well, if this were a debate, that would be you were white knighting for her. If instead of letting her be an adult and fight her own battles, if this were a debate, then it would be appropriate to ask for evidence. But we're just having and I'm like, why are you making rules for my panel?
I understand
and trying to run interference on me asking for evidence and protecting this lady and enabling her for not having to provide. Why is Fatty doing this? That's what it started.
Because it wasn't happening. It just seemed like that.
You weren't, Fatty, though. You've been white knight for her all night. Ever since she came on, you switched your whole position on DEI. Because with me and you, it was like, oh, yeah, man, all this stuff is coming down through Washington, and I'm going to have to change the way I hire employees, and it's really going to... And then when she comes on, she's like, oh, yeah, white people are totally trying to keep black people from succeeding in school. Like you switched that, like Linda Blair could not have snapped her head around that as fast as you did.
But
so I'm just pointing out what I see, what I observe.
I know, bro, and I'm trying to get to the point where we can understand that we're just coming from our own perspective, right? We're just talking about our own experiences, right? And yours is what it is, and I fucking honor that, bro.
But the only thing I'm confused about yours is yours seems to be both. It seems to be, this DEI sucks because I'm experiencing right now, And it also seems to be that we need DEI because white people are trying to keep black people from succeeding at school.
No, it's that we don't need DEI because it's part of the inherent system that is the ingrained.
So
racism.
even the DEI is racist because it came out of the same
exactly.
system.
Yes, that's what I mean.
That's a wicked take.
It is part of the same system, right? It is designed and implemented by the same people who smoke cigars in back rooms and try to figure out how to keep kids off football teams and keep people from not getting rent in certain places and making sure the realtors don't appraise people's houses that are black for the same amount as people that are white. Like, this is nationwide shit, Jeff, and I know you're flabbergasted at the claim, and I'm kind of flabbergasted that
it sounds a little ridiculous to me. The scale of it, the purported scale of it, the pervasiveness of it sounds ridiculous.
Sure, and that's the thing. It doesn't have to be the 98%. It can only
like
be
how many husbands do you think beat their wives or parents beat their children just because the one house down the street does it? Do you think we have to worry now that most husbands and parents are beating their? I can contextualize it, proportionalize.
We don't give the same strength to the 98% as the 2%, right? We don't hold them equal, and that's what happens when we're.
Yes, we do. Yes, we do. I did. Every teacher I know did. Every job I've ever been in. So if you're gonna accuse people of withholding from 98% and only, you have to prove it. That's a serious accusation.
It is, but let me rephrase that. Okay, so we know there's folks that beat their kids, and right, let's say they're the 2% of the kids or the 5% of the kids. Their family is beating them physically, right? They're coming to school with bruises and whatnot. We don't, so we give credence, right? We honor that situation individually.
Yeah, we have it in my school. We had an entire system for even reporting it, and they had staff that would come in and take specifically care of those issues. They had a whole system set up for it.
So we don't put that amount of work and energy into reporting that every other kid is not experiencing that, right? We don't give that same amount of energy to each kid
because there's no need to. If they're not experiencing it, there's no need to do it. There's no need to report anything.
So now we realize that that's just one part. Okay, the kid getting beat, that's one part of what's going on with that kid, right? There's a bunch of other things that are going on too, right? So now
I used to teach, and I was a kid, so I have an idea
of the entire system, and we're trying to look at the entire system and not hyper focus on each individual unique thing.
I want to see, all I want to do is see the racism. That's all. Just show me one little piece of racism anywhere in the system. Just show me this racism. So I'll have it. Show me a few examples, preferably. Sure. And one of them we got tonight, and she actually couldn't believe why I couldn't see it wasn't true, is that white people are coordinating, conspiring, to planning how to make schools harder for just black people so that all the other colors, I guess Mexicans are okay, Asians, Native Americans, Pacific, but black people, if you're too dark, I guess, those people we have to keep out. So we have to make it challenging enough to keep them out, but not so challenging that all the other races can't get through. Because, all races learn at the same rate. So all black people learn in a certain way that we can manage to just keep them out. Like the assumption, the racial assumptions in her own conspiracy are in there. Like there's some racist assumptions in her own idea that all black people can be treated a certain way that would keep them out of school. Everyone's an individual. Everyone has different skills and aptitudes. How am I going to ensure as a teacher
you're not
that all the black people are going to have low skills so that they won't be able to pass? But what if I have gifted black people in my classroom? How am I going to make school hard enough to keep them from succeeding? They're going to break through every little challenge I could put in their way.
It's not necessarily the teachers, Could it?
Well, that's what they said it was earlier. That's what she said, and that's what you backed up. So now it's changing.
It was the system.
The system is the teachers. It's individuals in the school. Otherwise, it's just a building, a brick building. So without the teachers, the system's not doing anything.
Right. Yeah.
And don't gaslight me because you and her both Up until just this second, it said it was the teachers, and the white teachers specifically.
That it could be part.
No, y'all said it was,
Yes.
Fatty.
Yes.
I need to get to
absolutely.
bed because I got to do this headache all over tomorrow.
Yes, that was brought up, and it's as a point, and it was definitely put as
And
a point.
you agreed with it. In fact, this is how much you agreed with it. You said you did it.
Yes,
you agreed with it so
And-
much that you raised your hand and you said,
brother-
"I have lived experience doing that." She's right. I
brother-
did what she said.
And
And in the
just one
construction
part-
industry,
that's just one
you
part of
did
the
it.
system, though. That's just one part of the system, though. Right? So I understand that having not lived it, you can't see it. You're not in an area where it's happening. There are areas in America where, gerrymandering is happening with district lines.
Yeah, both sides do it. But we weren't talking about gerrymandering. So now you're just going all over the map, trying to grasp it at little things to make your point. I need to get to sleep. I seriously do.
Well,
Fatty, I love
bro.
talking to you.
I love you, bro, and I never fucking mean to offend anybody. Okay, and if I do, this is
No,
what
I'm
people-
not a fit.
This is my rule. This is for real. This is what I tell people on the job site. When I get fucking weird, right? Just say, "Hey, dick." All right. It usually
right.
brings me back to reality. Just give me a "Hey, dick." All right.
All right. Well, we'll do it again.
I fucking love you, bro.
All right.
Always
Take
a
care,
great
Fatty.
conversation up here. It's great having Dom up. What a cool night
Yeah.
that was.
It was great having Clever Girl up too. I
for
liked hearing different viewpoints. I
Well,
wish I had a little more
maybe-
to
maybe
back
in the
it up
moment-
to understand it on.
I know I tend, I do the same thing. Maybe in the moment we say, okay, well, hey, now that this wild claim's been made, let's get together in a tomorrow or the next couple of days and present some evidence on this stuff, and not try to expect each other to come up with it in the spur of the
I
moment
just
when-
think people have this
I know.
because when I make claims, I know where to go to find a source to back it up.
Right.
So I just assume when people are saying stuff, they've already read plenty of websites and know where to find them.
Yeah, I mean, I can pull up stuff right now.
Because even if I did the research on my own, I would get like a certain number of search results. I would not know how to evaluate them. I would not know which ones are giving the information that's reliable. She would know all that. She would know which
Well, right
websites
here,
are making her
it's
case
nothing but
way
us
better
doing-
than I would. So why would I be the person to figure out which sources are supporting her case?
Yeah, right. But I was just trying to halfway interject in that and it's not but there's a mentality, especially on the panelverse and especially just in general around America and around the whole world, that every conversation is a debate. And
I don't really care what it's classified as, whether it's a debate or a conversation or anything. I just know when somebody makes a claim, I'm going to ask for evidence. I don't care what the conversation is classified as. It's going to happen in all of those categories.
well, let's add that to our.
There's
other
no
category.
there's no time I could be having a conversation and somebody said that I wouldn't say, "Oh, well, do you have a source for that? Do you have
Right.
evidence for that?"
Yeah. Well, let's add
Unless
this into
unless
our
the
other
only
category.
situation that would happen is if I didn't care. If I could care less, I would just let them say the claim and just say, "Okay, that's nice," and let it go.
Exactly.
But because I care about the truth and I'm interested, I'm curious, I ask for the evidence.
Yeah.
But some things that, like when people talk about the lizard people under the earth, I don't ask for a source for that. I don't care.
Come on, man.
I just don't care.
The whole royal family's lizard people, apparently. Get some rest.
All right, you too, Fatty. I'll see.
Sub up to the channel, bitches.
Yeah, and Fatty's too. Here, I'm gonna drop yours. Fatty
yeah.
does some
I'm
cool
gonna have
like.
a 200 party. I haven't had a 200 party in like a decade.
Oh wait, why can I not find your channel? Anyway, I'll find it and drop it.
I don't know.
Fatty does some
Don't call
cool
me if
like
you won't make it.
AI
It's
stuff
pretty
and
All right, be good, fucker. See ya.
See you, Fatty. Why can I not find this man's channel? Hang on. Well, anyway, just here. I feel obligated to get you this channel now. Oh, because I'm spelling it. Anyway, I'll deal with it tomorrow. I really gotta go. All right, take care. I'll try to do an all-day one tomorrow.